Okay, go on.
Okay, so let me highlight so this is the important part.
Hello, can you hear Annie?
No, 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 no.
I think the whole thing disconnected.
Yes, yes. It's just me.
Annie, you're talking to yourself.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I want to share my screen again.
You're back. Okay, hold on, please. Let me start this stream again.
Okay, okay.
Okay, okay, you've shared your screen.
Yes. Should I unshare it?
No, no, no. It's fine. Okay, you can bring
Okay.
your
Are we good?
system. Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
Okay.
go back to your screen. Let's be sure.
Can you see my?
Okay, you're already on your screen.
Yeah, I'm already on the screen.
Okay, go
Is
on.
it showing?
It's taking a. Okay, fine, fine. Yeah, it's fine. Go on.
So let me go back. Maybe if we didn't hear what I said before.
Because
Okay, so I said like when you upload a media file, like you want URL, the main thing you are looking for is URL. But
yeah,
remember what we said. On a normal day, we would have just called the method direct that will give us the URL.
yeah,
But we want to use job because we can't guarantee that it will return quickly. Because it
yeah.
may take 2 seconds, it may take 1 minute, it may take 5 minutes, it may take 10. It's not
Okay,
something we can readily predict. So in order not to take chances, it's better any media upload, we move it to job. Let the job now tell us when it's done. So
okay.
your job, you can just be rotating and be waiting for it to be done. So
Yeah,
now, the first thing you do is you move the media file to a new location so that the system will not delete it when you move to job, which
okay.
is what this part is doing. So if you give it an array of your this thing, it will do the job for you.
Yeah,
Array of your file, it will convert all of them and move and give you a new location for them. So the
okay.
next one is now open the job, which is what this guy is doing, create new street job. So this is the main job function that I have for the new street. It can be different based on your requirements, but
Mm,
the main thing is that there's a job. So what the job does depends on what you want to do. So,
yeah,
but in that instance, there is also a media helper class, which is where I like defining, calling the helper this thing that will actually call this guy. So I'll have a centralized place. I'm calling the gallery helper. that does the main job. So this is like we can be updating this guy with different functions that he wants. It's not the this guy is not the main place, but I just like centralizing where I'm calling it from because there are some functions that will be reusable based on different module.
Okay.
So you don't have to create it again. You can just come here. Okay, it's already here. You just call this guy. This guy will do what you want for you. So that's why.
Okay.
But this guy would have just gone direct under the either the field service or the job of the field
The
service.
job.
It would have just been maybe here. It's either I put it here or I put it directly on the field service. All the functions I need. But I decided
Okay.
to put it in have a centralized media service whereby something I feel other places will need.
You can always build it inside the media helper service.
Yes, so that if tomorrow you need it, you can just go there. Okay, this is already here. I'll just call that function, give it file to give me value that I want.
Okay.
So that's the idea of this media service.
As a
It's not
result
like
of what you have done now, we can even use this helper service ourselves without having to create another one.
that's the idea. The idea is well, most of the things I've done here is what you still need to do, even in
Yeah.
other module you're working with. So you just call
Yeah.
it, for example, this store to Redis data or get data from Redis.
Okay.
Redis is a fast because what I've discovered. Sometimes there are some places whereby you may want to do something. You do a check first. We have a route where we do check. I think we have that in something like maybe download or some of our download or student download. Can
Yeah.
you remember that aspect whereby you do a check
You
first?
check if his file, if the file exists.
No, not even if files. Maybe if that thing will actually return a value. Maybe if parents exist, all those things. That's the
Okay.
first. Then the second one is when you now do the action. Maybe download
Yeah.
something or do
Hmm.
this thing. So I think we are making mistake that what we would have done is that first one is one that will do the original thing. So when that guy finishes, it will save it to Redis and come back with the ID. So when the second call is coming, if you just give it the ID, you fetch the data from Redis. You don't have to, because sometimes we have to redo that same process again. The process for check.
Okay.
I don't know if you get. There are sometimes you
So
may
so we would have kept the temporary ID of that file somehow in the Redis.
no, as
So
we save the file itself, then just give it a key to save it
the
with Redis.
key, exactly. So we
Just
save the
generate a
file,
key and
save the
return
key in
this
Redis.
thing. So if you will continue with that action, when you come back, you don't have to redo all those things again, fetch all those data again.
Hmm.
You just call Redis to give you that, and you just do whatever you want to do with it.
Okay.
So Redis is a very fast memory database that you can quickly utilize to store data.
Okay.
And remember, it's now centralized, so it works very well and very fast. So that's the
Okay.
job. So that's where I will explain what I use this to do, Sha. But you can use it for a lot of things, Sha.
Okay.
So now this is where my this thing started. So this is where the main guy. So this that one I wanted to explain to you before. Remember, I said I was explaining something about the file name and all those things.
Yeah.
I said let me go to another place. So this place now, I've created something that will make the other one obsolete. For example, now I discovered that in educare, some places we actually transform the image before we save it.
Okay.
I don't know if you have seen some of those
Just
examples.
change
Like maybe
the
the width, if it's
width
greater than a
and
particular
yes.
this
Sometimes it's
thing,
by percentage. Yeah.
yes, we change
Other
it.
times we maintain aspect ratio. Yes.
Yes.
Just to
So
create a
now,
thumbnail or something.
yes. So those because of those things, now made it that this thing for one method to be handling everything. That means individual we need to have individual this thing configuration.
Okay.
I don't know if you get. For
Yeah.
example, now this newsfeed, when you're uploading newsfeed, you can put three types of file, which is video, document, and image. All of them come
Image.
together to be processed.
Okay.
All of them come together to be processed. So when it comes like this, the image may require to be transformed,
Transform.
while the other one will not require anything.
Okay.
So this setup, you can put the general one in the general place. I don't know if you are seeing my highlight.
Yeah.
The ones that concern all of them can be here. You put it here in this option. Then if there's anyone that is specific to them, you can put them under each of their own this which is doc, image, and video. For example, you can come here, this option can just be something like this only. That's the only thing you need. You need to just give me description and type. That's the only thing you're
Okay.
interested in. I don't know if you get. You don't
Yeah.
want it to be anything, just save it. Save it with this description. You can even give it with option empty without anything inside. System
Okay.
will take care of the rest.
Okay.
So I wanted a situation whereby this guy, when you call this guy, it can do a lot of things we have done in educare without having to come without defining different things, because it's very complex. For this thing to work, it has to have different settings. Because there are some
Yeah.
places we generate thumbnail, there are some places we don't generate.
You can generate. Yeah.
This place is like a work in progress based on different scenario we discover. We may need to modify some of these places and add more options of the
Okay.
things the team needs to do. So, but based on the newsfeed, which I told you is one of the most complex upload we have in the system,
Yeah.
this guy deals with a lot of things. For example, you tell it if you want it to transform the image. That means you
Mm.
want it to change size. If
Yeah.
not, if you don't put this guy, the image will be processed. It will just send the way it came in.
Yeah.
No touching it, not doing anything. So
No
if you
compression.
require transformation, yes. So if you require transformation, you can tell it the width limit, because sometimes you may want it to be, if it's a particular limit, then reduce it to a particular width.
Yeah.
We have done it a lot in some places in educare. If it's
Mm.
the width is greater than this, reduce it. If not, allow it to use the normal width to transform it. So that's why I added this option. So if you have a width limit, you can specify it. Then if you want the image to be a particular width, once the transform is on, you can specify the image width.
Exact width.
So the same thing goes for height. You can also specify height, but based on what I did, I didn't have any need for it. But height can also go inside here.
Yeah. But aspect
You want
ratio
a
will
specific weight,
automatically, if you
you
do
want a
only width.
specific weight and height, you can put it here.
Mm.
But based on the needs I did, there was no need for the height. But you can also include it
Aspect
here.
ratio will always take care of them.
Yes. So his thumb is if you want it to generate a thumbnail,
Okay.
then you activate this guy. So after saving the image, it will automatically generate thumbnail for you.
Okay.
It will use a default value. But if you also want the size, most of our thumbnail are vocally square size.
Yeah.
So this is actually for both the width and height. So if you want the size to be maybe 200, depending on what you're generating it from. For library now, some of all those preview require something like 70 kilo 70 kilo pixel, while
Pixel.
some require different things. So this is where you specify the thumbnail you're generating, the size of it. You
In
want
other
it.
words, the options are based on what you are uploading and any
Yes. As in based on what is
specification you want
existing in that place
to. Okay.
is what. So you may not even require it. So this is
But
HTML.
even if you don't require it, you give the options array, even if it's empty, right?
I
Must
think
you
that there is
also?
one you call that doesn't. I think those functions. I think it's optional. It has a default value of empty array.
Uh-huh. Okay.
So if
So,
you
but
call the
where
method
you
with
need it,
something,
this
it's
is the
fine.
the format of
Yes. When you
introducing
need
option.
to introduce some options, this is the format.
So
So
the
it's
main
either
parameters are doc, image, and video. Okay,
yes. So main
description
parameter.
type,
Yeah, this guy is the
description,
main one.
yeah, then the
This
type.
guy and those ones. So let me complete it. If okay, for me to describe this, let me go to the where it's being used so that we'll get the originality. Remember what this guy is doing. This guy is coming to replace what I showed you people in base station.
That description and type, yes.
These things.
When you have in the URL, yeah,
It's coming to replace
description,
this guy.
yeah, the
All those
description
shift
and type.
mode and all those things.
Uh,
You can see they are here, right?
yeah,
So I discovered that this guy has a limitation based on what I was implementing in base station, as in
okay.
LMS, in newsfeed.
Elements.
So, and if I want to start adding, that means I need to keep the this same may even extend. As in,
Yeah,
no.
you keep
I don't know if you
extending
understand
now,
it.
and at
So
some
that
point
means
you
this
might
guy
even
needs to
mix
extend.
up which one comes first and which one comes last,
Exactly. And you know what it
making it
means
an
for
array.
you to give file name. That means for you to specify this
You
file name
must
now.
you must
That means
have
you have to
passed
fill the
one,
ones
two,
before
three,
it.
four.
Either
Exactly.
no. So I don't know
Yeah,
if you understand the limitation. That's why I had to
it's
now say, okay,
limited.
this will not work for us to
Mhm.
actually scale it.
So you now made it options
You
array
have to now get an option array so that you
with
specify your array
variables that can easily be specified.
variables.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
so that's where that modification came about. So that's why I left
Okay.
this and say let's go to the other one so that because that new one is communicates better the current situation of things.
Okay.
So going back to it, so that's all about this guy options and what you want to do to the file. That's
Okay.
all. So remember these guys now. I've explained what these guys description and
Yeah.
type. So the other ones there is this the other one that you can also put is this strict mode and finding. Just that I didn't need it here. So it's also something that can go in this default description.
Okay. So invariably, the options stopped at description type and
Street name,
street name. Okay.
this guy, and this guy for the
Okay.
general setting.
General setting. Okay.
So every other one you want is the one you can now extend individually on this because this is the one that applies to all of them. Every other one is now specific to these ones. Like video now, whether you want it to be transcoded in case it will not play on the mobile.
Okay.
Because there's a reason for this. Every video should not be transcoded because some schools submit video in assignments.
Okay.
That video we are not playing it, so we don't bother with it to transcribe it or not. But
You
the one
just
you submit
upload
on
it.
this, yes, they just download it and watch the teachers download it and watch and do whatever they want to do with it.
Okay.
So, so that place it doesn't require transcode. So it's not automatically will transcode every video that cannot play on the web. So that's why the option is actually required for you to say it needs to do it.
Okay.
Because with that we save ourselves this. We can't be transcoding all videos. That would be a lot on our server.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the purpose. Then next one is if you want it to generate a thumbnail from the video.
Okay.
There are also other options we can also add. Like example, if you want it to generate from a particular time, you can tell this to generate from let's say 10 seconds inside the
Five
video
seconds.
or 5 seconds. But right now, I think it's using 50% of the video. So
Okay.
these are I'm just explaining it so that we know how you can extend some of these things I've done already. These are based on the use case I currently have. So depending on what you are doing in different places of educare, you may have need to modify this to suit what you want to do,
Differently. Yeah.
how you want to upload the file. So you can
And
modify
then
this.
when you get over to the method, that's the reference, you also indicate what the parameter you sent can do for you.
Yes, of course. We are going to that place where all these things are being used, the way
Used.
they are
Okay.
called and used. Yes.
Okay.
So after this guy, the next thing is this place, this guy that is called first. So you can see this guy. Why I told you about that media service. Media service is the one that is. Do you know the function of this guy?
Create upload helper
This upload helper. The
goes
job,
and fetches the
the
file.
job is to those files. Remember those files we push it to temp, right?
Yeah.
The job is to actually take it back to uploaded file.
As if this is the first time it was uploaded.
Yes. It will reconstruct it back. It will call the parent
Reconstruct it.
and give you the file. So all those functions you normally call get my file, get original, get client this thing. All of them will
Yeah.
start working again.
Because now the job has revalidated the ownership of the
Yes.
upload. So it's a fresh upload as long as the job is concerned.
Yes. So every function you normally call an uploaded. Because I know why I added this support. It's very important. Because there are maybe different places will call a lot of things on the file. And it was called based on the uploaded file has those functions.
Yeah.
That's why they were called. So with that, we can maintain compatibility even when we move system and other things. Remember, some of these things are general method. It's not specific to that. Because all
Yeah.
those things, when you are doing it, you are also projecting in case you move language,
Yeah.
how you maintain your this thing. So that's why
Mm.
this was important. So that's the job of this guy. It will convert the file and return uploaded file instance for you for those files, as if this is the way
This
it
is the
came.
first time it was uploaded.
Yes, because so then this guy I created this guy to just call the gallery. So this is the one that the gallery with option, the new one I created. The old one is
Okay.
still there,
Okay.
but this guy with option, this is the one. Remember, that's why I told this guy is optional.
Yeah. So it can be
So
empty.
for example, you can just call process media with your
Send the file.
uploaded file instance. Then the guy will just do his job and return it and return for you.
The new URL. Okay.
Yes. So these options that are here, these guys, they are optional. So you can just call
Okay.
this process this guy, and this guy will return results for you. So this is, in
Okay.
fact, from here now, it's basically what you need to do as a programmer. The other ones is, as Eban Chazim explained, but if you need to extend this guy further.
Okay.
So your basic function, like let's say about an student now, you're uploading a profile, is to do this thing. Um, where is this? Okay, here. Your basic function is to do this thing. Process. Call this guy that will move it to temp location.
Temp.
Then
Then.
call the job. Call it, create a job and call it.
Yeah.
Then inside that job, if you need option, which most times you may not need, most times it's just these two guys you need to fill.
That's the description and type.
That description and type. That's all. Then now call this process media. So this guy is now your URL. This result is now your URL.
Which will be
This is
returned
what you say
by the
database.
by the
Eh?
job. It will be returned
You
in the
say?
job by the job.
No, this is a job already. Remember, we're inside the job already.
So that's what the job will now use. The
Yeah.
URL.
Hey, hold on. Somebody is knocking already. Just 1 minute,
Oh, okay.
please. 1 minute.
For James, what if the return files are more than one?
That's an array now.
The results is it an array?
A result can be an array. Well, the at this point now, you can see that if you look at line 65, you see that the result can actually contain error as a value.
Yes,
You
yes.
understand? Okay. 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 Go on. So you see what I'm saying now. The result in this context now can be is actually a model,
Okay, okay,
so it can contain error as a value.
okay.
You understand? But where
Hello.
it's not.
Okay.
Yeah, I was trying to explain something to David. He was asking, what if the result is an array? And I'm
Yes.
telling you that the result can actually be an array. After all, you can
Up.
see that in line 65, it contains result.error, which means there is a model, there is a
Yes.
collection.
Yes. It will return. It will return to tell you that this is an error. If there is
Mm.
error, it will tell you. If it sets error, it will tell you that there was an error when it was
Yeah,
returned.
yeah,
So it's inside file of it. So I will explain. I will get. We will see what is returned.
yeah, yeah. So the content is
But
what we
I
are
made it
looking
to
for.
tell you whether there was error, so that you deal with it. If there is something you wanted to do, you do. If not, if it's something you want to ignore. For example, now when it returns error and the content of the newsfeed is empty, the
You send
system will
post creation.
return error. Because if you don't put content like text, there is no need to create a newsfeed again. Because the
Yeah,
only thing that came with it was a media file, and that file failed to upload. So it will fail. So you can act based on what was returned for you, and depend on the module you're working with.
Okay.
okay.
So this process media is where the magic happens.
So it takes the temp file together with the options.
Yeah. So you know this temp file now is no longer temp file. It's like actually
It's now
an
uploaded
instance of
file.
uploaded file that has all
Exactly.
the parameter you need, all those gets
Based on
mighty
the
type of
create
everything.
upload helper.
Yes. So let me now explain the how this guy works. So this guy is our main guy. Like this is our core of upload and listen. Anything that we don't go through it, you know that it will not work. So the option is get with option because why this one is get with option, I still maintain those ones that came from the base station. Those ones people start earlier. Hello?
Yeah, that's the get media
Yes.
paths.
All those get media this thing. I
Yeah.
maintained it, but what I converted it to the new method. So if you now call it, it will automatically create the options,
Okay.
depending on whatever you pass to it, and now call the main guy. And now call
Okay.
the
The
main
one
guy.
with options. Okay.
Yes.
Or if you want to call it directly, just call media with option.
Yes. Just call me. I
Okay.
think this is the one that Uber will be using much. But the other
Eventually,
one
yeah.
is just maintaining legacy. I think I've used some things with it already. my migration. So I
Okay.
just left.
So you didn't want to rewrite.
So I
Okay.
didn't want to rewrite all those things. I just, made this
Okay.
compatible with what I'm working with already. So I don't think
Okay.
we need to bother ourselves with those ones. So this new one works better. You can define anything or don't define, and so you
Okay.
don't have to maintain position of things.
Hmm.
It's no longer necessary.
Yeah.
So this is where the guy that passes this, in case you specify, this is where the passing is done. So in this pass options, it creates the default. So each of them will have their own options.
You dock the image, the video.
Yes, that's the idea. So whatever they receive is based on what was passed. So by default, they must have their what is their description and type. If they are saving it, what is their description and type? Those ones are compulsory field. So if you don't provide it, this is where the system will give them default, which is I told you before that was media for description, Wi-Fi for type is the
Okay.
default. So this is where it happens. So the first thing that will happen here is that it will pass this thing and get the default for the first one. That's those the first level. When I say first one, I mean by the first level, this level, this level is what is doing first. That's the general this thing.
Oh, okay. The description and type. Okay.
The general this thing is what this guy is doing. This guy, the first one is passing.
Okay.
This
Default
one is passing.
options.
So you can see the first
Strict
thing it does
type.
when it
Strict
enters.
mode file name. Okay.
Yeah, if this guy was not given, it will give this guy the first value. But this guy's system needs it to work with. So the first
It
thing it
needs the
does is
description. It
initialize
needs
it.
the type.
Eh?
It needs the
It needs
description.
this
It needs the type.
yes, yes to work with. So it will give it the first value, which was defined on top as media and file. We can maybe tomorrow decide to change it to whatever I want. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
So it has a default value. So this is where the system gives you this thing. Then it will now check if you yourself defined it. Hello?
At what point?
Okay.
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 If in the option you have description, it
So
will
it will now
pass
start
your
checking
own
after giving
description.
it the first value. It will now start checking if you yourself defined it. Description. If you
Okay.
defined it, it will go and pass it
To
and
use
come back.
it. Okay.
It will go and pass it and come back. Because you may define it, you may not, as in you may not even put value inside it. But system don't want it to be empty. So that's why it has to do this pass string.
Mm.
Inside there to still check whether you defined it. Then if you define it, it will now remove, it will now pass it to a
Yeah.
filter.
And
This
we are here.
filter. Hello?
They're here. They're here.
Okay, all right. Don't worry, as when they finish is when I need to meet them.
Okay.
Hello?
Go on. Go on.
Okay. So this filter name now is filter name is like something we need because some people can upload some things that are dangerous, some file names that are very, very dangerous
Very good.
with this thing. So this guy is a very powerful function that deals with it.
Okay.
So this guy will remove all the dangerous characters you can see in the world and return only the one that is acceptable on the web. So maybe you can read it further for PhD work.
Yeah.
You can look
I'm
at this
telling
letter
you.
for PhD work.
This is a full PhD job. Oh.
He does his things and now return finding for you. So whatever any text you give it to, it will format it or whether it contains 100 spaces, it will remove all of them. Any illegal character, it
You,
will remove it and remain only
you like that thing.
only the guy that
That
it is
is
working
allowed.
with. Yes. So that's the job of this guy. So which line was I himself? With option. Okay. So we are here. This guy was passing. So that's the job of this first guy. So it will pass this guy empty space. If not, it will you still use the default of media. The same thing with this guy and this guy. So this is four supported options for now.
Okay.
So if there's any need, you can still extend it. So all those things are flexible to be extended if there's any need for it. So if you feel there's any other default, you still need to define. We'll extend it here to output. So moving on. So now after passing this guy, right? which I showed it for, that is this one, this first one. So it will now pass individual this thing. Remember, this individual can also have this guy. Can you
The
people see?
description and the type, yeah.
This guy, let's say you want the image to be something else. You can also define it here to be something else.
Oh,
So
because I was
this one will
wondering
be
what
general and apply to all
indicates
of
where.
them.
Okay,
But this
but
one
if
now, you
the
can specify it inside the image. You want the image to have this name, to
have
be
it for
described like
description,
this. This can also happen at this point for each
okay,
of them.
okay,
So that's what this guy does. Is a very special function. So once he finishes all the work, so what it means now is that the doc, this guy, and this guy will now have all the force that they need. The barest minimum, which is the type, whether is the script type is enabled, whether it's not enabled, or the file name. You specify the file name. Use this file name. Don't use the original file name. Use this one. So everything is done here. So once this guy finishes, then so this is all about this thing. So if we want to extend it, if people know where to extend it, then we push it for everybody to use. So that's what the
okay,
option does. So by right now, at this point now, this guy contains for both default values for doc, image, and video. So depending on the file you uploaded here, the system will start working.
okay,
So here is just a small check to know if it's just a file. If it's not a file, it will make it an array. I don't know if you get.
okay.
As in if you just sent a file, it makes it an array so that it will be consistent with the data is
Consistent.
working in.
There should
Yes.
be an array
So
with
that's what
one
it.
file inside.
Eh?
There should be an array with file inside the array.
Yes. So that's the format it's working with. Because if not, what it means is that everywhere you're going to be checking if it's array, if
If
it's
it's
file.
array, yeah.
So that's why you unify it, and maybe later when you're getting back the value, you do what you now do what you want to do with it. So that's the best practice. So now this guy is also as important as this guy referee helper. So they work hand in hand. This is educare file system. This file S3,
Okay,
like an instance of a file. This is where this is what hosts everything. For example, now let me open it. So when this guy is what hosts all the parameter we are looking for that we are working with. So tomorrow, even if we are changing things, this guy is where we'll come and change how we deal with file on educare. So if we need to extend it, we can also extend it. So basically, what this guy does is installation of each file. It will check if it's uploaded file. That was the importance of doing that, and because you need to always check if a file is uploaded file, because somebody can send malicious file
yeah.
through another means, and you will process it without checking
Without
if
to check if
it
it was
was
uploaded
uploading
or not.
from your own listing. So this is a
Yeah.
valid this thing that you do for web security. It's not like you are putting it there for it's for web security to know if it actually was uploaded.
Okay.
Then after that, you also check if the file is valid. Then if his file is not valid, this is the first thing. It activates this error. JB,
Valid
remember one
file.
of those things we are asking them. So each file will always tell you its state, whether it was successful or it has error
Okay. Okay.
when it returns. So the value it's returning is this file tree system. And this file tree system has a lot of methods that will tell you a lot of things about the file. What happened to the file?
Okay.
It will give you the my method, the bucket that was used, the URL that it was uploaded to, and all those things. So we'll get to that. So I just wanted to stress that once you give it to that method, anything that comes back, you always know what happened, whether there was error or no error at the end of the day.
Okay.
So moving on, the first thing this guy will do is to get the man type. So James, you remember that thing I told you that there are some methods that we need to use. So that uploaded file is what have all these things like man type. Hello?
Based on the reconstruction of the upload.
Yes. So this guy have all these method that we need to use, like get man type. So this get man type is better than using. There is another one called get client man type. Get is the one the client sent to you, but that one should never be used because the client may send malicious PHP code and name it .jpg.
That's true.
and name it .jpg. So if you use get client man type, you are going to get the picture format. It will tell you
Okay.
it's a picture. But if you call this
Yeah,
guy, eh?
I'll check on these guys.
You said,
I check on these guys. I think they just started. Yeah.
okay, 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 all right, okay. Just 1 minute.
But sir,
Yes, go on.
now this instance, I've been assuming this instance is just um let's say a situation where you have just one file, one picture, maybe one video. What if the instance of where you are uploading just um two, let's just say two documents. There's no
Two
video, there's
dogs.
no picture, just two documents. Because I did not see where he checked
The
um
number of files inside the particular
yes, to go through, like to validate each of them.
to validate each file inside a particular folder.
But yes, a
Or a
particular,
particular file type. How do you validate the array to know
yes,
that okay, in doc folder that there are three files?
yes, yeah, just
Validate
one.
each file. Okay. All right, he will take care of that now. But I think it's already covered.
Okay, okay,
It's already covered in the array loop.
okay, okay.
Okay. So but let's just once it comes up, ask the
Okay,
question.
yeah, I'm back. Okay, so what was the question?
Okay, so I was looking at this instance as where a situation where you have just a file, maybe an image, a video. My question is, what if the person uploads what if I upload just two documents? There's no image, um there's no video, just two documents.
It doesn't
Uh,
matter now.
uh,
As in where I have an issue with it. Because remember I told you to just send a file. The system handles the rest. We are just waiting for URL.
yes, exactly. That URL now, since
Mm.
I was thinking it's bringing the URL of one of the files, and
No,
your
that guy will always return an array for you. So in that array, so if you send two files, you look through it and collect your files and know their states,
okay,
whether there was error or not error.
okay.
So if
So
you send two files, you're going to receive two instances of file three system. If you send four, you're going to receive four instances of file three system. So each one will tell you their state, whether there was error on the file or something.
okay, okay. So this instance now is
So
going to run through
and
each
one
of.
file exactly one file at a time. So in that array, you see the three different files, the
Yes.
URL of the three different, or at least the result of
So this
such
is the
files.
result of, as in, if you have these guys, these public methods.
So
So
this is
anything you
more
want
like
to know about the
map
file,
to group.
eh?
When you map to this is more like mapping the array to group. So this file S3 is one instance of the file. So it opens up
Yes.
the array, finds if there are three files, each one of them runs through file S3 and
No,
returns a
no, not
value.
necessarily that. Like each file will be like a file tray system, a type of file tray system. So there you can get all the information. So all the processing has been done, putting the listing, and it's the one that will also tell you if there was error or
On a
the
particular one.
file name. Yes. So the main one will the thing coming back will contain files. We'll get to it, yeah,
Array of
and tell you
files.
there's error. So if there's error, that's when you start searching for who has the error. You
Yeah.
have a general one that tells you if the whole file process was if there was success, then there is no error on individual one. So it's
Then
only
you
when
can
you see error on that total one that's when you now even go in to know where the
which
error
one?
is coming, which one has the error. Or it may be one or it may be all of them, but
Mm.
you know. So the general one will tell you was there any error in the processing.
Okay,
Okay. So you
So something
understand.
like
yes, sir.
so this is where these guys, the information of these guys will now be filled. So the first thing it does is to get the man because this guy is one of the most important. This is when you know if there's a danger, you are dealing with dangerous file
Mm.
or a file that is restricted. So it gets this man tab. It will tell you um, Wait, I don't know if I should actually even be doing this in Pascal. So people will see the values. Is that okay? Or explain it is okay.
We'll continue explanation.
Okay. So so when it gets to the demand type, the this thing will process it to get the particular one the particular one. So if the thing starts with image, then you know you're dealing with image. If it's video, you are dealing with video. If not, then it's doc, it's document. This is where the thing. So you can see why I told you that this guy is no longer relevant. I don't know, it was maybe it was old one where it was this type.
So where do
There's
you have the mind type listed so that we know?
where do you have
Okay,
what?
where do we have the doc, image, and media listed that the system uses to validate the file?
To validate the file.
Yeah,
This guy is the one that is doing the job now. This guy
get
is this guy is a PHP method
uh, get
that
mind
gets
type.
the file type for you.
So what it will return, the mind type it will
Yes.
return is either image,
It will return something like this. For example, for image, it may return something like this.
image
Image
slash
slash JPG.
JPG. So how do
Yes.
we? Because there is image that slash PNG, there is image slash GIF and
No, we
others.
don't care, and that's why this method. Remember what this method just did. Remember what this thing does. This time is doing.
Yeah, it has to be image.
Yes. So all types of image, it starts with image.
But things like DLL is a document, so it will be a doc.
Of course, and that's why the default is doc.
It's doc because apart from image and video, every other thing is
Apart from
document.
image, every other thing to us is
So
doc.
if you
Unless we want
use, so if you are sending a malicious file
yes.
with a non accepted extension, that's MIME type, how do we track
Yes.
it?
Yeah, I'll get to that now.
Okay, fine.
I'll get to that one first.
Okay, okay,
Uh, so now, after this part now, so those guys will now get us the mode, the endpoint. Remember, each endpoint is different. So because we now know this, we are dealing with image, this thing. So that's when we now know that the mode is now image.
okay.
Then the
So
host,
we know
it will get this host.
salary. Okay.
Eh?
That's when we
It
now
will
go
get the
in
endpoint. Yes,
with the mode image. We now go for
yes.
okay.
It will also get the endpoint and it will get the CDN. Remember, the CDN is different from the endpoint for spaces. So I have to modify this. In spaces, their CDN, you can't use their CDN URL to upload. It has to be your original URL.
Okay.
It has to be the original URL. For example, let me show you my .env. So now this is what this thing looks like. Their URL looks like. So this thing is what you can upload with.
Okay.
Then this one now is our CDN. This one is our CDN. So our file for files you see doc.educare.school/ whatever, whatever, whatever. But when you're uploading, you can't use this doc.this thing. If you send it, they will
Wow.
return signature error.
Okay.
They will
So
return
you use
signature
the
error.
host CDF to
Yeah.
upload.
So if you
When you
if you
fetch,
when you're using this, if you use this also, it will also work for file you have uploaded. But we are trying to fine tune it. For look is using this one, CDN name.
I didn't get that. Let's say we are uploading media.
Yes,
That media covers the image and video, right?
media.
Yeah.
When you say media, I don't understand. Sorry.
So our
Which one are you looking
media
at?
looking at like 40.
Line 40. Okay, remember this one is local host. This media is equivalent of this line 38 on the real life.
Okay.
So media is just my local.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
why you can notice all of them are media. So I can upload with this guy for doc. upload with image dot this thing. Remember this URL actually comes from the spaces this I showed you for earlier.
Mm. Online.
It comes from the spaces this thing I showed you for earlier. Our spaces that we created. These guys,
Okay. Okay.
this
I can
URL,
see maybe okay.
this is what so this is where it came from. So that is your personalized URL that they know you with on space.
Okay. Which is
So
something that will
this is
be
the one
on
you
the
can upload with.
EMV of
Eh?
which is something that
Is
will
it?
be on the EMV of each school.
Yes, exactly. It will be on the
Okay.
EMU of his school. Because
Okay.
these guys you are seeing here, this is where it was actually used on the config. Educare.php on
That's
page.
which-
This is where it was used.
Yeah. So it calls the EMV to get the
Yes,
protocol and everything.
yes.
Okay.
I actually discovered that you cannot call EMV direct. As in, you have to call EMV anytime you want it through the config. That's the purpose of
Ah,
all the config that is here. Calling it direct is a very big risk because they can change it anytime, the protocol.
okay. Okay.
That's in they didn't do that because that it must be called from EMV. Because when you now do the cache, when you now put it in cache, it's the config that you'll be modifying, not the EMV. EMV is now
Oh,
loaded.
okay.
Unless you do change it, now refresh it again. Yes.
But the
So that's
config
how
can always be reloaded.
you say?
But the config reloads.
Yes, it reloads. You can change it at will. Because this
Okay.
EMV is already stopped. You now use the value from it to now
Mm.
produce what you want to produce. So this is where it gets this value, which the config can now use that place where we are.
Okay.
So um, that's that's why there is different one for endpoints and different one for CDN.
Okay.
So like I said, all those things may not naturally concern you if you are just putting files. It's just for you to know how it works in case you need to change under
Any
it
part
how
of it.
any part of it at the end of the day. So but it has been done and it's working very well.
Yeah.
You don't need
I
to.
know what we'll do is once we are done with this explanation, we'll just do a summary of steps. And in that summary, as we are, you'll just use one of them, like maybe a assignment of load. You understand? Step one, change this. Step two, change this. Step three, so that
Yes.
we
So we
already
just use
know
something like
very simple
use
one
something
of
like
this.
student.
Yes, we just
Maybe
use
we'll use something
student
like student
passport upload. Yeah.
to
Student
do this
passport
thing.
change.
Yes.
Just change it and then we'll see
Yes.
the full path
And I
that
think
we
that
can take for any documents. That's all.
yes.
But I
Then
like the understanding because the understanding now between me, David, we can easily say, okay, this one does not cover our schema, or
yes.
we need to add
That's very
on
important
some.
because it's very, very
Yes, so
important to adjust those things
understand. Yes,
based
so
on
go on.
what you are doing your particular education.
Yeah, yeah. So go
So
ahead.
now the S3 now, this guy is the one that calls a particular disk. You know how this disk or storage works. Is what you define in the file system. That's what the system storage will use. So this guy was actually defined in this our file system. Look at
There
this
was
for
S3,
S3.
there is doc,
Yes.
there is image, there is
So
video.
this is where it knows where to call, who to call.
Okay, you already decide. You already declared these as part of our
Yes,
file system config,
as
right?
part of our file system. So that's why
Okay.
this S3 you are seeing here, endpoint, S3 dot
Yeah, you don't
whoever
call the
who type
get
of file where is going to save. S3 dot this guy, S3 dot
log
image,
image
S3 dot
or
video.
video. Okay.
So with that it will get the right information that it needs
Mm,
to save.
yeah.
So that's why you are seeing this guy here, this line.
Okay.
So
Then the options.
then the options, it will not know for this particular file
Yeah.
using the bucket name of doc image. Remember how the option structure looks
Doc.
like doc
Yeah.
image or this.
Yeah.
Using the bucket name, it will get the options for
New
this specific
options.
to this file.
Yeah.
Then now, this guy now, if there is a restriction on the kind of file that will upload, this is where it checks this thing. Some of those things you are asking me.
Yeah,
So now the street mode, remember the street mode comes with the MIME type that you want to,
that's the extension you want to.
I think that's the one you want only that thing to be.
Yeah.
So this is where all the allow list does.
So
The
that
allow
strict mode
list
is an array.
eh, right now is I think I did it for only one type. But if we need it, I think we can extend it based on what I needed. It was just one. But I think just now
Explain.
you asked, we think we can also make it an array.
Okay. Okay. Initially, right, is
Based on my usage
image is a
so far.
number.
Eh?
So the street mode now, your street mode. You said switch street mode case
Yes.
image, where image
Yes,
is
yes.
maybe a number
Yeah, that image is have been defined here since
into
as this thing.
then video
Five
maybe
types.
two.
Yes.
Then others. Okay.
Yes, this
Okay.
like a general this thing throughout this particular preferred system.
System.
Image is one.
Okay. One,
It's
two,
either
three.
image one or string image.
Okay.
Video is two or string
Street
this thing. While
video.
others is three. That's doc.
Doc. Okay.
That's the this thing. So but now you have said it, we may add another is allowed for array that
Okay.
checks for array.
So
That's
now I
one.
have
Another one again
actually
is the one that checks for extension instead of the actual
my
method.
type.
So these are
Exactly.
some of the updates that can also
That
go
we
to
might
this
have to.
method
Okay.
if you need
Okay.
it because there was no need yet as in based on where I am.
What you had.
I've not
Yeah.
come across where I needed it.
Okay.
So this that method, the list of that method acceptable ones based on the web
Uh-huh.
standard.
Okay.
We can we can still extend it if there is need for that.
Okay. That's for the
This for
videos.
video, this for doc,
Okay. Okay.
this for
That's rich.
image,
You
and this
see,
is a combination of all of them.
one look at the image, I already see one. Let me see
You
the
say
full. One look at the image, I already see one that is not there.
which one are you?
Okay, the SVG is there. I've seen it. Okay,
It's
go
very
on.
difficult for you to see one that is not there because this actually came from like there was a list of
It's library of list.
acceptable common web formats. So anyone
Okay.
that is abnormal, the person can now request for it.
Okay.
So these ones also cover Microsoft Word, Microsoft Excel, all those things.
Okay.
PDF, zip,
If was it
publisher, text file. Does
was
it
it
cover
called
what?
ODF? ODF, the one that comes from Linux.
Are we uploading the one for Linux? I wanted to I reasoned it that I don't think throughout the time of looking at the system, I've not seen anything anybody uploading it.
Loading ODF.
So
Okay.
that's why I ignored it for now. You can always extend this. That's why it's on a particular list whereby you can just come and add anything anytime and push
Yeah.
update. It's a structural update. It's a structural update. Once you add any new type and automatically the system starts supporting it.
I
So this
think it's
list you can
even there.
always
I think it's
you say
even there. I think it's even there. I've seen it. It's not called ODF direct. All those
no one of those
open
things I don't call their name direct now. They have their
short,
extension,
they are
what
long shots. Yeah. See it now.
what
Open document format. That's Office. Open XML format. Office documents. It's the same thing. It's ODF.
okay.
Line 42. Wow, nice. Okay, go on.
Yeah. So just like you said, if you require, you can extend this guide down. I will check for array and other things. So
Okay.
that can be extended. But the main thing is that after that guy, it comes back and so if that this guy is restricted, it will actually set the error this thing and return.
Okay.
So it will not upload. So for that file, you will see that it was not allowed.
Okay.
So that's for that, for file type checking. So after that, it will now get
The
okay, to
hash.
give this guy an ID.
Yeah.
To give this ID is important when you are going to transcoding video transcoding site.
Okay.
I may talk about it if it's needed, but I don't think people may, based on the module, you may not encounter where you need it. Sha.
Okay.
Apart from newsfeed and few other places, I don't think the other places that need transcoding of video. Okay, so
Okay.
this one too goes through the filter
Yeah. Okay.
in case
The
it's the one with the
description
first.
and the title. Yeah.
Yes. So these are important fields. Then the file name, if it's not empty, Then it will go through the filter before it gives it as the file name it will use.
Okay.
Then if not, it will use it. So this is also where you need to extend that guy. As when you put another parameter, maybe generate one, generate. Maybe there's another this thing you define, something like generate. So this is where you to do it. So the third option is to generate automatically, not use the file name, not use the one you provided, but to also generate its own. I don't know if you get.
Okay. That is
So
if
this
if you did not, if you provide your own file name,
if you
it will
provide
use
a
the
file name,
file
it will
name.
use this guy. If you don't provide, it will
If you
use the
don't, it
original
will
name.
use the original name.
If
Okay.
you then now if you now want it to generate automatically, if you have that use case, you can extend this option now and put something like maybe generate this thing. So this is where you can also do it and you get a file because whatever is in this file name is what the system is going to use to save it to
Yeah.
S3.
Yeah. So
So
if
this is where you can
even if you want to use this, even if you want the system to generate a file name, instead of sending the file name, you can build your own method to provide a file name that is automatically generated by the system before it passes it down to this guy.
yes. You can even
Okay.
so if you want to do that, normally most time when you want to generate, it's not like you don't want to generate something that makes sense. It's just maybe random generation.
You're off.
So but if it's something that you want a specific name, then you do it in the first. That's the purpose of this first one.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so let me share it was network. Let me share the screen. Are you seeing it now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, no. Check. That's what I'm doing. You can do that. Yes. Wait, no, take it. Come on, I won't. I'm not. Yeah. Are you putting my screen?
Yes, I can see yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's wait for Mr. James to join. Yeah.
David.
Sir.
Okay, we are back. Network was a problem.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, we're back. Just a moment. Let's see if I join us again.
Hello, David.
Hello, sir.
Okay, are you there? Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
This person is no longer on this Excel. What happened to him?
Let me check on you.
Please do.
I've spoken to him.
All right.
Okay, can we continue now?
Yes, please. Yes, please. Continue.
Coming. Mm, where was I, sir? Fine name. Okay, fine name, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now you have gotten I think James, you were asking questions before this thing got up. If you want to
Uh, just a moment.
generate.
Okay. The guy is on the move with my system, so I said to
Okay.
track down where he is. Okay. Yeah. So I was asking the file naming, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So this guy now, if I want to change the file name, maybe use the system automatic generation, I don't have to do it here. I'll do it before the file name comes here. So
Yes.
what
It's
I will
just
say, it will
yes.
be part of the option that comes in here.
Yes. The file name
Uh-huh.
of the image I use for the
Okay.
image.
Otherwise, the system will use the original name.
Yes.
Okay, fire them.
Yeah. So um this set part is where the system builds the key. Remember that key, which is
That
made up of
that
identity,
separates the identity,
the
that separates
preface,
one
the
file from
school.
the other, even when it is the same file that is
Yes,
being
as in
uploaded
the
to
way
our system.
we'll say it, we'll do it like the protocol, this one.
Hmm,
So this guy is the school identifier,
that's one.
then the description,
Okay.
then the type, and the hash,
Okay.
that hash.
The final hash, yeah.
So this is where it builds it up. Then after this one, the only one is the file name.
The file name.
Yes. And on top of it is the bucket name and the host this thing. So
Yeah.
the actual main part is this guy without the file name. So
Okay.
that's what that method is doing. So after this is when the system checks if there is transform.
Okay.
If for this file, maybe if it's an
Hmm.
image, you want it to transform it, it gives it to this file system.
Okay.
The same thing with Tom. If it's video or this thing,
Hmm.
this is where it sets. So the options that the file will use, almost everything happens here. So from
Okay.
here, the system will now know what to do for each of the file.
Okay.
So this guy is like everything you want to know about your file and how it will upload and do this in this where we do it. So
Okay.
with that, we can have like consistency across a lot of file system we want to use.
Well,
We just know we're expecting URL back from this guy or error or something or endpoint. Even endpoint can be our local at the end of the day. So we have a consistent service
yeah.
where we are moving from.
So while we are working, the endpoint definitely will come from our own EMV. So it goes
Yes,
to
that
our main
local one.
IO,
So this one is the one people will be using
the
on
main
your.
IO.
So this one you'll be using on your local. Maybe I should
Yeah.
even post it now. Uh, I think here you can post individual. Okay, let me post it to individual, sir. Okay, this is already this thing. So this is the one everybody will be using from now on.
Which is the one pointing to mini.io.
Yes.
Okay.
So this one, that meaning you don't even need to start different for like one, two, three. So
One
one,
links to all. Yeah. I
so
usually
one,
start doc and it links to media. I mean, it
yes,
links
all of
to
it. So
video, it
one is
links to
enough.
image.
One
Yeah.
is enough for all of them.
Yeah.
So just to maintain testing consistency. Sure. That's why I'm using it the way it is.
It's fine.
So the guy is now back. So after creating the file listing, so this guy contains the new file that
Final
has
file.
all the options. So with this guy now, the system can comfortably upload the file because it has the parameter. It knows whose file is it. It knows if there was error also. So if there is error during
It
the
goes in
creation
there,
of it,
checks.
so it doesn't bother processing it. It is part
Yeah.
of what will return to you. Then this one now is where it uploads each of those individual listings because each one has what it needs to do, different from the other ones.
Okay.
When you upload a document is different from when you're uploading a video, different from when you're
Yeah.
uploading
Wait,
a
image. Mm.
image. So let's start with the image.
Okay.
So when you're uploading an image, you know the things that are important, or height,
The height.
the quality.
Quality. Yeah.
So
Whether
by
you want
default is
it
this thing.
to
So
be
this
DP.
quality, 60 is what I'm using here.
Okay.
This quality is something I think we may have to you add in that options because
Directly
sometimes
because it's not all the time that you want the quality to reduce.
yes. So that's the time we may want this into the system. I think it's something that is good to add in that. are looking at it, let that have not gotten to it. It's something we need to add in that option. You can define your quality and say there are some places you want to display high quality image for what you want
Yeah.
to show in that place.
Yeah.
So you
Yeah.
can say to use higher this in like 80 or 100. But
Sometimes
other
it's not.
places,
Sometimes it's just upload something that does not need require display. So you can
yes,
just pass it the way you received it, or
yes.
even make
So
it
that
yellow.
kind of thing. So you can tell it to use 100. Just leave it the way it is. So we may. I think this guy. I'll later modify this sheet immediately and add this
Yeah, please
quality
do.
to it. So if there is transform, the system will enter and do the transform thing.
Using the width.
So it will use the default width by default when it's doing the transform.
Okay.
So if you set the width limit, it will check if your the width, current width, exceeds. If it exceeds, it will now use that limit as the width. Then
The
if you
limit.
specify the width, if you specify width, it will now use the width you specified. I don't know if you
Okay.
are looking at the chain, how it's going down.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's what it will do. So for this one, it will now get the real part.
So if you
And
specify width limit and also specify width, what happens?
this is the one that will, the last one now. Remember, it's going up down.
The width will override the width limit.
Yes,
Okay, go on.
the width will override the width limit.
Yeah.
So now the real part is to get the real part of the file. So that this guy, the image this thing will find it. So this guy is the one that will now do the real resizing.
That we used to
After
do
getting
with
all your
image.
eh?
That we used to do with image helper.
No, this is the image, even this guy is image helper. This one that will find out the width.
No, you know,
Image
initially it was not a service. Glide helper was a module.
guy help that was moving.
Like there was
Okay, you
like
mean that particular part? Okay, yes, that's
uh,
exactly what
so
it will
it's
do.
gone.
So
Okay.
now this guy will do the resize. So it will receive those values, the fourth ones.
Okay.
It will use it to do the resizing
Okay.
for you. So when it finishes, it saves it back to the original place, the original file where it
Okay.
came from. So after saving it to that file, that's when it will send it to S3 storage. So this is what this guy will do. It will use the disk. Remember the disk s3.doc, referring to
I don't know
a
whether it's
particular,
image or video.
yes,
Okay.
whether it's image or video. Then this guy is that part will define. Remember the one I told you without defining is that part identifying everything.
Yeah.
Remember this guy already contains the bucket name like doc, video,
Doc.
or image,
Yeah.
which will be part of the URL. Then this one now is now the main file. The main file that entered is this one.
Then the
Then the
final.
file name and
Okay.
we're telling the system to make it public. You know, you can send file that will be private, nobody can view it except using through API. So if you have some
Okay.
internal file, company file, you can also
Yeah.
send it as private and access it only through. It's only your this thing that will access it the way you permissions and access it.
So nobody can just click on file download.
Yes,
Okay.
nobody can access it except it goes through the channel. Maybe there is a software when you log into member area. That's where you're supposed to view it. That's the
So
only
it's
time
only the API that can access it.
access it and make it private.
Okay.
So after that one, when this guy comes out, the file system will set URL. This URL is where you now attaches the main, depending on each one who calls it. If you attach the main guy, where it set URL, look at it here. So that's CDN name. Remember the CDN name?
Yeah, this endpoint CDN.
Yes, with the bucket
Then the
name
bucket doc.
and
Then
the
the directory separated.
URL. The URL to return, the URL to return is the full name, the part name of the file, and that key is what will be returned. So we'll now add this thing. So this guy now is what you are looking for in the file system in that result.
At the end of everything.
At the end of everything, that time that result came back. When you are looking through files, this is the value of the guy you are looking for to save to database. This guy here. So
So all
after
this and I send it out now. What we're simply waiting for is the
just this
URL.
guy, as in file.url. you save it to your database. Ukwana.
Well,
So the thing is very easy. Why is looking complex? Because of I want people to
you
understand
have to see the back end. Well, these people when they show you the back end is always like garbage, but the front end is always a
yeah.
paradise. Have you seen that picture?
I think
front
I
end is a
think I've
paradise.
heard about it, but I don't know if I've seen like a picture or something.
The front end is
I've
always a
heard that
paradise,
quote before.
but the back end is a garbage.
Yeah.
Eh,
So that's that, Sha. So if there was error, then there is no need for you to proceed further. It will
yeah,
return with the error.
yeah.
So but if there was no error, it will also check if there is this guy
Come,
is set. Thumbnail. So if this guy is set, it will use the default rate of 250.
okay.
This was actually gotten based on our current usage in newsfeed.
In this
So
feed,
but if you set your own, it will also use it.
like the profile picture of the person.
Yeah, profile picture now. If we require
Also, the
smaller image,
user thumb. Yeah, user thumb.
if we
User.
require smaller image, we'll specify that you should use this
Mm,
the thumbnail size for image, then that's what it's going to use. If not, it will use the port of 250.
mm,
So using that same file from the main one, it will create the thumbnail and everything,
mm,
resize it, call the resize method, resize it, then now save it to disk.
mm.
After saving it to disk, then you to save it to this guy. So if a file requires thumbnail, under that file, if this guy has a value, then you know it has
A
it's
thumbnail
where you get
URL.
the URL, thumbnail URL that you need.
Okay.
So once this guy has value, then you know you have business. It return the value you're waiting for. So this
But
guy and the URL.
where is the main URL? So there will be files three URL and there will be files
Yes,
three thumbnail.
thumbnail. If you're expecting thumbnail at that particular
Mm,
location. So
okay.
those are the two most important things after everything is said and done. Error, URL, and thumbnail.
Okay.
After everything is said and done, this is what you are expecting to see to save to your
And
database.
of
That's all.
course, thumbnail is whether there is a doc. If there is a doc,
Okay?
if of course, thumbnail is for media files.
Thumbnail,
Is for media files, not for documents.
thumbnail.
As in
Okay,
the
yes. I will have a default this for document which shows us that sign up. As what
yes.
default image we're using for document.
Yeah, okay.
Now, yeah, more green, more blue stripe
Blue,
something.
blue sea,
That's what
yeah.
we're using for.
Mm,
So that one is general for everyone. So now, um, okay, so we are done with this. So let's move on to video already. So video will do almost the same thing,
same thing, except
and
for where
it will,
there is need
it will
for
save
transcoding.
the file. It will save the file. I think this was old method though. I'll have to change this guy. Just small video. But the main thing is that it's not supposed to save this file. I think I did this before I modified that new option. It's supposed
Okay.
to go through this part. I think I'll come back to change this guy. It will save this file after it has done all the filter. But there was a reason I did this one first when I was, so that's the one I implemented for modifying for documents and image. But I'll just
Okay.
quickly do. So just assume that this saving is done down here when everything must have happened.
Okay.
But there's no need to save it before processing it. Because when did this, this thing has a feature. I was trying to see if I will explore that feature, but I think we'll do it later, much later. Because trying to do it will actually delay our migration a very long time. Look at
Okay.
how that one works. Right now, if you upload something, it's our server that will bear the consequences. Like even if you're uploading 2 gig, throughout that time you're uploading 2 gig, our CPU is the one. The web server CPU is the one processing it, saving it
Yeah.
through Apache or whatever. When it finishes, that when you start this processing you're doing now.
Mm,
But there is this thing, all those spaces, this thing, they have a concept whereby if I want to upload videos, let's say I want to upload 3 files, the name is image one, image two, image three. That time you click on upload. That time you click on upload,
yeah.
I will send the request. I will send the request to I will send the request to the back end. The back end will go to S3 and create what we call temporal URL.
Okay.
The temporal URL will look like the normal URL you get to generate after everything is done.
Okay.
But that particular URL does not have anything on it.
Yeah. It's
So when
like
you create that temporal URL, I will now
create
return it.
Like an interface.
Not necessarily interface. It's just that same route you're going to upload to. And a normal day, that final route I told you
As a
is
FA
fast.
canal. Mm.
Eh? Yeah, that's what it look like. So you bring it down. When you bring it down, your upload will go directly to that URL. So when it's going to that URL, it's going to that location on the S3.
That has been created with empty data.
Yes. So with that, your system does not do any work at all for upload. So if you fail, even if client is downloading 1 million things, or what's and your server. So at the
Okay.
end of the day, what you're now waiting for is the final URL that is done. When it's done, it now is the URL that you return back to save.
Okay.
So, but ultimately, that's what we are going to use because right now, the load will still, bulk of load being upload will still be hitting our server resources.
I've not, as of this moment,
Yes, that's the current
we are
utilization
still
we're
in
going to
direct
support.
connection with them
You say?
because we still have direct connection with S3.
When you say that connection, I don't know.
As in, it is still our server that does the upload to S3.
Yes, it's our server that does the upload. As in, it first goes to our server, then our server sends it to S3. But with that thing I told you now, you send it that it's the client that will send it to S3 and give us the URL. We'll go and save in database.
Meanwhile, S3 will now continue the upload.
No, now as in that time, like me on the minimum upload and I make 2%, 3%. That 3% is actually direct to the big bucket, our spaces directly.
Mm.
Is what the client is uploading to. So it's when you succeed, that's when you now go back to go and save the URL
Mm.
to your system. So with
Okay.
that, nothing concerns your system with upload and load again about upload.
Okay.
So it will now be removed from you. So, but that's where we'll end up with later. But doing it means we have to change a lot of things, even in front and back end. It's not this normal thing we're now doing. We have to now change things properly, which will take longer time. So that's why I left that one for now, so that we do fast migration for now.
Okay.
So for the video own too, if
Optimizing.
there is if there is transform or thumbnail, it will now enter this method. Remember this FFP, that's what we use to check things. So this FFP will tell us um, if this video needs transforming. Because remember codec, there are some codec that don't play on the web.
Yeah.
So the ones that currently play are these ones. These ones are the ones that currently work.
Which one is that? 264
Yes,
AAC
264, the one
VAP.
based on my test. So if a file is having this codec, it will work, will allow it to pass without doing anything. But once it's not within this guide, it needs
Just
to be transcoded for now till
okay.
I find out that file types. So I will just be updating this list based on
The new
um,
ones.
experience. So if I test that a file can play directly, I'll add it to this. I'll add the codec to this list. So when it comes,
It
it will
passes
not
with
be
that transcode.
yes. So if the system checks it and discover that this codec needs to be transformed, that's when it will activate this is external. That means it needs to go to our external server to
Mm.
transcode it. It will be activated for this file.
Okay.
Yes. So then it will also save the codec. If I want to know it's through this saving of this codec, I will now know
The
which one,
new the new
which
ones.
ones, apart from the ones we have already, which new ones went there.
Yeah.
So from those ones that went there, I can
You know,
now,
which ones are still
check if
browsing.
whether it can work direct, or so this is how I want to build the list of the ones I need to add to the list. That's why I saved it to the file that came back.
Okay.
Because I will save it to the external server transcoding it. So there is where I will be looking for the information that I need.
Okay.
So the document is very simple. You can see. Just come and save. No long story.
Yeah.
No long story. So you can look at the actual transcoding method, what they do and all those things when you go down. So but that is basically what this guy does. So when this guy returns, then the system will now check if this guy,
External.
if external
Activated.
was activated. If it's activated, it will save the file. And if this is what is holding the file that will now be sent to the external service, it will save it here to be sent to the external service.
Okay.
So the system will finish and now return. But this thing may not concern because I don't think this is like one or two places in this our whole system. So people may pay not much attention to this. May not be is this extreme case, yeah? This is the most extreme case we see in this system. So this is where this system now returns. It will now return error for you or the files. If it succeeded, it will return the success and the files.
Okay.
So this is the main thing you are waiting for. This guy or error.
Okay.
So I'm going back to this guy. Job. I think it's job that called this.
Process
So that guy I showed you now, which is the success and file, is what
is the
you are
results coming
waiting for.
from there. Yeah.
So you can see now, if I have a file I need to this thing, I will just call this. I will just call this method like this. Even from that, this I'll just call this method.
Mm.
I'm just wait for the file. That's all. What the into the file ever. I'll wait for it. What do you have for me? So when this guy comes back, you check if there's zero. If there's zero, then you access your file. But other things that happened here was because of the special case I'm handling in newsfeed.
In newsfeed.
Yes. So from here on, every other thing I'm doing here is specific to because of I'm working with newsfeed and the kind of thing I want to do. So
Okay.
the concept of the whole this thing, the structure we are doing, I think everything stops almost here.
Line 63.
By the time you get your this thing.
You now
So,
do
but
my
now I want to explain further the other part because this part will also be okay. I think you will also need this part because remember now you
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 need to send notification when it's
you
done.
need to send notification whether it failed or it doesn't fail. But
Mm.
remember the system is maybe at that time the button is rotating that circle thing
Yeah.
and waiting to respond. Hello?
Yeah.
So at that point the button is hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. Clearly.
Yes, sir.
So at that point, the button is rotating, and waiting for response. So you have to send it, whether good or bad. You must reply back to tell you that you can now error happened or something happened. You need to tell the system. So let me start with the error. Let's say error happened, something like an error happened. Uh, you can create whatever you want to, but this is the format I decided to use for myself. But you can send anything because whatever you send there, you should be expecting it in the front. So you're the one that decides. But for me, this is what I follow. I have extra parameter. This is where I put anything specific to the particular module I'm working on. Then the status will tell me whether it's succeeded or not. But for this particular one, I need to send it to a particular user. That's why the user ID was necessary. There are some that are general, maybe like updating module. You don't need to send it to anybody. It's just to tell the system that that thing has finished. So anybody listening for it will receive it. So this is where it sends this thing to a broker service. So it will give you the status, user ID, and the extra parameters. You are still hearing me, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Clearly.
Okay. So this is where it will now send the message to the front to now know that the thing was successful. Remember, status is what I'm using. You can use anything. Just that whatever you send down, make sure that's the same thing you're expecting in the distance. So this broker service, let me just talk about it. We have it before, we have it all over everywhere. But this fit ready. I had to remodel it a little bit to suit what I wanted to do. Remember in a private broker service, the whatever you declare as the public method is what the system will send. Anything in the public method is what the system will send. I don't know if you remember. Like if
Yeah.
you want system to send anything you define here. If I define something else now, so what it means the system will send both data and data too. That will
Okay.
be the string, email, and whatever value. That's what is doing. That's how these brokers work. So
Okay.
right now I'm just sending data. Everything I get from payload, I put it to data. So this data is what we send. Then I put a condition that it should only send when user ID um, is present because the person listening to is listening based on the user ID. Remember, channel is where the person listening to. Then different events can come from the channel. So this particular event is event of feed ready, which I think we should use one file to be defining this thing so it is easier for us to change if we need to.
To add
Having
more
one
to
place,
it.
eh?
To add more
Having
to
one
it.
place, yes, having more one place where we define this thing. So in case we are not getting into, we can decide to change it later.
Is that
Having one
what
place
the
where we,
event channels and name is all about?
you said,
Is that what the event channels and name event is?
sorry, I didn't get the
Is it the
question again.
place that you are referring to, where we
Yes,
have
this guy is just a normal file that contains, as in where we define name. I don't know.
okay,
Can you remember email batch? Email batch.
email
Hello.
batch?
Yes. Under that location, notice there was a centralized location of defining or different things that the notation is doing. Let me show you. Yes, this thing now.
Okay, okay.
You notice that this thing, all everything is defined
For
inside this guy,
newspapers,
one
different.
centralized location. This is exactly something like this.
Okay,
That thing I'm showing you. So before now, before you know this thing, what channel is equal, you have to go to inside the channel to know.
yeah.
But having a centralized location means we can easily,
Just go
you
to the
know,
location.
as you say, okay, I don't want this thing to let me change the name. You just go to one location. So it's
Mm,
normally a good practice to do that.
yeah,
You can put the name directly, it will still work. There is no issue. Just that I felt having a centralized place where I can, like this update this, I can decide to change it to whatever I want.
yeah. And it
If
will
you
start
start
working.
listening to this thing, so it will. So that's why the purpose. So nothing special about it.
Okay,
So the same thing with broadcasters is the name you want it to broadcast as in a channel is the first is one you listen to. But different this in that channel you can be listening for an update, delete, and you do different things based on that.
okay,
So that's the whole of channel. So I can have this channel and this event is different across many places and the person is still listening to it because that's what we are going to use for our let's say we have a update for users.
mm,
I'm going to create it as part of this migration. Like if we want to do a lot of, we want people to log out, we want to do a lot of things. We just have one place. User dot that guy is always listening to it. So if I want users to log out under my event, is event that I will broadcast the user should log out.
yeah.
So even though that guy is receiving a lot of these things, so it will know that that particular one is for log out. Or you log out from this system.
Hmm.
So that
Interesting.
kind of thing. So this event broadcast is where you broadcast the particular action you want it to do.
Mm,
Action of what? Event of delete, event of this, event of that. So that's what we're also going to use to anytime we update, we can use it to trigger refresh of those
refresh.
files. So those things will come on board as part of this migration.
Okay,
Yes, so that's what this broadcast is doing. So you can create your own anytime. So if you are creating it, there are some things you normally say, but I have what I call base class. I created two base class to, remove those things so I don't have to recreate them every time. So
okay,
if we want things, we can add it here. So for example, this guy, this paddle is what makes it to be this interact with this standardized models. So it's part of
okay,
those components of a broadcast. Then this broadcast queue is the queue you want it to use. So I want to introduce like four types of broadcasts. The first one will be notifications.
okay,
Notification will be the one with the highest priority. If you want to be notified about something, you want it to come immediately
okay,
about it. Then the next one will be media. So if you are doing something that goes to queue like it's important, like a media, you need to do to process fast so that you return back to the client and tell him yes, this was successful or not.
yeah,
So media is the next one. Then the next one will be what do you call it? Um, I forgot it. I will check. But the last one will now be result. Result is okay. The next one is email. This
okay.
are sending email. All these
Batch email.
things that's in email. Yes, even though is good to go, but email is not something we want to deliver immediately. It can go in background and be sending email as we go along. It's not a problem. So it's not like that. So notifications, media, and email. Then the last one will now be results.
Okay,
After results, then you have the normal default queue. So
mm,
this particular one, so this broadcast is using notification. But apart from using notification, there's what we call, I don't know if you know, should broadcast now and should broadcast. I
later.
don't know if you know about it.
Okay, now I have it.
Should
Well,
broadcast now and should broadcast.
specifically.
So how they work is that these shoe brokers will respect this guy. Are you people see my screen?
Yeah.
It will actually go to a queue. I respect this. So if you put it in, if you don't put this thing, it will just go to normal default queue. But if you put a queue, it will go to that queue. That's where it will process. But this same guy, the broadcast now, will actually use queue equal to sync.
We use Q
Do you
equal to.
get that?
So please
Queue
come again.
equal to. Well, let me show you EMV. So you understand what I mean. Remember here now, this is where we change our broker's driver. This place now.
Yeah.
I want you to use log.
Right.
In fact, this is the main one. It's queue that is sending things. So if I want it to now, you know it's sync. So sync means it doesn't go to job, right?
It doesn't
Yes,
go
sir.
to job. It sends direct.
As in, it has to wait to do whatever action you want to do before it will return for you.
Okay.
That's what sync does. If you put something like Redis, then it will go to job, or it will use Redis job storage. If you put database, if you put database, that means the job will be saved in database or something like that. You
Yeah.
understand?
Failed job or jobs.
Yes. As in, no, the failed job will always go to database, but job itself, the storage
Jobs.
system you use will be or database
That
what
sync
do you call it? This thing.
database
But
already.
sync, but sync means it's not saving anywhere. It will
Just wait
execute
for
it
it to
immediately.
execute. Okay.
As in just as if you didn't go anywhere.
Hmm. Which is what we usually use on local host to make sure that
Yes,
we're seeing any error.
you are seeing the error and everything. So it's not like go to job, you'll be looking for your error.
Mm-hmm.
You want to use all this DD and go there. So that's what sync does. So that's the purpose of this should broadcast now. Should broadcast now uses queue. So
Uses.
it will use the current queue driver that you have. So for example, now if I have Redis here, if I call should broadcast, if I call should broadcast, it will use whatever queue this is specified, or it will use default, and it will
Okay.
use Redis, and it will use whatever driver you put, whether Redis. You know, here you can also define connection. If you want it to use Redis instead of or database, or you can define it here too. It will bypass this thing, but you must make sure that something you have a queue list worker listening for it.
Okay.
So you can define connection, you can define this thing. So when you
Okay.
say should broadcast now, what it means is that it will act like
Sync
sync. It will not
direct.
wait for it. So assuming you have 10 workers and all of them are occupied and you want to send someone notification, the thing should go depending on the type of notification, the thing should go immediately or not go immediately.
Okay.
But you have to make sure that if you are using should broadcast now, it's something that doesn't take time.
Uh-huh. I was going to
Not,
ask.
not when you are sending email, you use should broadcast now. If you not use should broadcast now if you are sending email. It's just like not even if you are sending email, if you are sending notification that you know it will need to go and fetch a lot of users before it to start sending the broadcast for them. You need to
Usually it's
broadcast it.
better for the single user.
Yes. So if you are doing that, then this is the best. This is the one you extend. Those events,
Hmm.
the one you extend, not the other one. Because before the system
So
will
you
hide
have the option of base event or base now events.
now events. Or even if you don't want to extend anything, then you yourself will just define the distance like normal brokers. You bring those things here and define. But there's no need.
Hmm.
If it's in the base, just extend the base. Because that
Yeah.
base is good. In case we need to add other parameters, we can just do it in one file, base file, and it will affect everybody once.
Yeah, that's true.
It will affect everybody once. We don't have to do anything. So it's structural. So all these things I put it in structural. So I will do it and push in structural. And it will
Okay.
affect the whole system. So that's for that. So this guy is just sending this thing to a particular user because this guy is listening to it. Why you are sending like this? Because this guy, somebody is actually listening to this exact text
Check that first.
somewhere. So if you send to it, the person will get it. And so that's how normal brokers, listening, server sending, somebody listening. So let me show you the person listening. And I think I'm done with the back. So let me show you the person listening and how the person is receiving the information. So this guy now is the one listening. Post news.
That's
So
on the
this guy,
dashboard.
eh?
That's on the dashboard.
Yes. When you click on this publish, this is the guy that is called. When you click on this publish,
Yeah.
this button, that post news is the person that is called. This guy is the person that is called. So this, if you do normal thing on
Yeah.
material, then when
So
it's ready to send.
listen.
So this is what I added, introduced. Before now, let me go down that. This is what we have as our echo. This is what we have as our echo. So fine, let me go to the original one so that you understand what I'm about to explain. This is what we currently have as our echo. I don't know if you have seen this in places.
Okay.
You
Feed
can
ready. Yeah.
eh?
Okay. Feed post ready. That pops the notification on the top right.
Notification at the top right. Yeah?
As in when you have uploaded
Yes,
a data,
yes, yes. As in to tell you that you are waiting
send
for this
up to
thing.
you now that you're waiting for it, and then when it's
Yes.
ready, it
So
will
this is
tell
the
you
guy that listens to Laravel, our Laravel Echo server.
cassava.
This is one that communicates with it. So when you publish that channel, it broadcasts to Redis. Redis will use the pop and push to push to Laravel server. Then the server socket IO will now push it down to this guy. This guy listens to the socket IO. So anything
Okay.
that comes with it, he pushes it. So depending on if you are listening to it, you now get it. If you're not listening, you not get it.
Yeah.
So that's how it works. So currently, this is what happens. You see this guy, this echo, new echo, creates a channel to our server, to the Java Echo server, IO,
Mm.
and you now listen to this socket. So what this means is that this guy will create different distance. That's why most times if your echo is not on, you start noticing error immediately. Pam pam pam
Yeah.
pam 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 pam.
Mm.
Error,
Because
error,
someone
error,
is
error.
waiting for it.
So
Yes,
many
yes, yes.
from messages and all those things.
From the
All
email
those
notifications and all that.
every general notification, all those things, all of them are listening, have their
Mm.
own echo. To open echo and start listening. So to create a lot of these things and by default, if you don't specify anything, this guy is using pulling. After pulling to upgrade to web socket. So that pulling is the one doing all those as in this thing. And so that's not scalable. So now we are doing scaling. So that means that each of our school,
Mm.
if each tab you open, not even each of our school. If I open two tabs, if that thing is nothing current is making 18 connections. So if it's not available, you notice that the system will drag because it's making that request constantly, every second. We. If you check your RAM and this thing, you can see it's very high already. So that what makes the system,
Yeah.
especially a system that the queue already stopped working. You see that our school will start dragging immediately because of this guy. So this guy was not
Okay.
scalable. I had to look for the better alternative and how to do it properly. So this is the new solution I came up with. So that's why this guy is no longer available. So I now have to centralize how you call this guy the echo listing. So this is the new guy now. So the echo is now on a general place, which is the default service. So this is the guy that starts it. So let me show you the structure of the guy. So this listing, look at this is what it does. So when you enter like this guy is a global. Services are singleton. That means you did this called once only when the app is starting. Like when
Okay.
somebody opens the site, throughout the sites, everything is available. That's why if you put something in service, everybody will see it.
Okay.
So when this app starts, Echo server will not be initialized. So that's the first check it does there. If this guy is not available, go and create initialize echo. So it will
Okay.
create this echo only once throughout the whole system.
Okay.
So this is how we create it. But I added also new things. That thing that if the maybe your internet
Hello, David. Hello, David. Hello, David.
Yeah, can you hear me, sir?
Okay, okay.
Okay. Can you put here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Sorry about that. I think it was network.
Okay.
All right. So the sockets as I was explaining, if you don't put the false values, that's when it will be doing that reconnect, which will slow down. Over time, you see like 40,000 error messages and
Yeah.
the system will become unusable. So that's the function of this reconnect, delay, and everything. So this one will use a factor. After, like, if the network goes back down, it will try immediately. If it fails, it will use that factor to know the next time to try. It will go to like 5 seconds, it will try again. After that, it will try the next 10 seconds. After that, it will try the next 20 seconds. So that
Okay.
backup factor is what will now make it. So that's how everything, even that drift, it uses this socket IO. So that's how they also work. You don't see them if there is error. It doesn't retire immediately.
WhatsApp and co. Mm.
Yeah, almost everybody uses it. I'm just giving an example in our system. The one that
Okay.
is using it also in our this drift chart. You
Mm.
notice when there is network using, start seeing error in your console because of this
Mm.
guy. But it's not like immediately you see like 10,000 constantly. Uh-huh.
Okay.
So this takes care of that. So if you initialize only once and initialize the sockets and listeners, yeah.
Okay.
So the function of this guy is to now have it like a centralized place. Once you call it, it will initialize this guy for you and return. So your
Okay.
callback and socket is what is going to give you back. So let me show you where it's applied. So now when this guy returns, it has now been initialized. It creates this guy, a global socket that records all the echoes created. So anytime
Okay.
you create, it uses the channel name and creates and save it to this guy. So this guy holds the instance of all the running echo.
Okay.
So we will now call that guy that we created. You give it the channel name, the event
The
name.
event
Remember
name.
the event will define.
Yeah. The ready
Yes,
event.
yes. Event name is this guy.
Chai. Chai. Anyone this woman 1 o'clock and when get media quickly.
Uh,
Evergreen. No, not for
uh,
me.
okay.
Anyway,
So
at one
what?
o'clock, but this is 1:49 already.
So what do you want
Just
us
a
to do?
moment. Hold on. Just a moment. Hold on. Just a moment. Hold on. Hello. Hello, madam. We'll mobile and DDO. Yes, someone not going to 1 o'clock. Just need mobile time. Oh, just mobile time. Yeah. Continue, my brother.
Okay. So I wanted to show you people where the guy is coming from. The channel name. The example of it is that um, is it notification? Yeah.
Feed ready.
Yes. So this guy
That's
is the one that represents the
the
event.
feed ready
Why this
name.
guy?
Okay.
Yeah. Why this guy is the channel?
Okay.
So this channel, this guy, event name is this guy. Why the channel is this guy. So whatever you define there on top is what you are going to put this place.
Okay.
So that's that. So then this guy, this FN is the callback function.
Because when you receive this notification, what do you do with it?
Eh?
When you receive these events, what do you do?
Yes. So whatever method you pass here is who will
Mm.
be called when the event happens.
Okay.
So let me go back and show you like example. This guy now. So that's the purpose of this guy. This
Yeah.
channel name. This channel name I created on the top, and that
Just
event
feed
name.
it ready. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Then this is the method I want. Call this method when event happens.
Okay.
The event I'm waiting for. So under this event, remember all these things are just specific to this particular app, but it's just like a general idea.
Mm.
So the main thing is that once you send this thing, then you start listening for what will happen.
Mm. So if you receive
Yeah.
it, send out the real notification, the
Yeah, okay.
pop-up.
There's something I missed here. This guy is supposed to be here too. and I'll talk about it. These guys should be here too.
Okay.
So when the thing happens, it will now call. Remember that status I told you. Remember these things I'm doing here is because of the data, the kind of data I sent.
Yeah.
So you remember you can send whatever you want, but if you
Because
like,
of
we
the
can
data
maintain
you
one
sent,
status.
this is what you're expecting it to
That's why
do.
I'm expecting I'm passing it like this. So that means when that data, remember I told you that that thing will send whatever you define, whatever name you define.
Yeah.
Because I define that data, that's why I'm expecting that. If I define it as Emeka, that means what I'll do in front is rest of Emeka.
Mm.
Whatever you send is what you are going to be expecting at the back. So when I say that from the back, my convention is that if I see one, that means my request was successful. And if I see zero, any other thing, you know it was not successful.
Yeah, okay.
So that's exactly what happened there. So this is not like specific to anything. This is just specific to this newsfeed I'm doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if the thing was published for newsfeed, then you say publish. So just specific something to newsfeed that was here before.
Yeah. I think it's clear. That one is clear.
So then after that, then when you are done, this is part is important. You disconnect from
Stop.
it so that
Yeah.
we don't waste connection. Because what
Yeah.
happens before now is that we have a lot of open connection doing nothing. Like after you come to that admin the dashboard now and put something, the echo that is created there, if you move to other pages, it's still there.
Others
If you
will
come back,
accumulate under it.
of course, if you come back again and publish again, and you come back again and create another one, so that's how it will keep piling up in the system. Connections will keep piling up in the system. Over time, it will slow your browsing down.
Mm.
So that's why. So you call this stop dot listing and just pass it the channel name. Automatically, it will destroy the channel
The
listing.
connection, okay,
Yeah.
the listening
So
connection.
it will just destroy the listing. But remember, the connection has been created only once.
Yeah.
So any other person that wants to do it, the thing will not system will not create again. To just use the instance of it to create new listening listing and channel.
Yeah.
So with that, we have only one connection doing all the work, and so every school just one connection, and where the person is browsing with only one connection. Every
Yeah.
other request goes through it.
So if you want to do something like this student profile upload now, this front end part of it will also set this listening part. And by the time
Yeah.
it goes to the back end and the broadcasts completed, because we are listening to it, we just pick it up and do whatever we want to do in terms of completion, like echo alert or go ahead with another process, whatever we want to.
Hey, see, in fact, I'm talking about what do you call it? School, as in this example. Ahmad himself now was a very, very good example to even show. You see that this have implemented it already. Those
Again,
team updates,
module
module
update.
updates, and skill updates.
Direct.
In fact, that's where we need to go to. But that's the real
Straight
use case.
forward. You may upload the chele or make sure install everything that you think. Save
That's the real use case.
cheaper.
I forgot about it. Let's go to it. So where we're going to get the example we're looking for. So let's try team update. We'll look at what how it was before and what changed inside it. So team install. So this is team install before on educare. So this line is 1745. So let me open the equivalent. Um, controllers settings. Line what again? 1765.
You can start from
Yeah.
there, I think.
This is educare service
17.
pack. Abi? I need to switch this branch. This branch is listening to this guy. Okay, so this is the install we had before.
Okay.
But let me use update because install I had to now change it to a method. Before it was inside this place. So let me go to update, the one that was a method before. So this is the update that we had before. So you can see how it was working. Can everybody see this thing?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yeah.
I can hear you,
Okay.
sir.
So this is how it was.
Yeah.
This
Okay.
is how
Hear
it was
you.
working before. Normal. This is how you. These are the things you see in a lot of places. Whether student upload, this is most times what you see. Like
Yeah.
when you call the method, you call
Just
what you
send it
need
to
to
the
call.
service.
Then
Get the
you now
results.
send this thing. Upload picture now. Upload picture now. It will go with the picture or whatever. Then no. Ah, this one will show Sha, but it's partial. You know, here we're not actually uploading picture, James.
I don't get.
You know, we are not uploading anything here, Sha. But this like almost this is exactly the same concept of what we are doing. But we're not uploading anything here, per se, like picture or anything. But this is exactly what it will do. As in, we assume that we are uploading picture, it will process everything it needs to process and it will send to the back. When it comes back from the back, it will now do the after effect or whatever. I don't know if you have seen this, right? So I can go to the new one. In the new one now, this is same method again. See the difference inside this place. This guy is now empty. Are you seeing it? Are you seeing the difference?
Okay. Network is a little down. So
I'm hearing you.
you can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Okay. Try again. I think the network cut off.
Okay, I'm hearing you currently.
Okay.
But you're
Just
hearing me, right?
repeat. Yes, I can hear you now.
David, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm still here, sir.
Okay. So now the difference between these two of them is this thing now.
You start
So
listening. It's
when
not
you're
the
doing
one holding the function.
yes. So now this guy, when you call the channel you are going to receive your reply from.
Okay.
So after
Okay.
calling it, you give it the method that will handle the return value. So I'm showing the code there so you see what changed on a normal day. On a normal day, this is what happens. But right now, this guy has been moved to a new method that will be called when things return. So it will no longer happen immediately. It will happen when the broker tells us that we are ready to do this thing. Are you still hearing me? Right?
Yes, I
Yeah.
can hear. So that
Okay.
means you start the this thing before updating.
Of course, now.
Okay.
You just call the channel that will be involved in this thing. Then you call the type of event, and you now call the method that we called when it returns. So this is the method I have. So you can see that code. I didn't change much. Oh. Just that code that was there is what I moved to this place. This same
Okay.
code
Okay.
is what was moved to this place. So when it comes back, I will check if it was successful. If it was successful, I will run down this same successful code that is here. I'm not the one. I'm not changing anything. So I'm not reprogramming what was there before. I'll just change what was here. So the only difference is now is that normally the normal method returns with data, rest of data of this some of information. But
Yeah.
now I'm returning it from my extra. Remember I told you I'm the one using conversion of extra. It can be anything you want
Yes.
based on
Yes.
what you are sending now. So that extra is what is holding my module name and version. Then the normal success message. That's all. So nothing changed from the original this thing. No modification. Just rearranging it to
Mm.
wait for the broadcast before saying success or failure.
Yeah.
So that's the purpose of researcher. Wait for broadcast before saying success or failure. Then when you are done, close the listing. Then
Oh,
this listing that is here is also important. Remember when this thing returns, is when you close or listing. But sometimes before the thing goes to job, it may have failed already. So you don't even need to wait for brokers again. So you just close it immediately.
Yeah.
Remember that this return success, that's why you are even waiting for this thing. But sometimes maybe network happened, it failed. Close this guy back again. This guy you started there. Close it immediately because you don't have to wait for this guy will not happen again.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's the purpose of this way. So that's all about
So
the
success,
difference between
the
normal.
update helper will do the closing, but on error, stop it
Yes, on
immediately.
error, just stop it immediately. Because that means the method didn't even run. This guy, nobody will call this guy.
Mm. Just a moment, please. I think Tobe is here already. Tobe, yeah, just a moment. Oh, aye. Tobe,
Okay.
okay. Have you, where are you now? Oh, you're still around the Ikeja. Ah, okay, okay. Because I was wondering if you have gotten to the office, maybe you just collect the ram and head to Ifani's house. You know Ifeko's house, right? Okay, but where are you now?
David, I hope you are following so far. Hello, David.
Hello. I'm following, sir.
Okay. So this place is just the way the this thing will change. So nothing as in based on the concept, nothing is changing. You're just rearranging it. Like instead of telling the person immediately you are done, you wait for the broker to tell you that the upload was successful because we are dealing with network. So the team may no longer send immediately. It needs to send over a network. So you wait for network latency and now know whether it failed or not and know what to tell the person, whether success or failure. Because what happens now is that if you don't do this, eh, and the person starts waiting, the connection may time out in the 30 seconds and the person will no longer know the request, whether the thing failed or not. Do you
Yes, sir.
understand?
Yes, sir.
After 30 seconds, the connection will time out if it doesn't finish, or 67, depending on the setting on the system. So the thing will now time out. So that's very risky for that kind of operation.
Okay. Okay.
Yes. So that's the purpose of this using this method to make sure that you disconnect immediately and wait for the request. If that's the best practice for this.
Okay. But sir, can you see go back to that point where you called the main event for this?
Called the main event. Is it the ready method? This place?
Yes. Yeah.
This brokers or the one that actually called this guy?
The one that actually called this particular guy.
As the
Okay,
upload finishes.
that should be the service. Should be fish service. Here.
Okay.
This guy is already most places in our app. Oh. Even where you will change it. Okay, okay, you need to introduce your own. Okay, yes. So this is how to call a brokers. You call brokers, then the brokers class that you created, and you give it the parameter. That's all. That's
So for each of the broadcasts we need, we will have to create our own ready, whether it is feed ready, module ready,
yes, whatever
students
you want.
ready.
Yes. So that's whatever you want. You can create, call it.
Okay,
Remember,
sir.
most times all these places we are dealing with profile in a particular module, it may just be three places, which is the edit, modify, and this thing. So in a module, they are not like that much. Oh. Just that most times it spans across a lot of modules.
Okay,
Here we
sir.
are
But
dealing
this is
with
this is actually favorable when you are uploading something via network.
when you say by network,
I
can
mean,
you
like
explain?
anything uploading. This is the best option for now.
Yes, anything that has to do with media, like you are dealing with picture, video, or documents. This is it. That's what we are trying to restructure in our system.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Any place we have video, document, or this thing, we're uploading it. This is what we are doing for it.
Okay. Okay.
So that's the purpose of this whole thing we are doing now, is to restructure our media upload.
Okay. Well,
Yes.
sir, the method that calls the job at that first time,
The
that is
method that calls the job. Is it not this fee service? Which method are you referring to?
there's a method
This
that is.
one. Is it this one? When I was explaining this one.
So now this return message now, where will it be shown?
The return message of which one? The
Particular.
this place this broadcast. Is it this one when you say return message? Is it this one you're referring to?
No, sir. There's the first one you showed me now.
In the front end? Yes.
No, no, no. In that your controller, there's the line that called that particular job. Then there's a return statement under it.
The one that called newsfeed. Yes.
Yes, yes. This line 88
This one.
now.
This
Yes,
is the
sir.
one that will start the maintenance. Remember I told you now if there was error, the job will not even start in the first place. This guy, now remember this guy on a normal, you are supposed to receive success now before you start doing action.
Yes.
Let me
Yes.
settings. Remember on a normal, the one I showed you people. Educare. This guy, success will come before this guy can run.
Yes.
So, for example, that news feed now, assuming there was error before it got to that success. Assuming there was error before it got to that success. For example, these things can make it to error. This place now, this line now,
Yes.
user does not have permission. If user does not have permission, it will not even bother uploading any image, processing anything. So once you come back, just tell you user does not have permission, and it
Yes.
will stop the listening. So you start listening when you know the thing has finished everything and entered the job. The job has started. That's when you even bother listening. But if there was error before you process the email or even create your this thing, then there is no need for those other ones. You just
So that
proceed.
means that means your line 88 now. This you will be notified when your post is ready. I want to
Yes.
know where, like, where at what point will it come to the front?
For example, in this particular newsfeed, that's why it depends on the use case you are doing. For this particular newsfeed now, it will not. This was like the old message. Remember, I told you that
This
I'm
is
not
an old.
restructuring the app. Currently,
Yeah.
I'm not restructuring methods and everything. I just work with what is already there.
Yes.
I make the modification I will make it work. This guy has always been what was here before. So whenever the thing sends, the front end will tell you you'll be notified when your this thing is done.
Okay.
But right now, I don't even need this thing here. It's just that it's from the legacy, from the old this thing. But the main thing is that it needs to return success for the thing not to say that it failed. For the broker to continue listening. It needs to return this success. If it doesn't return success, what it means is that this block will be executed. If the
Okay.
system does not see success, this block will be executed. That means it will tell the person that the post creation failed and it will stop the listening. So it's only when it returns success that's when the system will allow this guy to be. This is the one that shows it very well. So if it returns success, that's when this place, this is what is supposed to run. But right now we're waiting for the response. But assuming it will not return success, this is what will run. It will just stop immediately and tell you that the thing failed.
Okay.
So in the system, we're using that success. We are tracking it already. It's just because of how we built it and what we are tracking. For example, this is where that success is actually called. This response checks for this success. That's how we know the block to send it to call, whether to call on success or on failure. So if your response does not have success, it will go to on failure. But if there's success, it will go to this.
Okay. I understand now.
So this is where the system actually uses this success and failure from day one. So all those things are not something new. These are what has been there already. So we are just modifying to make sure the media works. But all these other ones, they have been here since. So you are not adding anything to it. It's just to modify it a little bit to accommodate the new addition.
Okay, sir.
So this is actually for the extension. So this guy now, let me see this module update. This module update. Ah, I don't think this guy will not work. Oh. This guy didn't do an upload. This guy will not work. Hello, James, are you still with us?
Yes, completely. Just trying to follow you.
Okay. So I think this module didn't upload anything. I don't think it will still work. So I think we'll see. Let's still use that guy. That is suggested before. Let's still do it because this guy will not. This guy does not contain this thing. It will not work. Okay. So
So student, right?
you said.
Let's do a single student profile upload.
Let me look at that student, see if it's something that is simple. If not,
Yeah,
we'll
okay.
use something else. Because that student, I think it contains form, whatever. Is it managed admissions? Yeah, admissions. So right now, admissions, submit student form. Yeah, okay. So let me see how this guy is doing. Okay. So this one
Mhm.
we can use. We can use this one. Nah, no. We don't use this one. Remember that student form is big.
Append
Let's
photo
go
is
for
just one item.
eh?
Append photo is just one item in the whole form.
Yes. No, it's not even about that. What we need to fill, the compulsory field for students.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
You use okay. I
so
don't
let
know
me
if
use manager.
HRM
Is it manager or teacher? Teacher. Oh,
teacher.
who has the list thing on their profile? I think it's teacher.
See,
Let me use teacher.
open HRM.
Eh?
Try to just open HRM. I'll show you one thing you will use. Just one
Is it
file.
front or back? Yeah, but
Eh?
not that.
Ebe
Ever
make
not
it.
that
Yes,
controller.
controllers.
Okay.
There is a document upload. What we called, yeah, HRM upload. That's create document, something like that.
Create document. So I should go to C. What did I do now? No, it's not C.
Discipline documents template controller.
This one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
So here
Just to
now. So
yes, in
something was uploaded somewhere.
yeah.
Is it
See
upload
the
student screenshots? Okay.
yeah.
So this
Any
guy, let me look for
yeah.
who called this guy. Okay, that means the
Upload
whole question is what
try,
was uploaded.
yes. Try upload documents. See save
Yeah.
downloadable document. It's something very simple. Yeah.
However, this is where it was saved, have you?
Yes. Current document template.
Yes. Okay. So let's use this as sample. So what it means now is that for something like this now,
Mm.
I'll create this guy. I'll create a helper. I'll create a helper. So using my own format. Remember I told you that whatever you send down is what you work with. So let's assume I'll still use my own format. So it
Okay.
means here I'm looking for ref dot data, which is what I believe I will send down.
Okay.
Then I believe I will also send status down to know whether it's successful. So if it's one, this is where I'll run my success. And if
Okay.
it's not this, in this way I'll run my error. So I'll go here and copy all the success things that
Mm.
happened. I'll copy them and put in my success. Then for the error, I'll copy what happened in the error and put in my error.
Okay.
Then that listing, I need to
Kill it.
stop it when I return. I give it the channel name. By that time, I normally define the channel name so that I can pass it to both the listing and the create method. So maybe I
Okay.
have model. So model dot okay channel can you NML myself? What am I uploading?
Downloadable document
First,
template. So
okay,
you can
maybe
call it doc
current.
temp, doc
So maybe
template.
it sounds like current. What service I do forever before? What ever using?
Right,
How
network.
possible is that? Okay, for sale. Now I'm hearing you now. I'm hearing you. Hello?
Okay, okay. It's back. Okay, fine,
Okay,
fine.
I'm hearing you. So channel term is what
Uh,
I define here. So under this place now. So this guy is almost done. Almost done. So I will still come back to it. But here, let's say here now. I may define this at the beginning, but let's say here
mm,
I define channel term as using that format. Wait,
HR templates.
huh? No, one
HR
format I'm currently using. So
event dot.
let me confirm that the name I'm using is related to it. So for the channel name, it's normally the HRM dot maybe user or whatever I'm doing on it. While the other one is event dot the module. Okay. So
So now we are supposed to
HRM,
be at that point.
eh? You
Go
said?
on, go on, go on.
Okay. So HRM dot probably this user here is my channel name. So before I call this HRM, I will call the guy that will listen. Start listening. Start listening. I'll give you the channel name, which is this guy,
Dot
plus then my event name, which is like events dot
HR.
probably HR. No, I like using events to specify it to exactly what you're doing because you may do event dot delete or something or what
Okay,
many other things. So channel can be HR, but events specify exactly what you're doing. In order not to
okay,
confuse the name later. It's normally best practice. So for this guy now, I'll now call my helper. So the guy that will be called when the this guy returns is my helper. So with this now, I've defined my front. I've restructured this front now. Okay, the last thing is to put this guy. Remember I told you, if he fails immediately, also
return.
stop this guy. Also stop this guy if he fails immediately. So with that, we have shorted it. So the only thing we need to do, remember now, before now, this rest does data came back with data,
Yeah.
right? So do you know why I use that data? I wanted to maintain structure of this guy so that we don't have to change more. That's why I kind of like use almost like the structure of what is already. But most times, this guy by Angular returns rest of data as your
Mm,
data. So I maintain that data so that I will not have to change much. So
okay.
by that, if here now, if I'm changing these things that return, the only thing I just need to do is something like extra. I'll add extra to it.
Okay.
Are you seeing it?
Yeah.
So anywhere that data came back from the back, I'll just add it because I know I will send the same data under the extra column.
Okay.
And so you can see this thing. So remember all these things I'm doing is just like I'm following a particular format to be consistent. If you decide that there is a better format you want to follow, all those things I use. So this one put my any message coming for whether success or error. I normally put it in I normally put it in the message. So this kind of like the only restructuring I'll do in the front, and I'm done. I'm
Okay.
done
So
with
with
this.
that, clean up the
So
initial.
with that, the front is now scaled to wait for whatever data I want. So let's go to the back and do the modification that we need to do. So the front now is ready for the new listing. So you will see it. Hello?
Yes, I can see.
So this is what so now I'll change this guy to listen for the new to use brokers. So this for that. So let's go to the back. Let's trace the part. This guy went to save. So David, this one I'm doing now is for David. David, you can see that
Oh,
this place where I'm currently now. Do you know I've not seen it before in our system, right? I've
yes,
not
sir.
been here before, but
Yes, sir.
I hope you
For
are
your
seeing how.
life, for life, you have never been here.
So I hope you are seeing how I'm tracing where to get my back end from, because these
Yes,
are some of the questions people ask sometimes. So even though I've not been here on my system, because I know how educare works, so I know how I can get to my location where I'm working on. So now I know that this is the route that was defined. So I want to confirm that this is actually coming from HRM. So I come here and discover it's HRM. So definitely I'm right that this is HRM. I'm go there. So my server will do. I'll go to HR manager. I'll go to the route. Under route, I'll search for what I copied. Took me directly to this. So I'll know this is the method, my guy. So this guy, this is the method I'm looking for. And this is HRM. So what
yes,
I'll
sir.
do is I'll highlight this guy. Did you see how I highlighted it?
Yes, sir.
Then click on shift 2 times.
That's if you are using PHP Storm.
You
Most,
have to use which other
most
thing
of
are
their
they?
problems is that they are using VS Code, like Chidi
Yeah,
uses VS Code.
they know me already now. They can't be telling me about programming program and they are
When
not
you are not
using
using the
when
same
they are not using this thing. So
ID.
they know that for them to even complain to me about a program, that means you are telling me something on PHP some because that's our educare official programming ID. So
IDE.
anything outside
I've
it,
been
that means
trying
you're
to
on your own.
you're on your own. That means you have your own way of
So
finding it.
anything that though unless maybe they are the ones telling me because they know they can't tell me anything that is not related to PhD system, an issue that is not related to PhD system. It's not possible now. Because that's I've told them that's the official education. So if you have an issue outside that, that means you're on your own as in you are the one doing whatever. You are so a professional in the one you are using, so you prefer it than you're
Exactly.
using.
You know your
So you can't
way.
complain to me about the issue about IDA that is not possible. It's not possible at all at all. So when you
Because
do
that's the problem they've been having. They don't know the routes. They don't know how to find it. Now, if you try to tell them how quickly to get it, even on PHP Storm, you realize that what you are doing on PHP Storm, they can't do it exactly that way in VS Code.
uh,
So
so
now
that
they will
they are
revert to their
professionals,
own.
so they should know how they
They
do it
shouldn't. That's the delay.
in
The
their own lane.
professionalism
Whatever
that they have is a delay for our own professionalism. So
that's the problem now.
it's a
So
big
the main
problem.
thing that they should know in a language, the concept is that you have a method, you want to find it. So they should know how to find it in that particular
In
ID.
their own
That's why
IDE.
you're using it. Because if you don't know how to use it, then you better
Then
stick
why
to
are you
PhD
using it?
stuff.
Sir, we
You
can
better
use
stick-
VS Code very well. Oh.
So if you know how to use it, then the main thing when you get to the route, just find the method where it was defined. So in PhD stuff, you do shift. If you open a global search for that method, and once it opens, then you now click on it. Okay, the one is open was also defined on the front end. So you look at this color. The color will tell you the one. You can see this one is the one for P. Abi? Yes, it should be.
Yes.
No, this is the front though.
That's the front.
Is it okay? Method. It should be this one. Yes, should be that one.
This
So from this thing, you now know is the one that is method. One that is pointing to this that's the one for PHP. Any other one is JavaScript. So we'll come to it. Okay, so this is what this guy is doing. Has file. So you can see in this place now, we are dealing with this one,
spec file.
Spec
spec
5.
file. So it will get the upload. So doing this now, you can see this one is checking this thing. Uh, we may decide to put this guy, James, like that thing you said,
Yeah, the extension
to check
instead
it.
of the
So you
mic
can do
type.
extension to that. But in absence of that extension, we can try to leave this guy to actually do each check on his own.
Yeah, yeah.
We can allow it to do it this way. So from here now, I'm not modifying anything yet. I allow it to do its job. Then from this guy now, this guy will start having issue. These guys are not necessary. I don't need to know who they are, their name and this thing. Not necessary for me. Then okay, I may allow this guy because this guy is using it. This guy is
It's
using
using
it.
the
So I
spec
may allow
file.
it. So I may allow it for now and
Till
cover
it's
this guy.
resolved. Yeah.
I don't need this guy yet. So I will leave this guy. So for this one, in time, all those ones. So is there any reason why you're checking this guy? PNG, JPG, and PNG. Is there any
There's
reason why
no
you're particular
there's
about
no
it?
point.
Huh?
Come again.
I said for me,
Is
there's
there
no
any
point.
reason why you are checking for this particular three, apart from the acceptable type? The acceptable type.
Yeah, so the upload file, anyways. Anyway, it's the same thing that we are currently doing. We check whether it is something that requires gallery resizing, something like that.
Okay. That's so. If it's part of this,
Yeah,
so that means in essence, if it's an image,
we will have to
you want to
resize
resize it. Is that
those
what you're
duplicate
taking with this line?
images. Yes,
So if it's an image, we need to resize it.
goes in there. Yeah,
Okay.
we need
So
to
okay,
send the width and height, as you can see.
okay.
We get the
So
image height, and
that will not be a problem.
it's
So
not
the
a
person
problem.
that if it's me that is doing this, people can follow your own approach. But for me, I know I can't use anything that is not best practice again, since I know there is a best practice for things.
Yeah,
So based on the knowledge I have now and our best practice, the first thing I will do if I come here is to do this first, is to come to the HR manager. From this, I can see that never and what are services. I'll create
those
a services
services.
folder. I'll create a services folder. Then inside the services folder,
Check. No. The spelling.
okay, okay. So inside the services folder, I'll create a file. So we are dealing with HRM discipline. So I can just have
Oh,
this guy.
HRM document.
You say,
The discipline was a generic name before.
no, so no, it doesn't matter. In fact, what I will have is HRM service.
Okay,
So anybody in that HRM that needs it can
we
get
use
it
it.
from
Okay.
this guy. So with that, I've created this guy. So the namespace is for those slash HRM slash services. So this is namespace. So for that guy now, um, the name of this class, okay, class. So normally these guys are created.
Automatically, when you say create service.
Yeah. So we did it manually, but now notwithstanding, okay. So this is what it is. This is what we need. So for this guy now, we are dealing with this method, input or whatever. So we can call this guy save
Downloadable.
document,
Okay.
save document, save document helper, something like this. So it will collect data as this thing. So with that, I can do this.
Return save document.
Yes. Okay. Is there anything?
Service.
Is there anything missing? Okay. Outside. So this guy will now be returned. Um,
Service. HR service.
so since okay, we can also create a document and we'll call it at the injection, but let's call it directly. Sure.
Okay.
Can
Yeah, it would
always
have
call
been
it.
on that construct, but
Yeah, if I've done that also, if I'm doing it normally. But right now, let's just call it from here. Save document. We just give it this data. So this is the best practice for a controller. Controller is not supposed to have a lot of operation performance.
questions. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's now work with this. So since we are here, this guy takes for this thing. Okay, so then that brings me to this one. Since this guy we're going to need request, so we can as well pass the request because of our special case that we need request here.
You can see
This request is from
gallery.
HTTP. from HTTP. So I will pass the request. Okay, so this is it. This is what I need. Um, has file, get extension. We say we need it, so we still allow it here.
Okay.
What else? So this guy is no longer necessary. So
By removing it.
let me start removing from here. Now know the ones we need to merge back. Okay, so the name. This name you are generating is because of the old method, or can it now take original name?
Yeah, you can take original name now.
So if it's going to take original name, then this guy is not needed. So this is where we want to upload it. So automatically, I can say that this is now my okay. Before that, before I forget, this guy, before I forget, this guy um is a helper. This guy will not do the main work. The
It's
person that will do
supposed
the
to go.
main work is going to go to job based on our new method now. So let's call this guy the main. I will receive data. So we'll call this guy the main that will receive data. We'll also create the data it will receive. So let's use one of the methods we have created already from the newsfeed. So starting this thing from the beginning. Is there any job here? There's no job. So in this job, what I discovered is that I think the other module I did it. You can actually just have one job whereby maybe you can be using switch. I don't know if it makes sense.
So you create HRM job,
Yes, maybe you now use shift. Once you put type zero, so to call the method of that instead of creating like a
several
lot of jobs.
jobs. Mm.
So
So you can
maybe
just create HR.
let me use that approach. Let's see how
Yeah.
it works. HR job. Let me see how let me show how it may work. So something like this now. So when you are calling this service now, as part of calling this service, this guy has callback because of what I did here. So let me now use this guy. HRM service. Okay, is the one we need. So as part of this guy now, I can decide to maybe add like stuff like a type,
Okay.
make my life easier.
Okay.
Okay, let me even use this guy type. I access like a type. Okay, yes.
David, I hope you are following.
Yes, sir, I'm following, sir.
Okay, because at the end of all the things that we have learned, this is the summary of what we are going to do across the system. One person, one module. Repeat your own. You understand?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Okay.
exactly. So modules HRM, okay?
HR manager.
HR manager. Jobs. Okay, so this guy up type is set. So this media service will be required. So we just bring it in too. So here is the place we can do that guy. Here is the place we
Just
can do
check,
that our type thing.
switch type. Yeah.
Yes. So you can say
So
if
switch
it's
type.
type of maybe type of zero. So that zero, this zero may be a variable you have defined.
Mm.
Call a particular thing.
Okay.
Call a particular thing. So let's say now type zero. We'll call this guy and return. So we'll move our function. Like I told you then, this was the main guy. Um, uh, or is it? I think it's even better. Is it better? I think it's better with process in front. What do you think? We can do it anywhere, but Is it not better we do it in service?
Share the processing. So we'll
Eh?
just reference the service back.
Yes. We just reference it back.
Yeah.
Let's do the processing here and just call this guy back. I think it will make more sense. So in the service is where you define your all the things you need to do. Uh, after this guy entered, sorry. Remember, this sometimes this thing may not be necessary, but it's actually necessary based on some standard. As
Especially
in,
when data you're looking for does not really go with job,
yes. So
but you can do it
using this
inside the
may
service.
look cumbersome, but it's actually the best practice because of things you may want to structure later. Your life becomes very easy and all those things. So it may look daunting, but once you just have a template, you once copy, just change name, and you're on your way.
Yeah.
You're on your way to doing what you want to do. So, okay, so we are going to also need this guy here. Okay. Then okay. So apart from this guy, every other thing should not enter this place. Okay. So this place, HR and file, these guys are not necessary. So let me even bring them over here first. What else is this one again? This has changed. Apart from that, can you also this thing method memory? Okay, save other things, Abby.
Yeah, no, just the document description, I think.
Okay. So these things get saved or change.
Yeah, and full name of that.
Okay. Okay. So that means everything needs to move from here. You know there is something we need to do in this helper before going to job. You remember, right?
Which is,
Huh? We have
I
to
don't
get
know.
this part of the file. We have to get this part of the file. If this file exists, we need to move it.
Oh,
We need
yeah,
to
yeah. We
we
move
need to
it
do this.
to a
We need to
temporary
do
that this guy is not in charge of.
yes. We do this all this processing first. This
Go
especially
to
this first
temp.
part. So if this guy fails, we just return immediately. We don't need to even. Oh, okay. It depends on even this your method. If the image does not upload, should you continue creation?
No, no, it
Eh?
fails. If the image does not upload, it see it now. It says spec file not accepted. It fails immediately.
No, but this one is if it's first file change. What does this change mean? Remember, it's here as in a condition, but
So spec file changed is coming directly from the back from the Angular J. That's the front end, the JS, because
so if it's not here, based on this code now, if it's not here, that means if
there
images,
is no upload.
you think can still create.
No, it doesn't go anywhere. Okay.
Look at it that the one I highlighted now, it will still create and do what it's supposed to. So that's
Yeah,
what
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
asking
yeah,
again.
yeah. Yes, yes.
As
Because
in, was this run?
it's the same guy that does even when you do normal document data that is not uploadable file. The same guy runs it.
Okay, so that but this is important to know whether
Yes,
it's file, whether we should still continue,
yes, it should.
whether we should still continue running the code.
Yes, it should.
Okay, so that will determine some aspect of it. So, for instance, now you can see that what do you call it? We can tweak this particular scenario now. We can tweak it a little bit, whereby if there is no file, we can return directly immediately and call our brokers.
Yeah,
I don't know if you get.
yeah.
So we only go to job if
If
there
there is
is
a
a
file.
if there is a file for this
Yeah.
particular scenario that we know
Mm.
that we can save for both file and this thing. So we can modify this method a little bit here. So this guy will look for has changed. So if there is a file, this guy will do the normal thing, unset this guy,
Mm.
um, check
Because
if this file is here, it will do
mm,
this,
accepted
to
extensions.
clear this file, then it will do this guy. So at this point now, the system have returned if there is an issue, right?
Exactly.
So once we hit here, that means we are good to go for this file. So if you are
Yeah.
good to go, the first thing we need to do is um, this
Upload to temp.
uploaded guy, this upload guy, we need to move it
To
to a
temp.
new location, which is media.
Media
Media
temp.
service. So there's a
Okay.
method I'm going to say there. Yes. There's a method I'm for that from that says
To temp.
what's the name again? I forgot the name.
Move to
Huh?
temp. Move to temp.
Yes. However, I can define your call.
And what else more?
Here. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is the place. Well, let me remember well. I think this guy was assumed that the files would be an array. For example, this guy now is not an array. So I don't think okay. I don't think it matters for us. We just do this now. Since it's not an array. Or do you think I should do this check the other side? What do you think? I
Why
do
don't
think
we? Okay. The only thing that's the spec file at this point now is not an array.
then I'm saying what I'm asking is, do you think I should move this thing or will the person put it an array? Will the person remember to put it like this? Or should I do this
It might
side?
become. We'll do it in move to temp.
So I think
So
let's do it
that
yeah.
no matter what is sent, if the Lafarge is not an array, to create an array immediately.
Yeah. No, if you look for array, it will not work. The thing dealt with me. The thing dealt with
Instance of
me fast by because for
Sir,
this
there's
uploaded
this
file.
instance of what this is, explain this instance of uploaded file first for me.
So now any file you upload in Laravel, I said not I think it's PHP, that PHP or Laravel, but I think I've forgotten. But it's always constant. It's an instance of uploaded file. It's just
uploaded
like
file.
in class, just like we have that file 3s. So I
Mm.
can say something is an instance of file 3s. I will check if it's an instance of file 3s.
So this uploaded file now, is it what is it like? Is it
Whenever
It's
you
just
click
a class. It's
upload
just a class.
in
Whenever you
HTTPS,
upload, yes.
whenever you click upload in a file, like you click on browse file, upload, you
yes,
understand?
yes.
It instantly triggers this instance uploaded file. So it's PHP
Okay.
standard. It's one of the
Okay.
PHP standard functions.
Okay. Okay. So that's the best way of checking files now than the other way around.
Exactly. Yeah.
File
Okay.
uploaded file, any file that is uploaded.
Okay, sir.
Or there is also another function called is uploaded file. You can also use that one.
Exactly.
It
It's
calls this
uploaded. Yeah.
guys too. So anyone
Okay.
is fine.
Okay, sir.
So this guy, so since we have added this guy, I can now remove this one. I now remove this one and allow it. So this guy I have converted it to array. So the function of this guy is to move this thing and then give me a new upload, which is an array.
Okay.
So now if we are if we are now if we are going to job that this guy contains if this guy contains this thing, then I will now need to call the job, right?
Yeah. Because at
So
this point now, you call the job, then you return to the event.
okay, this does dispatch. Okay, I need to bring this guy in. I was wondering why this guy was not
Use
but dispatchable.
dispatch
So,
dispatch his jobs.
so dispatch. Our job is new HRM. Have you?
HRM job.
HRM job. So we give it data.
Data
So this data now, I think we should put this uploaded back to it.
inside.
So
Yeah.
you use it later.
Data upload.
First to upload. No, what the
Equal to upload.
upload. So this guy
Data.
data.
Comma.
data.
Event type. One.
Okay, yes. We told you that we
The
can
type
call someone. I think it's
is
zero that
zero. Okay,
I
by
use
default.
for now. Okay, service. Okay, I made it. Okay, I made the other one to be receiving the service,
Oh,
and because the service came from missing. Service. Okay, let's give it service now. There's no need since we're already here now.
yeah, this is the same service. Yeah, just this.
Yeah, this is the service. So it will dispatch the job.
Hmm.
So this guy now. So remember we said we'll use it. Normally I do this upload inside this thing. So since we are doing it, that means we also need another method again for now handling the final file. But
Okay.
normally this final function is the one that does the saving and everything. But since we say okay, let's just from inside there call this guy back. So that means we'll do the file upload here too. I don't know if you get.
I didn't get that. Okay, continue.
Okay. So since we are there, so what I was explaining is that here is where I'm supposed to save now. Remember we have
Mm.
two saving
Final
routines.
saving. Yeah,
If this guy contains file, I'll dispatch, right?
yeah. If it
But if he's
doesn't,
not, at the end of this place, I'll call the one that saved.
that saves direct. Yeah.
That
Okay.
saved. So what I'm saying is that since we didn't do the file processing like I did in field service in the job,
Mm.
so that means I need to have a separate function where I will actually do that feed this thing that is not saving. So the saving
Okay.
file needs to be on its own method, which this place can call or this place
Okay.
can call.
Okay.
So this place will call it if it process the media. But if it doesn't process the media, this one
It
will just
calls
call
the
it
one that will
directly.
just finally, yeah, that will save the data
Finally
direct.
save the data. You understand
Okay.
why I'm separating it? The other one doesn't have it because I did all the media this thing inside the job.
Inside one for job. Okay.
Inside the job. So this guy save download. So what will the name of this one be now? Save downloadable. What are we going to call it now? Because
Save downloadable document. Final.
final. Okay. So can use whatever method you want. So it will receive the final data. This will receive final data that we're going to save. So let's move that part of saving to it, which is this part.
Yeah.
So this is the guy that will do this final part.
So no matter whether there was file
So
or
whether
not
there
file,
was this thing, whether there
this
was
is the
file or no
best.
file, yes. Whether there was file or no file, everybody will call this guy.
Everybody will call this guy. Final data.
So this guy
Before
will
you
return.
before you
But this
return.
guy will return immediately. Okay, but that brings me to this thing.
The dispatch. Because if you
Okay.
dispatch now,
Okay,
if it
I remember. You know, I remember. Okay. I remember why I called. I remember why I called job. But what it means is that unless okay, let's not call job because do you know why I want to prevent job?
mm,
Sometimes job may be filled up. So if you call, you may wait a little bit longer. But if you have something that returns immediately, as in something you can use immediately, then so I think let's still implement it here. But normally this guy is supposed to call a broadcast to send the data. Okay. So I think this will still actually work.
see, we're already using events to listen, right?
Yes.
As in at the front. So the dispatch here, no matter what happens, the dispatch will still, even the guy that will be saved will wait for the. Okay, now
So
I get
remember
you.
the other one is waiting for success. If you don't send
Yes,
a repeat error, even though so you will say something like you will have error and success at the same time.
at the same time.
Later. So this guy needs to return success and also call or finish the other one. Except we'll do a hybrid.
It has to be a hybrid because the system if the
Except we'll do
system
a hybrid. And except we do a hybrid. Do you know how the hybrid work?
explain it.
We can call that if we return with a particular parameter, it will tell the system to manually call the the helper and stop the listening. I don't know if you get.
It's confusing.
Let
David,
me
do you
go to the
understand?
front. No, let me go to the front so that it will be clear.
Okay.
I'm looking at the way if we use job, everything will be fine. But I'm looking at a situation whereby everything must not even go to job. Now I'm looking at it. So that front now, something like this now. You know, this guy returns success. That's why this thing continues, right?
Okay.
So I'm looking at a situation whereby if I return, if press dot data dot maybe let's say no job. I don't know if you get.
Mm-hmm.
I will call this guy.
Automatic immediately.
I will now call this guy immediately using the information returned.
Okay. Oh, okay. Is that what it means by hybrid? So that from the front end, there is already a decision whether to wait for file or not.
Yes, as in this
Oh,
guy already is already waiting for file,
it's already
right?
waiting for file. Yeah.
So now since I did because I didn't go to job, on this success of this guy coming back, it will go run what it's supposed to run, then now kill the
Kill the listening immediately.
job. So I don't know
Okay.
if you get it now. What I mean by hybrid.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah, I understand.
So if we didn't go to job, just continue do like the old method,
Yeah.
do like the old way,
But
do
if
the
you went
normal.
to
Eh?
mm, but if you went to job, it will keep listening for the job to complete.
Yes. If you went to job, when this guy returns success now, because this guy nobody is going to now call this guy, this one. This guy will never be called.
Yeah.
So with this now, we ensure that when this guy returns, it will now call this guy. This guy will finish and unset. It will still do know what it's supposed to do, and finally
Stop listening. Yeah.
unset this guy. I don't know if it makes sense this way.
Yeah. I think it's better because if we anyway, this is only for the sake of the one that we are currently working on because we already have it in a hybrid format. That is the same function saves both normal document template and downloadable document template. So where there is no document, it still saves. Where there is document, it still saves. That's why we
Yeah,
are doing this hybrid. But there
yeah.
are so many other cases where they
Even though there is no media, it will still say.
exactly.
So if we have such case, let's develop a convention. So this thing is just like a sample. We can call it whatever. So the
Yeah,
system receives this guy.
no job.
Let it just run. No job. Just complete the request and
Complete the
receive.
request and go on. Yeah,
I think this will work. So we can define this thing to be something more meaningful. A
yeah.
name that is more meaningful and use it. So
You can
that's
call
what
it
I mean by
no upload. No upload.
okay. No upload.
Mm.
If no upload set. So if no upload, then let this guy continue and exit. Okay, so let's go back to our service. So since
Okay.
we have established that, then you can work with this.
Yeah.
So if we are working with this, that means we need to tell this guy to true. So this
So
guy BD is
waiting for whether no upload or upload.
no upload.
So equal to false. Perfect.
Yes.
Which means that our line 37, we need to also reproduce it in line 34.
No, but this no upload is not for this guy. I thought I'm working with the right person. It's for the last one, not this guy. It's for this final.
Uh-huh.
It's for this
I
final now.
can, that's what I'm saying now. That where there is a file, scroll up a bit. You
Yeah.
know, the only reason we come into the dispatch
Uh,
is if spec file changed, which is line 17.
Yes.
So if file changed, the moment
Yes.
you dispatch,
Yes.
you also need to call final. You
No,
return
this guy
final.
will call final now. This guy will call final. After
Where do
processing
you,
the file, it will call the final.
after processing the file? Okay,
It will call
okay.
final.
So which means that this dispatch that you did now does not return immediately. The dispatch goes to the job. It's the job that calls main.
Okay, okay, okay. I think I understand. I think I understand what you're saying.
Uh-huh.
This guy,
Once
this dispatch
it's dispatched, yes,
needs to return success
it
immediately
needs
to
to
the
return final. It
eh?
needs to return success,
He
yes.
needs to return success so that guy will not go to error. Yes, I understand
Exactly.
what you're saying. Yes, something like this.
Yeah.
So this guy will go and continue in the front to wait for what will now happen in the job.
Wait for listen to the job exactly.
Yes, what will now happen in the job. But if not, then let it enter the final method
Thank you. Yeah.
to upload the this thing. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
all. So this is what it will do. So let's now do the main thing that brought us here, which is actually the media processing.
Yeah. Which is in the main.
So this here. So now, from what you said that you are that image needs to be processed, right?
Yeah.
Um,
But it's no
this is
longer
your own
with
method. This is your own method,
yeah,
right?
yes, but now your own method would override that.
Yes. Okay. So actually, you are actually using a particular width and height. So where did
Yeah.
you this thing you got it from someone?
Yeah. They get images because the upload, of course, you can see the upload from at the top.
You call the local function.
I call the local
So let me
function
know
get
that
image
what that
size.
function is. So okay, since this is a PHP method,
Get image size, yeah. So it
okay,
gets the
which
width and
gave you
height of
the
the
width
image,
and height.
height of
Okay.
the uploaded image, yeah.
So but why do you need it? Why
I think
do you
eventually
need it?
I didn't touch it because I brought it in so that I can resize the image. See, gallery have a resize image based on
And
ratio.
I'm saying that if you are
Check
resizing
the
it based
ratio.
on a particular the
Check the
ratio is
ratio.
the
The
exact
ratio.
width and height. Which is the
No,
ratio?
check
This is the ratio now.
is the exact width and height, so there was no need for that. So I think it's
So
copy
there's
and
no need
paste.
to resize this particular place
Yeah,
if you are using exactly the same
exactly same height and width.
width
Mm.
and height of this thing. So we'll there's no need for resizing this. So this guy
On
does not
this,
require resize.
yeah,
In fact, it does not require. So whatever happened to documents should also happen to whatever to documents should also happen
yeah,
to this thing. So with that,
all that's gone.
that means our we don't have to do anything again at all. So just one or two method will add here. We replace everything we are seeing here.
Okay.
We have done this once already, Abi.
Spec not accepted.
I thought there was a place. Yeah, we have done this one before we moved file somewhere.
The service.
Huh?
Okay, we did it already in the yeah
In
yeah.
the helper. Yes.
Okay.
So we have done it. So if there was error, it will return
Stop
long
here.
before even
Yes.
uploading anything. Okay. So we don't need to do it again here. So this guy is unnecessary, unnecessary. Right. This guy is unnecessary. So this is the main guy we need. This guy now, we don't need, so there is no specific distance for anybody. Did you generate any thumbnail? No,
No.
Abi. So there is no need for these guys. So right now, based on the file name you're already using, so I will use this guy. I'll use this guy as my description.
Okay.
I'll use the spec files as my
That's a
type.
type.
So to now read the same thing is you have currently in the area, that's what it will now boil down to.
Okay.
So did you see how I chose my description and type based on what is already here?
It's already there.
Based on what it is already saving. So I will maintain
Yeah.
it. So if I want, I can change it, but there's no need. Something is
Mm,
already here.
yeah.
I'm using it the way it is. So
Mm,
the data, remember we added it to where? I think where did we save it to files or uploaded file? Where did we save it to? Upload. So
uploaded.
I'll call my upload. So M service, you know that what I call M service. So since we are using this, we have to call this service again. So depending on what you are calling regularly, you can decide to put it at the top instead of having to define it every time, calling it every time. You can just put it at the top and call it once. So all those things depend on what you're working on, but the idea is general. You can see now I have to call it 2 times.
Oh, well, you would have
So
just done it
because-
as a construct.
yes. So if I know I will
Okay.
call it a lot of places, so it's always advised to just define it as your ease,
Mm.
put it in your constructor, and now use it everywhere throughout the service. So I think should we do that?
Let's do it.
Since eh?
Let's do it, please. We are going
Or
to
you
use
get
it everywhere. Create the
okay.
construct.
Okay. So as you say later, you want me to upload this one we are doing already. You want me to put it back?
Of course, now. Yes. No, no, no. The one you're doing now is as in once it works and everything is perfect, we'll we'll have to continue with it. We're not changing it. What this thing is staging migration, right?
Eh?
Is in your is on staging migration.
Yes, exactly.
So when we get it, we'll have to just review it and we'll have to send this up. Yeah.
Construct is it or trade this thing gonna require sir?
Public function construct.
Public function.
Two.
Okay. This two or three?
Two.
Eh?
Two.
Two. Okay.
Underscore construct.
So now call that guy. Media help Abi.
M service.
Yeah. So define this thing here.
Public
Public
service.
help M service.
Yeah.
So this dot M service.
Also service. Checking it.
Okay. So now can now
Use that
we use
everywhere.
yes that we need to be calling it. Okay. So you can see now this thing we have
So
done here have replaced all this
everything
thing,
that
everything that went on here. So now this is our interest. So when this guy comes back, we'll check if this guy actually succeeded.
check if error. If results error is set.
Yes. So, error. So if it's set, what do you even based on the other one? What did you even do? Did you do anything?
Jason. We just
Eh?
returned Jason error. I think
So
we just returned Jason error.
no, as in if there is file and the file fails, so editing should not create. That's
No,
the
it
first
shouldn't
one.
create. It shouldn't create.
It shouldn't create, Abi. If there is
Because that's the main
based on
job.
that method,
That's the main job.
you should not create. So that means we need to now call the notification service.
Exactly.
So
Return
we need to
notifications.
create.
We
We
don't
need to
return
get
fine.
the
Yeah, we return notification service.
yeah, we just create something. We can call it direct here, but since we are going to be calling it from different places, so it's always good to define it as a method. So most
Exactly.
I want to define as these methods as something you'll be
Repeat
calling
over and
calling.
over.
So it's not just that place you call it, the other place. But if you want to modify it, you have to go around
Mm.
to call them. So data. I don't know.
Yeah, data is better. Array.
You know what I'm even suggesting now?
Mm.
Because of this new change I'm in now, it's now telling me that we need to do another modification based on this same modification. The new modification will be this thing. Where is that front? Where is that front to modify something? Here now. So now, since this guy says there's a possibility that this rest of data will return, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm suggesting? I think we should format it to look like what exactly what came back here. What do
The
you think?
response itself.
Eh?
That's the response of data.
Yes. You know, data, our normal data now normally contains something like dot success dot
The
error.
success dot error. Yeah.
Dot success dot error, one. Then, what do you call it again? Plus other parameter you need. So instead of that, my extra, in keeping with our faith, whereby that the thing will return immediately, and we are still going to pass it to this same guy. So
Yeah.
in order to maintain our
Structure.
state, so we can decide change this guy like the way I normally do now. We change it
To
back to
success.
success.
That's error. Yeah. So if data
Change
that's
this guy to
success.
success. So
Exactly.
use success again. The manner success. So that means it will retain this old structure. I will. Then
Yeah.
instead of this guy being data extra, these guys will be the direct data.
Yeah. Data dot
I don't know
node
if you are getting
implemented.
it.
Yeah.
So this guy will be the direct data, not success or anything.
Okay.
So we don't maintain the way it is so that it will be compatible for when we return no data and
When we
when
don't
it's
have.
coming when it's coming direct. So with that, we just do copy and paste. You don't have to do anything again. Copy and paste. That's all. Copy and paste on what is in success.
Data success, please. Not line seven
Where?
787. Line 787.
Okay. Yes. Yes. So this, then here we error. I
Yeah.
think we should do this. This will help us. We just do copy
Be
and
more
paste. No
conventional.
changes.
Be more
No changes
conventional.
anyway. Eh?
Yeah, it is more conventional.
Yeah, this is more conventional. No changes anywhere. Copy and paste. We move on with our life. So we create a new method, copy and paste it, do it success. That's all. No nothing to do. So this works. So with that, we can now it will now tell us how what our this thing will look like, our service. So since we are not doing changes, right? So
Yeah.
that means I think we should just return data in the brokers.
Given the fact that data already contains success
So
and
data
that
should contain.
the
So
success and
whatever should be exactly what we want to send back normally, originally. That same way it goes originally. The same way we are going to then send it back. I don't know if you got what I said. For example
that'll
now,
be the notification.
for example now,
That'll be the notification that goes back.
yes. For
Like
example
what
now,
you have
before
in
now, this is
success.
what you are sending back, right?
Response just yes. We've
So
not
now
we've done.
this is exactly what is going to be data. This will see the sentinel the brokers will send the way it
Okay.
is. So when it comes in front, it will still be the same form, and the system can work with it, whether this guy returned like this or it
Or
came from brokers.
it was an error. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I get you. So whoever is sending the data, whatever is
Yes,
being
you send
returned
it in this same
is
exactly. This is
broadcast.
exactly what you are going to send. So whether it was
So
sent from
so I have an issue with that. I mean, a concern.
what's
When there
concerned?
is no when there is no data, as in when there is no upload,
Yes,
right? It
yes.
comes
This
back
guy, this
success
guy will send.
immediately.
This guy will send.
Yeah. But
But
when
when
there
this
is
guy is through, when this guy is through, then send notification is what will be called at this particular point.
okay, okay, not the response success. Okay.
Eh?
Oh, I get you now. Yeah. Because if you send any time that there is a feedback response, the listener stops. So whoever is sending this notification is the person that will stop the listener.
Yeah.
So
So
it's only one response that comes back.
do you know what I even feel, self? That this guy, this send notification should be extended here so that this because I'm looking at redundant if. So instead
Mhm.
of that redundant if,
Just send that no
this guy
upload.
this guy should be here.
No upload equal
And
to
if
false.
this guy is here,
Yeah.
if this guy
By
is here,
default,
you
it
can
should
now do
be
this one if.
just one if.
Yes, if
So anybody, every one of them sends notification.
no, they don't send notification. Just one if means something like this. If this guy is no upload, then this is how it will treat the data. It will treat the data like this. I don't know if you get
Data.
it.
Yeah. Return data. Else.
So
It will now do
everywhere
manually.
we'll have this guy, we'll just call send notification data, send notification, send
Exactly.
notification. So that guy will just do it once for us. Because if not, we'll have to be doing this here. Here we'll have
Yeah.
to if this,
Uh-huh.
here we'll have if this,
So we
if that.
just use one
Here we'll
send
have this.
notification,
So send location is the one that will do both of them. Whether if
whether
this
there
is
is data or no
then
data.
this guy will now do broadcast. If there is no, if it's not no upload,
Then we do
then
broadcast.
this guy will now is that one that will now call broadcast one.
Okay.
So this should work for us both ways. It makes sense. Have we even created our distance broadcast?
So, oh,
Have we created broadcast?
no, I doubt.
There is no event here. Let's add the event folder. Okay. So uh, let me use one of these so that I don't have to start typing over and type. It's ready. Okay. So I think that this your this thing don't upon it didn't immediately. So I think we'll use now. Now will be better because I just send the much Navi.
but that
Just
was just one document at a time.
okay. So
And it sends to the user direct. So there's
HR this one is document ready. I
doc
think we
ready.
can
Yeah,
document
that's better.
or
Document ready.
doc ready. So we don't save our time.
Mm.
Okay. So we because you need to send it back immediately. Once you finish it, let you just send it. It doesn't need to waste time. So do we have to change? I think we should send it to the particular user. Yes. So we'll leave this.
Yeah,
This channel will require this thing. Then in
the
keeping
user.
with our this thing, should it let me
That
define it
becomes
here.
HR ready. HR document ready.
Let me define it. So HRM
HRM document ready.
stock ready
Yeah,
name and
HRM
HRM doc channel.
doc channel. Hmm. This is making sense.
So this
So
is HRM
document that, yeah,
HRM
dash doc ready.
okay. So HRM user. So this should work. So I think we should just maintain this as HRM user channel.
One.
So the event determines what you are now what is listening for.
Yeah.
So they just have HRM user. Everybody can listen to. On a second thought, no. Because if you have HR user, that means that guy will receive, even though it will not display it, but it will actually receive it. I don't know if you get.
No,
It will come down to that person, but
it's already in
because it's
use.
not the event, it will ignore it.
Okay.
Well, I don't. It
But
doesn't
isn't
matter.
that what the event does? Event doc ready.
That's what I'm
One
saying now.
user can listen to several events now.
I know, but this event means you will not. It will not enter the method because it's not the event it's listening for. But it will. I think it will receive the because it's the channel is listening to. It will receive the message, but it will
Okay.
not broadcast it. It will not actually now use it finally because it's not the one he's waiting for.
This is looking for.
Yes, something like that. But let's use it. It doesn't. I don't think it's not much data because for you to listen to it, that means you should be expecting. That means you are in ARM already. So I don't think it's something that is bad. So because we want it to be a user, because there, for example, those updates you don't have to use user. There are some places you don't need user. You want everybody listening.
Yeah.
You get it. We'll use something like that for maybe when you want to send back to group messages, group workers. So
Mm.
it's the group ID that you're working with. So with that, our this thing is ready. Our HRM doc this thing is ready. So we'll call it HRM doc ready. So we'll give it the that guy which is data, right?
Which contains user ID.
Huh?
Which must contain user ID.
Yes, the user ID of the person. This thing. Then
Okay.
instead of wait, if we need user ID, instead of trying to get the user ID because this place that came in did user ID come in with the request?
Yeah, I
I
did.
don't remember.
Yeah, I
It came in
did.
with the request. Eh?
The uploader, yeah. That's what you call uploader.
Uploader. No, data. This data is the one that came from the request. So this data is what I'm saying. Are you saying it came with
Yeah,
user ID?
yes.
Okay, well, let's assume what maybe one will wait for it to still confirm.
Yeah, we'll
So
confirm that.
that's but what I'm even checking is since we have a way of getting user ID, must we even depend on that guy sef, whether it's true or
Control
not?
click that HRM downloadable
Eh?
document. Line 84. Follow HRM downloadable document template.
Like it's for I mean like it's for.
And
Are you
follow
saying I
it.
should
Yes.
okay, let me bring it in and I'll follow it.
Uploader.
Yes,
See now, uploader ID. That's what comes in.
uploader ID. But we're not interested in all those parameters, whether uploaded an ID or this thing. What I'm even saying is that I'm suggesting is that since
Yeah.
we want anytime we want it to go to a specific user,
Mm.
try not to depend because it may mean that where does not have user ID, the person needs to from the front start modifying it to put user ID to come up with the request.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
before now we have
So
no
let's
issues.
just broadcast it. Is always
So
let's just broadcast it for the event.
let's go.
You're saying let's do without user ID, right?
Yes, yes. But there's something else I'm checking now. Um are you sure that something coming from job, does it have authenticated user?
Not directly from job. I know you wanted to maybe use Laravel oath, but it's not all the
Yes.
time that it requires oath. Sometimes in fact we use JWT oath most in our system,
Now,
and
no,
it's not
now
all the time.
JWT is a plugin now, so it has
Yeah,
plugged into the Laravel edition. So that both user also works
yeah, it
because that in
works.
fact even in login itself, that's what returns the this thing after you log in. That's what actually returns users.
Usually, the person that is currently logged on.
Yes, it's after you see that this thing because that this guy plugs into Laravel whatever.
So
Um,
what we wanted to do now is, when it comes to the backend, whoever is currently logged in, we use the person as the
yes,
user
but
ID, right?
what I remembered now is that I don't think that guy has value when you are returning from a job.
Exactly.
So I
That's
think
number one. But more importantly, it's not even all the time that the system requires that the person be very at that instance now, unless we begin to check for it. But um, it works rather like an API.
I think the person let the person pass the user ID.
That's it. So uploader ID, you can even stay there and then you can.
Okay,
Yeah,
even though the person they pass it, but the main thing is that there is a way for you to even enter job. You get it at that time the person made the request. Even when if you are going to job, you add it.
you add it before you
So I
go
think
to
what
job.
you
You
do
add
is
it.
when you go to before you go to job, you add it.
Okay. That add it to data.
Eh? I say
Anyway,
before
for
you go to
the
job because it's data that is this guy that actually needs it. This one does not need it. Are you seeing my screen?
yeah.
What I highlighted. This guy does not need it. Are you following? Remember this guy needs it. Do you know the reason why this guy needs it? For here, he needs it to know the channel to post it
The
to.
channel to send it to.
So it's only when he goes through channel is actually this guy is a must that he required. So if you
And
go back to
meanwhile, the database does not require it.
database now.
The database that it saves the file, the data to. So
No,
if
no,
you send
it's
it
about
in,
returning it to this thing, about returning the brokers. The brokers is because look at what will happen, yeah? If this guy is not included in this channel, right?
yeah,
If you use only this guy, what it means is that if I'm in Abuja, logged in as Emeka and doing this HRM thing, and that person in that school, maybe Emeka Mokensele in Enugu, doing that same thing, maybe let's say by luck, will send at the same time. Two of us will receive the same request. It's not the
wow.
family project we are going to receive because we are listening to the same channel.
To
Nothing
the
is
same
different.
channel, there is need for user ID to separate the two
So
calls.
that's why there is a user ID to know you are listening to a particular your own channel. even though
Yeah.
you're doing the thing, you're listening to your own channel.
Mm.
So
It's
at somewhere,
necessary. User ID is necessary. Either we use the user ID or we use the session ID.
no, you can't use the session ID because you don't know the session ID. Remember what you are doing in the back. The front also is doing it too.
That's true. So the best
So
bet
you are
is the
going to
user
use
ID.
the one that is universally available in the system
Yeah.
for everybody, both the front and the back. The front has the user ID from day one. Once you
So
log in,
why don't we create an why don't we create a parameter that can be filled with any ID? Can we do that?
any ID.
At the,
So you get
yeah.
that one.
So because now the person that comes from the back end, I mean from the front end, is called uploader ID, right? And it is actually the same thing as user ID.
Yes.
So
It can be used, but what I want to do, there is a general universal reliable this thing. Wait, let me get to it. I want to be sure
okay,
it's that one, but it's something like authenticated user.
as user auth, yeah, auth user,
Yes, this is what I'm looking for here.
yeah, auth user ID. I know that's the what you want to use, but the question
So
is
this
whether it
guy
will be
now,
available at that point.
if you are going to job, just give this guy to the data. That will just be the kind of the standard we use.
Okay,
Since we know we are going to job, this same place
yeah.
we are doing it because we know we need to communicate back to the user. So
See
whether it's
where I have an issue now. When you do this now, add user
yes,
ID,
yes,
right?
yes,
When you add this user ID in the system,
yes,
I mean in the data, and you
yes,
dispatch
yes.
during the download, the database, the table that requires the format. I don't think it was I think it was guarded. It was not fillable. So the user ID may make the database storage fail.
I don't understand. This data now is not the file you want to save now. Is it what okay, is it what you eventually saved here?
Yes,
The way it is.
it comes in the okay. Open it first. I forgot. I really
Let me see.
okay. Follow it.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what was actually used in it.
Yes, that's my fear. So if you modify it by
Uh,
adding user ID to it directly,
okay, then since that is
fillable man.
your since that is your own case, then I think what we should actually do is to now make it module by module basis. So
Okay.
for instance, since we know that this guy here is all about upload data, then
Uh-huh.
when this guy comes, it will have upload upload data is what
It will look for uploader ID.
it just will change. But that will require
And you
that
were saying, why don't we just make it a parameter? Just after no upload or before no upload, we just add
you put it
dollar
there.
user ID. Just provide it for us at the point of send notification. Anytime you call for send notification, no upload, user ID equal to null. So where there is user ID, we call user ID. Where there is no user ID, we move on. Something like that.
Okay. So it will be assigned before this guy broadcast.
Exactly.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So what that means
That is
just a process.
if it's null
Eh?
user ID, that's when data user ID will take it.
If it's not user, sorry, I didn't get that
If
point.
it's not null user ID, that's when you add data user ID to the I mean that's
Is
when
there
you
any
add
time you
user
will
ID
call
to
it
the
without calling the user ID?
okay,
Or
fine,
maybe if
fine.
it's there already. Are you saying if it's there already? Because remember this guy, if it's no upload, this guy returns at this line. It's
Exactly.
only when you're interested in this guy, that's when it comes down a little bit. So that's
Exactly.
why this
Yeah.
guy is a parameter.
Okay,
No,
fine,
so
fine.
that
It has covered
maybe
already.
this
Yeah.
guy not be required.
Mm, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, it's fine
So
already.
with that,
Yeah.
I think yeah, it's fine for us.
Mm.
So we now go back to that error. So we said if this guy, then so that means I can now call this guy to send back my data.
Exactly. If error send back notification results.
Wait, so
Men.
this guy is main where helper, be? Only boy
Job.
job. Okay, so this will actually broadcast. We want it to broadcast.
Yeah.
So any area parameter. Um, this dot send notification. So apart from the data in the here this time around will error.
Results.
Eh?
Results.
Results? No.
Yeah, yeah. Error
Results
equal
contain so
to
much. Results contain so much.
yeah. Error equal to results dot error. Yeah.
Yeah. So just give me the error because what result contains is plenty.
It's plenty. Mm.
Passing it to broadcast. I don't think we'll get where idea. It will be too much for the system to send. So error and uploaded is uploaded. No upload
No upload.
is
By default, it's not there.
eh?
By
By
default, it's
default is
not
not there.
upload. It's false. Mm.
But we have to define it unless we move user forward.
I can move user to before is upload
Okay.
because definitely user will always be there. Now, for us to be able to dynamically declare the user ID, especially if the item that is bringing it in is different from both user.
But it is that issue that I
So
think we
what
should
do
do
you
it that way.
want to know?
Because what it means is that this place again, all this one is three. One, two,
Yeah.
three. That means we have to define user not before we
So why
get to
don't we build
upload.
an array? Why don't we
Eh?
make send notification data array data? Send
Array.
notification array data. Send notification. So we are expecting user ID. We're expecting no upload. We're expecting the data itself.
As in feed it an
So
array.
that yeah, so that that thing does not matter. This the setup, as in the sequence.
Okay. So if it does not matter the sequence, it will still be an issue. That means for each of these places, we have to build something. Are you seeing what I'm highlighting?
Why?
For each of them, we have to build this array you're talking about.
No, no. For each okay, because we
Remember
now
this
build
guy
that
that two people
data.
can call this guy. Two people
Yeah.
can call this guy. Either the job is calling this guy or the no
Mm,
job is calling it.
mm.
So if the no job is calling it, so you have to know. But when we did it, we just pass in the data and the no upload currently.
Okay, put the user last. I think it's safer.
So I think putting user last
It's safer.
should be less work based on
Mm,
our current situation.
mm.
So we'll call it only in the other side. We'll take pain in only the other side. But
Mm.
for the rest, it's just three other places. You just calling this guy plus no user.
Okay.
Yes. So let's work with this. This will benefit us more. Us and user ID. It's
Now
not upload ID, abi?
data uploader ID. Yeah. Uploader ID.
Uploader ID. Yes.
Okay.
So this is
That's it.
for this one. So
That's
this
it.
guy will immediately send a broadcast that will tell the person, see, oh,
Error.
we didn't see your file. Oh. So
Mm-hmm.
now, if it eventually succeeds, because we know that this method we sent only one file. Remember, we sent only one file,
Mm.
and there was no error. So
It will
safely,
come back with
we can call this guy. We can call files. But normally, we are supposed to look this to get if we send multiple, but we can call this. This is
because
what
we
we can
need the first file in the system. Yeah.
do. Eh? We
The
can
very
do this,
first file in
or
the array.
yes, we can do this, or if you prefer, we can modify the method to
Return
return back if it's not
single.
array. It should
To
return
return
back
single.
file should contain single. Do you prefer that?
Leave it this way.
Okay.
Leave it this way so that other places we can always we don't have to think of it too much. That's one of the questions that
No,
David
I
was
think we should
asking.
do it because, like this thing you just said now, if you don't have to think about it, that means if you send one file, you're expecting that file contains the file you sent. But you need to now remember that it's still an array. You have to do what zero. I don't know if you get
Oh,
based on what you are
okay.
trying
So
to
it's
say now.
better to do the if statement in the
So if you send one, you are
yeah
expecting that file is one. But
in
if
the
you send array,
results.
you're expecting that file is an array.
Yeah, it's
So I think
better to do it in the
let's
upload
do
helper.
this way you mentioned because this guy already knows whether it's file. It's
Uh-huh.
an array. It's an array is already here.
Yeah.
So since his scenario is already here,
Mm.
we can use it because I wanted to do it before. I said, okay, let me fetch it. So since this guy is here, if it's RF, send this. If not,
Upload file 0.
send this guy.
That's
So
it.
we maintain that consistency.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
So
if what you are sending is multiple files, you know you will loop it on your own part. But if
yes,
it is a single file, just pick the single file and move on.
just give me a favor. So
Yeah.
this is all. This guy have given us. Okay, this is not all. Sorry,
We will have to
this
return
guy
it.
is URL. Remember what I said? It's URL that is holding
That's what
this.
we are looking for.
Yes. So all the checks have been done because this guy, if this guy will not have value, this guy doesn't have value, then this guy will
We return
trigger.
error.
So for this guy not to trigger, we don't need to bother whether this guy is empty or not. But this
It
guy
must
can't
be
be empty
must have a value.
if
Mm.
this guy doesn't have an error.
Mm.
So basically,
So at this point,
why
we
we are
go
doing all
find
this other long thing is because of the job. Apart from job, this thing would have been very easy, whereby you just call this guy.
call this guy.
You just call this guy and wait for this guy. This is just
Yeah.
modification to our this thing.
Yeah.
So the other thing you are doing, check file, check permission, check fold, all those things. God, just
Yeah.
call this guy, do this magic, and
Wow.
your life
Yeah.
becomes ready. So this
So
is
at this
upload.
point now, main calls upload final.
So at this point now, we can now call this guy to do the job, final job, broadcast, save
Mm.
and broadcast. We are calling from broadcast, so we'll not put through.
Mm. But we'll still, oh, yeah, we'll pass.
What do you need to pass?
No, you're not calling. Okay, we're calling from broadcast.
Yeah?
Well, this is broadcast now. This is job. It's job
This
that
is job
returns
now.
this
This
thing.
is job. It's job that is called this guy. This
Mm-hmm.
guy is job.
So where is the user now?
The user.
That will broadcast now.
The user is here now. Remember this guy is calling final. It's final that send user. Wait. This guy is still containing uploaded file. So that means yeah, we'll call it here now. It's part of what we'll
Yeah.
call it.
Yeah. Okay.
It's part of what
So
we'll call
we
it.
do the
Because this data
update.
still contains the uploaded user now. So it's part of what we'll call it.
So that HRM find data creates document template. Line
If we're going to
74.
call
Line
eh?
74 will call notification.
Line
Line
74.
74 will send notification. Abi? Error notification.
Sent for yes. So in fact, do you know what I just realized? All of them are the same.
They are the same.
We have to call this guy full. No matter how we switch it.
Upload ID must
Whichever
come.
whichever one you switch, we have to call
And
it
the error is document not found.
you have to call it the way you have to call it or whichever method you decide to.
It must have false. It must have user.
No upload is true.
In this context, yeah, true.
Okay, no upload
No,
is
no,
valid.
no upload is false.
So it's not anything, it's the value of whatever that came from here. That came from
Yeah,
Israel.
that you sent, whether true or false.
So if he's actually broadcast is the one that will send this guy. If it's normal, no job, then you receive it immediately.
So you kill that one.
David, are you still with us? Oh?
I think David
I hope
has
you are not
gone.
lost.
I think David has gone.
Eh?
I think David has gone out. Probably he's just a moment. I think David is gone.
Wait to confirm more because so we don't
David is
have
gone.
to redo this thing again.
David is gone. But then
Eh?
the YouTube video is on YouTube. So but
Okay,
then
also make this video.
yeah, as in the stream is live streaming.
Okay,
So there's
okay.
nothing
So
to repeat, but he needs to be here so that if he has questions, he can ask.
yeah,
David, he's out. Eze is out. I think the internet in the office is out.
maybe it's out. Okay, since it's recorded now, no
It's
problem.
recorded.
Let's
Yeah.
proceed. I can reference it later.
Mm. Let me
Okay.
quickly
So if they
get
have
to.
it, so they can now communicate.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have restructured this guy to send notification if things are bad, right?
Yeah.
Then this guy will also send again. Where it will also send
If it creates
if he creates, then
why the else? You check the else.
else
Line
where is else?
77.
27.
Lines line
I'm not doing
no,
that. I'm just trying to replace this guy.
no, line 70. It says if it's null template. That means he didn't find it.
Where did you say if it's not template?
If it's not found, if it's null, create update template find. So if it does not exist, it says document not found.
So all those things doesn't matter to us. Once you are sending the correct thing to whether it was upload or this thing. So this guy takes care of
Okay,
everything for us.
okay, okay,
The
okay.
brokers. So whichever thing that happens, whether it's so whether our job, the brokers will handle it, whether or the
Mm,
other guy.
yeah. So the
So
the
so
notification is what matters.
I want us to stay much as possible away from actually modifying the code.
Define the code itself, yeah, because
So
it's
if there's
already
any logic we need to now review, then let's just be like we are reviewing the
we're
particular
reviewing
code
the structure of itself, yeah.
structure of the this thing to change this
Mm,
thing. So even if it's, you see something, unless you are the one that worked on it, you know exactly what it is. Just like you are the one owner of this HRM, you can decide
mm.
that here, maybe it's no longer here. Okay,
Let
let
me
me.
it's no longer there. Let me move it. Yeah, yeah, I
But
get you.
apart from that, if you are working on just general module, just do whatever method it is. We return whatever is returned. Then we can now restructure that one later. But I don't
Later.
want us to introduce bug when we finish
When
this
something is already working, yeah,
session.
I get you.
So we leave it the way it is. Then later
So
now work
assuming
on it.
you are the one working on this HR now, you don't know what it does.
Yes,
You are
so
just
that's why all
restricting
these
it
things
to
I'm just
quick
reproducing the
segregation.
way they
Yeah,
are and
yeah,
continue. So later you can look at it and say, okay, this guy should not be here.
it's fine.
Yeah. So with this now, I think we have come to the end of this
But
guy.
the back end,
Both back end and front end.
the front end, I think there is something we left out.
What was that? Can you show me? Let me open it. So what's missing? Remember we decided that this guy will return exactly the same value. So that means there is nothing to do here again.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. I think
So
that's
whatever that was working when you started will continue
mm,
working. The only thing is that you just move it to this place that will call it both when you call it
no,
direct and
no
when it's
upload.
coming from broadcast. So that's the
Okay.
only thing that will change. So that means from that we have minimized the front end to only
See line 754. What was
line what
supposed to 754? What was supposed to be the
seven
response
five
data?
four. Eh?
What was supposed to be in that line? 754. Response data.
Now response of data is this guy now. Okay. Response of data is now response of data. So it's just response you're supposed to send.
Mhm.
So to be consistent with this guy.
Yeah. Yeah. So it takes the whole response. It takes
Yes.
care of the data. Okay.
So this guy remains the way it is. Does this thing have a front interface so that we can quickly
Yeah,
do
it does. It does.
so where can I access
Just go to HR module,
HR module?
HR
Here.
manager, HR manager. Mm. The last,
Okay.
just click any of the cards,
Like this.
like data, like any of them, like data admin card. Look at the last menu on that navigation bar.
Here.
Yeah, document template. Yeah,
Okay, here. So
uploaded
I can do new upload
uploaded.
document.
Yeah, that's one.
Okay. So yes. Okay. Let me add something here so that we know the value that came back. And
Okay,
in case if there was error, we'll know about it.
okay.
If there's anything we missed, and now review.
David, welcome back. Did the internet leave? Yeah,
The internet went down.
went down. Okay, everything is on YouTube, so wherever you missed, you can catch up. But just continue from here, okay?
Okay.
Okay, sir.
So it's meant to be maybe PDF.
PDF can work, abi?
Yeah,
Okay. Okay. So let's see.
the construct was not passing the information.
What line? Line 18. The construct was
So the
who
person
called
that
this one?
called HR service did not pass it.
Huh?
Check the people that, yeah, I think that guy is one of them.
Okay.
You're supposed to
So
pass.
where did this guy call it from, sir?
Hmm?
Who called
Same
this guy?
template.
Huh? Okay, this is the main controller.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
supposed to contain
So
media
there's
services.
a
Construct
media helper
service
service.
is one thing that makes me not to like media as in construct. If you forget if you forget this thing, then I'm making life.
Omega.
That's the name.
Okay. So let's go again. So what's the problem?
HRM job not found. Under jobs.
What do you call this thing? The this thing name.
HR
H
manager
models HRO manager service.
services.
Ah, unnecessary services can job go.
Ah, move where?
Okay.
URL was
Trying
not
to get
created.
back to your non-object.
So Oga
64.
checking in and there's a what URL. Ima, okay. You know you are recall you are okay. That's a replay. Does it replay with the upload?
Replay. How?
Hmm.
Yes, of course. Now
Okay.
that's the sweetness of it.
Hmm. So the files slash URL was not did not show. Can dump
Files didn't come.
files
Let's
did it
know
come
the
from?
value of this. There was no error. There was no file. So
Hmm.
let's know what it returns. Normally, really what the face looks like. File
Okay.
was still this thing.
File is still the original name.
Okay, 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 okay. Remember this guy converted upload to array.
But the front end.
Eh?
The front end.
He said, no, not front end. This first place. So for that thing I to work, that means we need to leave upload the way it was.
I don't
A lot
get.
of people have converted it to array, like this guy now.
Hmm.
This guy have converted it to array.
Okay.
Not even this guy. Move to temp, converted to array.
No matter what, it comes in as array.
Eh?
No matter what happens, it comes in as an array. Move to temp already has it as an array.
So I think the restructuring we did needs to start from. It needs to start from here. Should we start it? Let's start
That's
it
if
now.
it's array.
Let's make it there. Needs to start from here.
Okay.
Uh, let's do it, not array. You can see the file has uploaded already. Just that
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
it's now looking for
File URL.
who is who is who and who is not who. So if he's not this guy, send back zero.
Otherwise, send new files.
Otherwise, send new file. So this guy now will now maintain. So upload will still the same upload that entered from day one. So that means when he goes now, I I don't know if it's the only place we need to, but let's check. That was the only place we need to check. Yeah, somebody else is expecting R.
For each.
Line 29.
Okay.
Line 29.
Is this safe for other things that has been done with the system? They
I
moved
will
to,
confirm them, right? Since it
please,
will, I will confirm them. It's not a problem.
please.
So this guy is expecting that this guy is an array. So if this guy is not an array,
Just pass not an array equal to false. Now
eh?
the parameters.
The problem I'm having with, in fact, let me use count because to get array, you check it out in a middle arrow. Let's do let's do count. But wait, so count will also fail
It's the
if
same thing
it's not
now.
an
Just add comma, add a data there. So whoever is calling upload helper.
array. Eh? No,
If
no,
you are
no.
sending
So
one
you need
single
to
item,
remember the problem is that for people not to remember whether this guy is this guy, just give it. System
okay,
figures out it's array, it's not array. So
okay,
that's the so let's do instance.
okay.
Live streaming is on.
David, where is it?
I think he's sleeping.
Sleeping.
I think he's not feeling fine when I saw him this morning.
Uh-uh.
I don't know
So
what's going
this while that we were talking, he wasn't. He didn't even mention it that he's not feeling fine. We are waiting here for him to finish his storage sort out, and he
on.
went to bed.
He was when I went to call him that time. He was working on it, but he said he's not feeling too strong. So I had to just let him know to go and rest. Maybe in the evening we can do it together.
Okay. This is the kind of information you give to people now. You are the only one that had the information. We are four here. One of us is incapacitated at the moment. While we're waiting for him, he gave you an information. You couldn't share with us. Eh?
No, sir, it's not. No, sorry, sir.
It's okay. Mm, nah, yeah, you heard him now.
Yes, yes, yes. No, no problem.
All right.
What I'm even thinking, I want to this I've even forgotten. Uploaded file is an instance of
Move to 10. Media album.
is it file? What does it say it when it's coming back? Okay, it's just a URL.
No, no, no. It's an array of new files. So check.
Okay, so it's an ad. Okay, so we are safe. I just wanted to confirm whether we are safe. We are safe. So we can actually do this array. It's actually an array. But that is a mega arrow. I now cross check very very well because if even if it's an array, but it can be a collection, it will still tell you
Yeah,
first.
it is still there false.
If it's a uploaded file array, it will still tell you first.
False. I understand you.
Alright. No, 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 no.
Hey.
No, 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 no. Thing has. I said, you know what? The thing was just triggering error. I was wondering what is going on. This is not an array. I will dial it and say this is an array. Why is this thing entering the other side and not giving me error? What is going on here?
Hey,
So if this is not another, this upload will definitely be what do you call it? It will definitely be a string. It will definitely be a string. So I think this is better. It's much better for us.
yeah, simple. If you
Yes.
string, not
So
hard of
so I will
checking
not our life will be less complicated. Even in their PHP function, that's what they are using. It's string. It's taking me a string. Not
it.
because all you go all you go this guy will complain. Oh, this guy will complain that Bufuro. I hope this works. I hope it
It's
will not
an
complain of.
array. Yeah, it's an array of temp files.
I hope let's even try this array because no, this will work now.
It should work now. It replaces
It may work
the
now,
temp
but
file
I'm
with
I'm
the array
suspecting
of
that
temp
by PHP 8 or 9 it will not work. To tell you
because
that
of all those there.
if you have
You should
defined something
have,
as an
you should
string
give it the
before,
right data type.
if you define it as string, that means it's system or implicitly sets it as string. You can't put any other thing inside it.
Mm. But why is it? Why are they moving to C programming aspect now? And
Uh,
this
they say
this
that
was one of the things that made PHP different from others. Like
but
so
the you
so.
know how all this thing is. You will do your own style. People will adapt it. Then you start moving towards the center.
Hey,
Just like Facebook, all those things. That's the cycle of the world. You will do
hey.
things unique. People will rush because of that. After some time, more users of the other people will come and start demanding for where they are coming from. What made them to move? I don't know if you have experienced that kind of cycle.
I don't like it because this is one thing that made PHP is very, very authentic, like unique. The switch, the ease of data type replacement.
Yes, but they feel that it's not fast enough because you know most times when they are doing it, they are not comparing speed. They feel that if it remains that way, it won't be fast enough. And they are saying that PHP is not fast.
So this is part of their optimization.
Yes. So every year saying that the version 8 is now times 10
Faster
percent. So
than.
when you have to take all the data types and everything, it impacts, I think it impacts on performance. So at the end of the day, they have to do a trade-off between
Okay.
whether to. So the thing is now back to
The,
normal.
is the URL there?
Eh?
Is the URL
So
there?
that array has always been there. The problem was that it was an array of this thing.
Okay.
It was not seen as data because the thing was converted long before it entered that final place. So,
Okay.
but now we have gone back to tell all these things. So if it's an array, return array. If not,
Return array.
always return the single
A
file of
single
whatever.
item.
So with
Okay.
that, the system is now back to where we are, where we were.
Okay. While we're aware,
So as of now, this data should contain everything that we need, which is
including
the
the
spec
URL
file and the URL. So let's confirm before we take
before we send them.
other location. So spec file, yes, is here.
Okay.
So you can see it use HRM.
Wow. Wow.
Nice one,
And
nice.
now this thing. So look at yeah.
Wow. David, did they see magic?
Sir,
Did they see magic?
sir, I'm seeing it too. I'm seeing it too.
All
So
right. So this is the magic we need to
It,
reproduce everywhere.
it's as
yes.
if I'm in a classroom. Oh, no. Oh, no, day two class. Very day two lecture. I'll just be showing you stuff.
So
Okay.
based on what you said, James, you
Yeah.
said you save this in direct. So that means we need to unset this guy so it will not cause issue. So once we see that this is file upload, and we'll finish. The last thing we'll do before we leave,
Unset data upload.
consider data upload. Yeah, so that we now go to the final this thing.
Yeah.
So we are also going to test the one that when there is no file upload, so that to make sure it handles it
exactly.
very well. So this is the guy now that will now do the final thing to the broker. So let's confirm. Let's confirm the final everything. So agenda error. I hope I didn't put events inside your service again.
It's like service. Because I don't even see it. No, events is on its own. I can see it
Okay,
for here, but
okay,
just check.
okay. Because it's still having the name of Rebel Cottage.
Okay, okay.
Which I
Because
remember.
that one fear me that time.
Okay.
Okay,
Yes. We are back to business.
so at this point, it's
Who else?
supposed to.
Who is still referencing?
No, no,
Okay,
no. I
the
don't think I
import.
clicked it. Check.
So it's the import.
Oh, okay.
The old one.
It broke. It
They
broke
just
with that new. Okay.
need to remove it. Try to allow this guy
Mhm. That's right.
function. Yes. It's back. So let's check this guy.
So we refresh this and we run it again.
So we'll refresh this and run it again. But I want to
See
make
the
sure
broadcast. Well, we'll have to. Okay, the broadcast, of
let me
course.
confirm that the broadcast is listening so that we know when it's working. Okay. So it's actually
Yeah.
sent this way.
HRM doc ready. Yeah, it's already
Yes.
available.
So I don't think we are listening for this guy. We need to listen for it.
He said user one.
Eh? Yeah, user one now. Look at it now.
User one. Why
No,
is he
no.
saying user one?
It's one now. I'm one now. I'm admin one.
Okay, that's your ID.
ID, yes. Super admin one.
Okay.
So this is the one where we start. Then it's sent it to this guy. One.
Okay.
You understand?
Okay. Okay. I get it.
Yeah. So what do you call it?
So
Uh
that 9389, not 938 something. This is the UID, the school ID.
the UID of what?
Channel UID. 938398383. That's the channel name.
93. No. This is the prefix. Remember that thing I told you now?
That's what I'm saying now. The prefix is usually the school ID.
Yes. That last part of SID, last part of SID.
SID, yeah. Which the system gets
Remember I told you that
automatically.
for us to combine Redis and this thing together, as in
Mm.
use one Redis for all our schools,
Yeah.
we need to differentiate it by prefix.
Yeah.
So that if you are in this school, you will not receive it because it doesn't carry your school
No,
ID.
it doesn't carry your school ID. Yeah.
But that was even the reason why what started the separation of Redis.
In the first
Then
place.
people with different school were receiving the same this thing from different schools.
Same notification. Yeah.
School that is not from their own. So this prefix is what would separate it and make you not receive it
Mm.
because it's not your school ID. Every school have their own ID in EMV.
I follow.
So this is what brings that separation. So let's give this guy the right name. This guy, we changed it from this thing. We didn't change it from front. It means that uh, this guy,
Event stem. Okay.
huh?
The event.
This is the name
Yeah,
we use for the
that's
event
ready.
type. So this is what we should be listening for. Okay, then also another thing is this guy. Remember, we have not added this guy somewhere. We need to add this guy when it's not this thing. We didn't add it. Remember,
Mm. There's no
when
upload.
you store this guy, we need to add this guy.
If no upload.
Huh?
Do no upload part.
We don't even need to. We can just add it here because that guy will be true or false. That guy will be true or false depending on the value that he's coming with. That's all.
Mm. That are no
So
upload
it
equal
can
to
come
no.
for both of them. It doesn't matter. Let's not do if.
Is equal to no upload.
upload so that our testing will work both ways.
Mm.
So I will do a final listing before I now put it on Redis to now let it run automatically to make sure. I want to see this thing coming out first on the console, and I'll now
Okay.
know that everything is ready. They will now put it in Redis to now run automatically. So we'll see
Mm.
how everything works. So once it's fine, then we know we are good to go for this particular body.
See all the tests where you do. See how as all of them line up.
Okay.
See the tests where you do before. See as all of them line up.
Okay. So for it to line up, that means this place is already configured. It's not adding anything to the path. If it's showing already,
Mm.
let me upload the image so that we'll use image to check if the path is correct already. We don't have to do anything here.
In terms of return.
Eh?
In terms of return.
Yes. Let me check. This guy, since this guy is once this guy return true, I want to see what else happens. Because it seems that they can this guy join channel. This guy is listening to this and talk reference
That's
HR.
what I want is where I'm having them.
Eh?
The HRM underscore user. I understand it. But that underscore user one, how does
Okay.
user one?
Now, this is the
Eh?
problem. The front is not listening to the right channel. You said that user one, so I didn't get that part.
Eh,
The front is not
I'm
listening to the right channel. That's why
he's
this
not
thing is not
listening
working.
to it.
The right
Okay.
channel. This channel name is supposed to include the
Plus
user ID.
user ID. I can know.
Okay, yake na acquisitions.
Yes. It was like okay, what gets me notice the user ID on
The
a
front is this guy. This was so whatever you define at the back should be in the front. Whatever you define at the front should be in
exactly.
the back. So that's the
Exactly.
same way two of them can now listen.
To
You are right.
communicate.
You are
Mm.
100% correct. So let's do the final test before we do this. I was wondering. I'm seeing the
The
events
data
coming down. So why?
it's not change the
Why
name
would?
this
Okay.
that's it, that's true.
Let's even okay. It's when this guy is saying is add the listing to job. So HRM user one.
Hold on, go.
Huh?
Hold on, go now.
No, this guy didn't join the right channel though.
You refresh, look on the page.
Huh?
If not refresh, I don't think you refreshed
No, I
the
refresh the page. But this guy didn't join the right channel. Look at the right channel. Look at the channel name. There is something missing. Let me
oh
upload
the
it.
school UID.
Yes, school UID. Let me
The
remember
school
how I
UID.
put. Let me remember how I put it. Settings. Okay. Okay. This is what I was
Okay,
missing.
you got the prefix.
So I think it's root user. I need to. This one is working here, but it will not work on the where is that component? Let me use the one that works inside module. Channel name. Okay, which scope?
Okay. The one that spans across the whole system.
Huh? Yes. The other one shows the red. So full scope is the one that you are sure that is already up.
Mm.
It will give you always have value. So yes, so if you can now listen to the right channel. But that's where this channel thing becomes very important. You must
Very, very
listen.
important. So
You
your
must
own
listen to
school
the right
channel.
channel before
Mm.
you can receive this. Because if not, it will send this thing, but nobody will get it.
Nobody will get it.
But the only way you will get it because you are listening to who you are supposed to listen to.
Exactly.
So the old one, without listening to the right school channel, you will not get it at all at all. So this should be the final test that will do what we are looking for. Yes. Ah, default user. Okay. uh,
So it's very, very important to see who the guy is listening to and ensure
he
that
said,
that listening to a particular guy is key.
no, of course, no, this things will be working number because why is it like this? Is say I'm working on local and being set up and other things. Normally,
Mm.
this is what like setting up a school means.
Yeah, yeah.
All these guys, because this prefix is actually coming from database. That's where the main guy is. When you log in, it comes with
To
your
get your
school.
own, yeah.
It comes with your school and everything. So for this guy not to have it means it's either the what do you call it? The database. I've not set it in the database.
Okay.
That's why I didn't have it. So let me set it.
Settings, I mean.
Because this database, I normally refresh it because of the testing I'm doing.
Mm.
The test, every time I drop it and clone the
And you've
DA
not
again,
added
it
it in
means it's working.
SQLV.
You say?
And you've not added it in SQLV,
SQLV. Where in SQLV?
as in when you are
So the
resetting up.
prefix is just like a pseudo dictionary. It's not specific to any school, remember.
Oh, okay.
It will work based on whatever you are using as your prefix in the currently in your EMV or whatever. So
EMV,
it can
okay.
be anything. Huh?
Yeah, from the
It can
EMV.
be anything at all. Anything you put there is what both the upload will work with, both the echo will work with. So
But
well,
the front end, that's the JavaScript part,
it's
the
working
JS
from
part,
the,
it
this
wasn't
thing,
from settings.
settings in a database.
Yeah.
Is it the settings that doesn't at the third digit? I thought it was in the third digit. Well, module let me see from me. Normally in the third,
I guess you
normally in the third,
whatever.
yes. So I'm looking for echo. Ah,
Okay, now.
a database over here. January again because it's January 23rd. Okay, I think the last time I did this thing, I've not run this thing.
Migration.
Um, Okay.
You need to refresh.
Wait. What database am I using? I'm not it's going on here. Let me even see what is the last value on this list. Now you. I don't think this database I'm using. No. Let me
You
confirm.
please check. Check from
I don't
in.
think this database I'm using. I think I'm using one of the other skills. I'm using Corona.
Okay. January 31st.
Corona is demo site.
Okay.
I'm using demo site database. Okay, okay. It was when I was testing. I started moving those files.
Hmm.
So when I was testing something to make sure it's working. I was wondering because I know this thing should have this thing. Ah,
Okay, that's why you were going for three.
yes. You can see it was interesting. No, no, it's okay. Anyway. Oh, yeah, but that's him and now clock work.
Clockwork, yeah.
Better like this, I will know the difference.
Something that you can even write a macro for.
Eh?
Something that you could even write a macro for, a macro program to be going there, even on the front end. All of a sudden, I'm thinking of that work. Is it?
as in
On a Bowie.
the thing was on the member on the
Okay.
so this guy will get it
Use it to
back.
listen. Okay. David, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Is on.
Okay, I think I'm back again. Can you
Yeah.
hear me?
Yes, you're back now.
Okay, so
Share
let
your
me
screen.
try again. Can you proceed? Just tell me when you start seeing it.
Yeah, we are seeing your screen now.
Okay, so I'm about to do our test again. So now we have the right information on the prefix.
Okay.
So let's see. This one did not send the information again.
You didn't send document ready.
Huh?
You didn't send document ready information, Abby?
Yes. Did any setting change? Event dot user left. This guy left is sent. Okay. So this guy. Okay. Can you see what is happening now?
No. He has found user one, that's for sure.
Huh?
He has joined the channel. User one has joined the right channel.
No, not even that. This thing. This guy is joining after this thing have sent. After the server.
Oh,
Abi? Okay.
yes.
No, this one is old one. I think this one
I
is
think
old one.
it's
When is
no. If it's
14?
no. It's not the old one. That the is the very last one that was right. The old one was default.hrm.
Wait, let's do it this way. Let me put this guy here. So I will do it again.
Okay.
But I think what happened now, the other one, it seems the other one didn't even send information because he sent. So here, test two.
Does your driver being on sync affect this
It affected on the sense that it may not tell us success or return
until the whole thing is done?
yes. But there, I'm supposed to see the broadcast because when I use the red is Are you sure already this is aware of this guy? So this guy left channel.
Joined properly.
So let me see. So this guy joined. This guy
Yeah.
channel
Broadcasted.
was broadcasted
The event was called.
and event
Event
was
was posted.
posted. HM ready.
Mm. So another
HM
thing
says
to check is the event.hr ready. Does it require event.hr ready to be traced, or just HR ready document ready? Check you go to the front
when
end.
you say trace, like
No, the front end, the JS.
JS. So I should go to this thing.
The
When you say
response.
trace,
Okay, no. Event.hr doc ready. That's the right one.
no, it's the right thing now. So
Yeah,
what
it's the right.
I want to know now, this log that didn't come
Uh, which means he didn't
because
go
I
in.
want, eh?
He didn't go in there at all.
Yes, because this guy once this guy returns res dot data no upload. That's when it will come here. So,
Else, what happens?
eh?
Else, what happens?
Else it will come to error, but the
No,
error didn't happen.
no. It doesn't go to error. That is still success message. Even no upload is still success message.
I know, but we didn't send no uploading because we actually uploaded now. So my own concern now is this particular guy, this res dot this thing.
That's what I'm saying.
Now
Nobody called it.
this guy is called it now. This guy. That's the purpose of this guy now. Remember this guy? You gave the
They
listing.
help her to it. Okay.
You gave listing. So what this listing does is that it will initialize this thing and
Mm.
now listing on that channel
That's
event. So
then
anytime
start the
there is
function.
a call this thing, anytime they receive the brokers through the property and everything, it will pass the socket and argument they
Okay.
receive, which in our case um, will now be document and
Document upload.
this thing. But wait, let me say confirm that. Let me put it to this thing first and confirm my brother issue with one of those other things. So let me put this guy to read this and refresh my this thing. My worker. So
Supervisor. Mm.
yes. So let me run into this guy. Let me know why the event. Because what most times when this thing happens, what is normally the issue? Oh, I've seen the final issue. Kai. I know the issue. That's why I like if I'm doing this kind of thing, I do copy and paste from the old one rather than the new one.
Mm.
Because you make some mistake, you know, but this guy must have a dot if you are defining your own broadcast.
Must
If you are
have
if it's a user defined broadcast, it must start
broadcast.
with a dot. The event name must start with a dot. For
Ah,
example, that's what it means by user event. Um, either for event I create last name HRM ready.
really.
Yes. Anytime you define this guy, this field, you know it's not a must to define it. If you don't define it,
Okay.
it will now be hrm.events.html ready will be the event name.
Okay.
Then you will not require dot. But once once you define this guy, not this guy, this one, sorry,
Event
broadcasters.
channel and name. Okay.
Yes. So once you do these broadcasters, then it must start with a dot. It's in their documentation.
Okay.
That's
Because it
their
concatenates together with it concatenates already existing.
yeah. I think no, they say that the dot tells the system to not to expect namespace of the distance to use what was defined.
Okay.
Because normally it was yeah. Okay, yeah, you are right. It will calculate the original namespace to the
Mhm.
event.
To
So
the
that's how it
event.
will now form the full event. But
Okay.
when you don't do it, it will just use only that thing, not calculate anything on the namespace. Yes,
Okay.
you're right. Yes, that's what it is. So this dot is why it was not listening. So let's do this before we narrow it.
Okay.
Because I was wondering everything was perfect. It was listening to the
The
right channel.
upload is
It was
already working and everything.
yeah. No, it's not even about the upload. It's about this. What was wrong with the channel not displaying?
Return.
Because everything from that information from that back, everything was working, set, and listening to the right thing. So what gives? So that was it. Dot can keep you programming. Dot can keep you for a very long time.
Ọrụ alụchagala alụcha.
Dot can keep you for a very long time. So this is that rest that I died. This is what came
Okay,
back with it.
okay. Created
So whatever
success.
you define from that distance. So now we have aligned it to the original distance. So it will give us more flexibility of
Yeah,
using the same function without doing anything to it
not doing anything to it.
and just returning it back. And
Okay.
so this guy will just, you know, upload the day. So now let's know if this guy is
If
linked
this guy
properly.
is going
So
direct,
let's
yeah.
try to download it. You see it?
Ah, okay.
You see the stage two, the part of the stage two. So that one we did at the back is stage three. This is the stage two. Stage two is actually um to change the file. Okay, this guy calls a function, but let's look at the original thing that came down. Did I wipe? Ah, I wiped this guy.
Just
So
try
let's call it.
downloading it.
Let's just call it again. So to give us the content. You see it?
Dot html. So that's a full. That's the URL.
Okay, that's URL. That means this spec is doing something else in the front. To the that get download is the one adding it, not what came
True.
down.
No, what came down is correct, but
Yes, what came down is correct. So what the issue now is this guy.
yeah, the get
The
download. It
method.
seems like it messes up the. I mean, it tries to locate
Yes.
the public file before.
No,
Yeah,
it
that
adds that
download
this thing.
is
It
exactly.
adds that server
That's
public.
server public exactly. Oh, you can add the
That's it.
local file. You get this one. The HRM service get this one. So this is what the
Endpoint.
restructuring is all about. So all you
Yes,
need to do is remove this
yes.
and call
And
the
these
field.
guys are working properly.
Mm.
So this
But
is
that
the two part of the structuring to make sure the URL called in the front actually it doesn't have anything attached to it.
mm. So we can actually make it simple. If it starts with HTTP, return field. Otherwise, return the
Ah, well,
public part. That place you just changed now. If
it's only you
field
that called here now. Different places in the system call different things.
call differently things. No, what I'm saying is, I mean, based on what we currently have, the fact that we have not changed, we have not run the part two, which is rename all files. Because if we run rename all files now, right? I mean, let's say that we have done the upload, all the files in this server has been moved to space, right? And the database names have been changed to https/doc, right? That means that all files that have been uploaded before now will already be working, even before this moment. But now that we have not done it, right? Looking at consistency until the files move over. Because if we do this now, like this one that you just did now, I know it's still on staging, um, staging, staging file. So let me see that's your Git branch now. That
Okay,
branch, yeah, it will maintain the branch. But by the time
this
we
one.
start working now, yes, exactly.
Yes.
So it's
So
steady,
what's the
steady.
question?
So if, as we speak now, if all
Uh,
of us plunge into this job now,
yes.
what's the guarantee that all files have been moved to space?
It's been moved already now.
It's part of what
All
we are
files
doing
will be
now,
moved to the as I'm talking to you now, it's moving already straight. That's why you're seeing this in increasing.
increasing.
So that's part of the job I'm doing in migration now. All
Okay,
files, before we finish this thing, all files will
must
have
have
been migrated to
migrated.
this thing.
Okay,
So
so
look
we
at
should
where
just
it's being
write
done.
down.
You
Okay,
can see the different things. So each one that is this thing we cancelled. So the
okay.
ones that are taking time are actually all these big schools, Starville, take it
Mm,
British, 200 and
yeah.
something. All
Mm,
this. So when this guy do all these ones will not take time. So just
Okay.
these ones are very few gigs.
Mm.
So once everything is done, because no now I'm running the script without actually changing the database
Changing the
parameter.
database parameter. That will be the last stage.
So the last stage is now to rerun this thing again. But when
But
we're
this
now
time,
that day will shut down this thing, we'll now run this script again. But this time it will change the database with the new this thing. For example, now let me give you an example. Starview now. Starview database online. So Starview database online now. This media, this thing, media transfer. Look at it now. You
okay,
can see their own is 50 something thousand file that was transferred yesterday.
okay. So this is the new path.
So this is the new part. So all Starvages have been migrated currently as we speak.
Okay,
So once we move their everything is done, we'll move. Is to run the second script. It will now everywhere it sees this guy, replace it with this guy. Anywhere it sees this guy.
okay.
So it will no longer go to upload again.
Because this
So
one is
and before
complete.
we migrate,
So you
we'll
know
run this.
that, but you know that as we speak now, they are uploading new data.
Of course, and that's the purpose of this particular this thing. That time that one is
So
running.
where
If
if
it the
it's
one
not
it
here,
doesn't see, the one it doesn't see, it will
create
at
it
that
again.
point upload it again. But that time
Okay,
it will be very few, just
okay.
like 1 gig or less
I get you.
is the only thing remaining.
Okay.
Because if you do it that night of upload,
Mine is not. I can't hear you.
okay, I'm hearing you now. James, I'm hearing you.
Okay, David, are you? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm with you, sir.
Okay, he's back. He's back. Continue.
Okay. So you can see my screen too, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. So if we do this thing at the night of the migration, some of them takes 8 hours, 9 hours. So that means we'll tell our school that we'll shut down for 1 week to do migration.
No, we can
So
do
but
that.
with this approach now, so that night, the only thing we need to do is that weekend or night, just very few files remaining is the only thing I need to upload for every school.
And
And
all of them can be done in 24 hours based on the 150 gig limit, 250 gig limit
yes, as in by that time, because what I even plan to do, in case we are not done, at interval, once these ones are done, every day I'll be running the script for
until the very
all
final
of
day.
them till the final day we are ready to move.
Okay.
We will now, that's when the final one will now run, the one that will now change the URL.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay, that's
so
good.
there's the migration part that will make it possible for us to do. Because
Okay.
if not, it would
Wow.
have been almost impossible. Tell our this thing that that day, 1 week, we need to migrate this thing. So that's
As
where the migration
everybody
part
will
is
go
for us.
down.
You said?
Everybody will go down.
Yes, that's what
And
it
then
was.
some
But
will go
now
off
with this,
and
we'll
never
have
come
almost
back.
zero downtime.
And some will go off and never come back.
No, depending on how important it is to them.
Yeah, well, finally.
Yes,
Okay, so this settles what I was asking you, so no problem. Open your
yes. So
Minios app
that
browser. Let's see some of the things that you uploaded.
is it my local or
Look out
the
now.
spaces?
That's the one we just did now.
Okay, that means we have to trace it because that guy contains a lot of things
So many
already.
things.
We have to trace it. So can you remember the? Okay, let's check it from the 2 URL. This is the last time I uploaded. Okay, look at this guy. Okay,
You
let's
need to
trace it
refresh.
from there. Let's trace it from what came down.
The last one, 23, I think. Test. Yeah.
This
Yes.
upload file, Since didn't save, oh.
Which one?
It didn't save the URL. It's only
For all
the
of
first one I did.
for all of them?
Not all of them. The first one I did
Thursday
was documents. The other ones was we are what again?
empty. Oh, wow.
The other ones we are picture, abi?
Yeah. No, the first one was PDF. The other one, the last
We
one
are
was
picture.
picture.
Okay, so let's look at
Okay.
why they didn't upload.
The documents file from system. The
Yes,
document type
let me
was,
see why the system the picture one didn't get the
and that place does not take picture anyways, but at least it should tell us why.
yes,
That place on a normal day take
we know why
picture.
what whether it came back with error or something. We didn't check. So uploaded files. Yeah, it came back with error. It's not the okay. But
But then it was supposed to go. That place is
eh?
supposed to be. That place is supposed to be universal. Whatever documents you put there,
No,
image,
the first
zip,
thing, the only thing, where the issue is coming from is actually from the distance.
the bucket.
It's not as if it's not working. It's just like this is the first time we are adding image that is not coming from next week that this was built with. So
Okay,
there is something going on here. Oh,
okay.
are you serious? Have you seen the issue? Wonderful, wonderful.
Send
Something
to
happened there.
storage.
Eh?
What happened? Send documents.
Something wonderful happened there. Something wonderful happened. If it's not transformed, my brother, it should still send to storage. You still send to storage, or if you not ignore us, you still send to storage. Now what I transform, my brother, one send the one send the picture. So
Okay.
that was happened. Okay, so
Okay.
that's why they were failing.
You've not killed the
Hmm? Yes.
You've not killed.
So everything is normal now. Now I wanted to confirm that not there.
Okay. Yeah.
So and to show you the this thing now. Once this guy comes back, that broadcast, we didn't as in okay, I think we didn't kill it. So you will see that it will still work because only is going to
NHS.
so even though I can now, but what Keba to remove the where did I even
The,
put
that,
that?
that,
Huh?
that DD,
Yes, okay.
yeah, no, 212.
I've seen it. So once we confirm this guy now, this guy will still respond.
Hey,
Now the chopper here
hi,
says,
what can I check over? And we will have Angelo.
yes,
Wow, this is
he's not
beautiful.
here with us.
It's really beautiful.
He's
So
not
if you
here
go
with us.
to, okay, this is the image now, as in
Yeah, this is
direct.
the image now. Direct.
If you
So
click on it,
the last test is down to check without it upload. That method is working. Because you say you want me to leave it the way this way. As I should not revert
uh-huh,
back. So
yes,
let's test that everything is still working fine. Then
yes,
I can now push it
yes,
the
so
way
that this will be the test. Everybody else will. This is the minimal.
yes.
This is a direct call. You understand? all it does is upload file and give it a name. This is the simplest of uploads that we have in the system. The other ones will plenty form.
Okay. So this thing works, but return this.
No
Is that how it
notification.
works on a number?
No hideouts. It's supposed to send out notification,
Eh?
success message. It's supposed to send success message also. But it worked.
Success came back now, of course. And as I say, are you sure on a number that Nina send the
That there was
notification?
no notification. I can see.
Because it's not the same method with that
Check it.
upload.
Yeah, it's a different. Cool.
So let's check it, sir. Um,
So go to upload part.
yeah,
Uploaded document one. No, the second tab. But this time around, do it without adding documents. No, here.
this
Top
one.
right.
Can you send this out without documents? Hello? So let me
Uh,
Is on.
okay.
just
Yeah, I can see you are on now.
yeah,
Good. Your
okay.
screen.
So I'm sharing my screen. Can you
So
put see my screen
David,
now?
yes, we can see your screen. David,
Okay. So we want to do the last part, yeah, which is saving is
David, are you with us?
yeah, it's working without image.
Without image, that's fine. Okay. Wow. This is the simplest that we can have in the system. Every other thing is plenty form.
You see?
This is the simplest we can have in the system. You just upload documents and leave it there as a
Yes, yes.
template.
So the one that will come later, like I was telling you, is that the one whereby that upload, instead of pushing that file, you just go send the file, generate temporary URL and come down. The upload will
Yeah,
guide directly to S3. When
yeah.
it's done, that's when you just go and save the URL. That's all.
That's the one that will let off the job, the task from our own server.
Yes, from our own server. Upload, that is part of
Okay.
upload. Because upload actually consume resources on the server.
Yeah,
If you have a lot of upload, then you need to scale your server because of it.
yeah. Okay, no problems. I think this is a full walk in the park. What we need to do now is once you send this up, give us the URLs that we need to clone, the staging URLs. I mean the staging branches. I think you sent it already. The
Yeah, I
staging
did that.
branches
I've
that
sent
we
those
need
things
to
just for me
be
to
cloned.
just
Then we'll use the full working principle of this HR now to reproduce in all the modules, right?
yes, yes, exactly.
Yeah, just the way it is working now. Anything that we need to modify will be as a result of
The
maybe one or
particular module
two
you are working with.
changes in the module. Yeah, that will be all. Then,
Yes.
um, so everything. I think we are all tired from this lecture. This lecture is actually a full day lecture, so we'll have to we'll have to start work tomorrow. Um, David, review the YouTube URL.
Yeah.
You review this YouTube URL. I'll send it to you privately. You share it with Eze.
Okay, sir.
Hmm?
Okay, sir.
Yeah, so you just review this night, review it, make sure that you get you get a full hands on it, because this is what we are going to repeat across all our modules. We'll just be sharing it. This module done. We'll just Anya, I think it would be nice to send all modules on maybe all the modules. We send all of them on Trello. So if you take module one,
Yes,
we know
yes,
that
yes,
there is still modules two, three, four, five still remaining. If you are
yes.
done, you move it to done. So that once we are
Okay,
done
sir.
with all of them, you understand?
Yeah. But there are some critical module I would like to work on myself,
To okay,
especially for my own part, like
good.
CBT. I want
CBT,
to work
nobody's going there. I'm
CBT. I
not
want to
even
work on it because
even
anything
if you
that
were
spoils them,
dreaming, even
anything
if
that
you were
spoils them,
dreaming, I
they
wouldn't
will
have
look at
gone
them.
there. Sorry,
Kata
I won't
kata
go to
kata kata.
CBT. I won't
So
go to
CBT
e-learning. I won't go to
and
school
learning
management.
management.
So get those three.
CBT and learning management is
Not
the two
no
that
school.
I prefer to do.
You see
Learning
school.
management. No, learning management and no
I'm telling
school.
you the
Everybody
ones
will
that
do
I
it.
will
School is plenty. Oh. In
know.
school, in school. The only thing we need
Types.
to change. The only thing we need to change in that school is just the what do you call it? Um,
The
uh,
PDF, the PDF URL
no,
mostly.
as in logo.
The logo.
Just a school logo. That's all. System will automatically because these scripts I'm running now will automatically go to the school database and change all the results automatically. It is
Yeah.
doing it already.
For the
So the
ones
only thing is
okay.
that the new one,
The new ones.
the new
Okay.
ones, like new
But
school
we are
logo.
still going to do it for all the types.
Yes, that's where the job is done. That school logo, uploading that school logo. Because every other information, it gets it from the school, like student picture, it gets it
Okay.
from the
You know what
normal
we'll do,
system.
eh? We'll leave school last. We'll
Of
do
course,
all
and
modules.
that's school will come last now. School will come last.
Then when we get to school, we create a trailer for all schools. And then
Yes,
if you do
all
school
school
one,
type.
type A, type B, type D, then something like
Yes,
that. So I if you David,
Sir.
create the module, the trailer for all the modules,
all our modules.
all our modules,
The way
all
it's
of them.
listed beside
The
your
way it
this
is listed on the left pane.
on your. No, in
On
fact,
the
use from settings because that's where everything. Because you may not have some that is installed. So the
okay.
way it's listed on your settings, on your
Module.
module settings,
Mepegode,
everything
mepegode,
coming from DB.
mepe,
That one coming from DB.
mepegode.
Base station.
I
There.
David, module
The way
manager,
it's listed here.
all modules. Here, just open all of them. Yes. So list it like this in a Trello, so that anyone well, if you are working on dashboard, nobody else will be working on dashboard.
Yes.
If you're working on medicals, nobody. And once you are done, you test everything that has to do with medical. Make sure that all the images are reflecting the right places. Whether you are updating or creating or deleting, that the right reflection is going to the right place. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Once you are sure of that, then you move it to done. You understand?
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
This thing even mentioned now. That means I need to show you people something again.
Okay.
Um, base station. I will use base station. I've not done for this content. So this base station now, when you are when you are deleting or this thing, when you are deleting data. Okay, I've done for front. Let me use the this thing. That this one will work in this instance. Let me use this guy to demonstrate. Um, where do we have this thing? Module
Newsweek.
manager. No, not
Okay.
this.
Okay. Module
Normal
managers.
module like all installing school.
Okay.
I think it's structural. Yes, module controller. Yes, okay. So delete.
Spelling delete.
Okay. Now, then I wonder why this thing. Adapter. Or the I was the delete function here. Cover delete that way. If I cover delete, remove.
Make
I
up
try that
uninstall. Uninstall.
and install. So that's what we try to say. I cover any app boy. You can initialize it. It means refresh. Refresh.
Refresh. Refresh module.
Fresh module. To read this place.
Init module.
Neat module. Let
No,
install.
check that. Refresh.
Huh? Refresh.
Check that refresh module because it has somewhere it's
No, no, no. I don't think. Once you see it, you will see the new implementation I've done on it.
okay.
No, no. In fact, I don't think it's even this particular.
You have
I don't
moved
think.
it already from the module
No, no.
instance.
It's not this guy. Sir. It's not. It was not here before. You know those ones were individual school, but the
So
person that
when
called it, person that called it is settings. It's setting that handles installation and everything.
now,
Even before.
even before, sure, yeah.
Remember where it is now? It's in settings now. The
Hmm.
settings has called whoever it
On
calls.
install
From there, it goes. So you can see this
the
thing,
previous one.
because this thing. So it goes to module service, which handles both the updates and everything. So this
Okay,
guy is the one that does the function now. Um, okay, this on link I use is just to tell the system to delete the file.
okay,
It actually came from the former method, so I just left it. So
okay.
this callback, okay, I don't think I should go into this because this is actually what makes that this thing work. The update through schools. Maybe later I can show you what it means. But for now, let's
Okay,
just concentrate on what we need.
okay.
So this information here is because of the way this guy works. Because the base station that does the work now. So it will go and call the BS and return. So the
So
BS will
it's
now
actually
call
in the
back.
base station.
Eh?
It goes to BS.
Yes, you go to BS telling it the module he wants to deal
That it
with.
needs to be on
You get
link.
the
Okay,
true SSID. It tells you that you need to remove the file and all.
okay,
Then it gives you the host, this particular person that
yeah,
he called. Because the base station will now use this host. It will tell you the callback. This callback is referring to this guy.
okay.
This callback is referring to this guy. So the
Still in the LMS.
yes, but this
Okay.
guy will be called for all the IPs, all the servers where
Uh,
they are installed.
Based on the
So this guy
slaves.
for each of these hosts, all the IPs are shared with this host. It will be calling them one by one.
One by
Calling the
one
method this
to
guy,
delete the module.
calling
Okay.
this guy of all those places one by one.
Yeah.
So
And
that's
that's
the
based on the
difference now
structure
with
of
normal.
the module
Yeah?
system. That's based on
Yes.
the structure of the module stuff.
No, not necessarily module. Normally, when this guy come to this delete module, you're supposed to just do this guy. But remember what we're now doing? We're now doing scaling horizontal. So
That's
this
what I'm
guy may
saying.
be 4 or 5 instances. So
Exactly.
instead of calling
So
direct, it will tell
you
base
send it
station
to
to
the
call
base
it.
station. The base station will call all the IP
So if
addresses
you do this guy
for
and
the same
respond,
function.
then this guy will go to job and now do the real thing. So when it's done, that's when it will now tell you success or failure.
Okay.
So let's proceeding with that. When this guy return, this guy is now do this is the one I want to show you. File delete.
Yeah. Hold on, please. Sorry to cut you here.
Yeah.
Is um these multiple IPs, is it covered by what we just did? Like if
When
I
you say
upload,
covered, how does what do you mean?
I'm on server one, IP
Yes.
address 100, and then
Yes.
I upload data HRM. Does it go to server two, IP address 112?
1 month. No, nothing
Mm.
concerns the server now. For example, now let me show you how this thing works. Okay, in fact, it's better I even explain how the system works, so that maybe better understanding will bring up new ideas on implementation.
Okay.
So now I want to power up my this thing. What do you call it? What will serve as a load balancer?
Okay.
The load balancer server is what I'm powering on now.
Okay.
We are seeing it's showing Abi this
Yeah.
thing
Yeah.
here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So this is another Ubuntu sha, but it's emulating the load balancer.
Okay.
So and that is how it works. So inside this load balancer, I'm using Nginx to emulate the load balancer, the upstream listener of Nginx.
Okay.
So here, this is this thing. So inside it, there is Nginx installed.
Okay.
So let me show you the config of the Nginx. So this is the configure thing. Yes. So that
Okay.
person you ask now, this is what handles it.
Okay.
So now you know now when you want to create when you are creating a school now,
Mm.
the client hitting the person is hitting directly. The IP will resolve directly to our current web server.
Okay.
But when we do this thing now, if you are hitting something like james.educare.school,
Yeah.
the person is not going to go to, it's not the person hosting our web server. It's going to come to this guy. This guy's IP may be currently this guy's IP is 198.168.43.123.
179.
No,
Okay.
123. 179 is my own system.
Okay.
It's 123. That's where all our this thing will now be pointing to the load balancer. So
Okay.
the job of the load balancer is to now say, okay, requests have come. Since
How
these requests have
many?
come,
Yeah.
I have two servers. Are you
I
seeing
have
this
two
thing? I
servers.
have two
Yeah.
servers. So you can define how it will be choosing this. There are different this thing. There's one they call IP hash. There's one
Okay.
called the fourth one is round robin, which is this one, this one, this one, this one. So the first request that may come may be this one. It will send it to
Okay.
here. So sending it to here means it's going to my second this thing, which is this guy that is still up. Is the one
Okay.
that is this one two. Then if you come and do something, press another button, it will send it to this guy, which
Okay.
is the my main this thing. So anywhere you send it doesn't matter. So the reason why we are doing all these things, remove media, all these things, so that the website will not have any state file. So if this person
Okay.
saves something, the other person is automatically seeing it. So if we
Okay.
upload file, it's going to the other side. Even if you make that request again, the link I'm getting doesn't have to do with the web server itself.
Okay.
So but why the module update is special is that we are modifying files, direct server files.
Okay.
So two of them needs to have the same state at any
So
moment,
one database accessed by two different servers,
or three or four or
or
10 or
four,
20.
five, or six, or 10, and the load balancer is just making sure that at every point in time, none of them is overloaded or
Overloaded, yes.
overtasked.
It will be moving it,
But
this
in
guy,
terms in
this guy.
terms of module update, the two
Yes.
different servers will be updated
Needs to
automatically.
be updated. Their files, physical
Yeah,
files need to be
the
updated.
physical
So
files.
there needs to be like a person that will do those
I will tell
updates and
you.
ensure that all of them succeed.
Yes, so that when another document is sent, I mean, the content of A is the same content of
Yes.
B.
Because if not, if they're inconsistent, what it means is that if I make changes to dashboard, if I
Mm.
refresh that page, I will see that change. If I refresh again, I will not see it again.
You will not see it
If I
again.
refresh again, I will see it again. That's what will happen
Yeah,
if they don't have
depending on the
consistency.
load, depending on the IP that is loaded.
Yes, it will come to this guy. That means it will hit this guy. If this guy don't have the current file, I will not see what I want. If you hit
Okay.
it again, it will hit this guy, which is me, which have the this thing. You will see what you want.
In other
So for
words,
that,
the file uploads do not have anything to do with this load
no, no,
balancing
no.
part. That one
So
is
that's why
overloaded.
that why I told you that our file system is critical. Everything goes
Yeah,
through it because the job of
yeah.
that guy is to send it to S3 storage.
S3,
So once
which
it's there,
is unique
whoever
for
that's
every
calling it or using it is using it from external
it's from
distance. It's not
external.
confined to one person.
Wow.
It's
Okay.
not confined to one person. That's the job of the load balancer and everything.
So our system now indica ebe agwọ no lawo isi a
Yes,
ga-ezu
it can scale.
one
So,
entrance.
1 second. Henry is calling me.
Henry, okay.
Yeah.
Let me use that
Hello, Henry.
opportunity and track my
Yeah.
guy. David,
Sir,
you dey see as e dey go now.
I'm just looking
The
at
timer.
this here
You know go.
calendar.
You see Kelly.
Yes, yes.
Has Tope has not gotten to the office.
But you just arrived. Tope
He
just
just
arrived.
arrived.
Yes, sir.
When you
I,
say on report, what does that mean?
okay, let me just call him first.
I still don't understand. Why do you want to process? Was there any reason to process? You can see how it looks now. They have picture already now to start paying immediately. What else do you want to do?
See,
All those people are already there. It's just
uh,
front entry now.
he just gave it. He just came in.
Did you open the report and you didn't see image?
Eh?
Did you open the report and you didn't see
He just
image
came in.
immediately?
So what? Hey, yeah, welcome. How can we
What
do
I'm
it
saying,
now?
if you just
Have you collected the
just
rank?
open the report, everything should be alright immediately.
You fixed
Even
the
from
RAM.
last year, once there was
So
fixed everything,
what and what? Everything was fixed. The audio
that
jack,
process
the
it will
keyboard.
work if they had picture when that was processed. But if they don't have picture, that's when you
It's
now
only
need to
the.
process. But the one I checked directly on their side, there was
How do you
picture
mean
on
it
this
did not
particular
work?
person. So, but I don't know about customer details.
It detected it, but it didn't work.
Yes. They had picture. Yes. Okay.
Uh-huh.
How does it currently even show?
But they have changed it.
You can go to parents and click. If it's something they want now, if it's something we'll do it now. They are not enterprise and they are making
But
all
it's
these
not a
points, right?
component. So it's not. There is no way they
Yes,
could
I'll
have
comment it out. But
repaired
if
it
they, so
or
what's the
changed
purpose
it.
of doing enterprise is they will get all these things if they are doing. Tell her if she wants all these updated
So how
details,
do
she
you
comes
know
to
now?
work.
Uh,
Yeah. If she wants those features
no
now, she gets
sound
that
at
from
all, at all. Because there is actually sound. It's just that it goes to one ear.
yes. So that's the purpose. That's what motivates people to come to them. When you want system to be moving up and down, you come to enterprise, they will now listen to you.
Hey, make it no be say I don't make it worse. So. But the
All
keyboard,
right.
how far?
Okay.
I don't understand.
Hmm.
So what did you do? So they had to fix back my own. But the new ones you guys brought is not working. Aye.
Hello, yes, I'm back.
Okay.
Okay, so I was showing you people. People are still seeing my screen, right?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry for the break. So the delete is what I wanted to show you people how it works here,
Mm.
Abi.
Mm.
So I don't know if this is the implementation I did, but let me confirm.
Adapt to
Uninstall
Steve telling base paths.
this that this guy. I think this guy was left from the old thing. Let me confirm that this is the method I work with. Okay, so you can see the unified version of this in now, James.
Yeah, you have moved everything to module service.
Yes, so money service is the one doing everything, and it will now work with transaction.
Yeah.
So
So
with this
that if
transaction, what
it
happens is
fails,
that
it goes back
all these things must succeed before
before any of
system
them
will do it.
do
So
it.
both for installation and everything. So with that, it makes it you can hardly see installation can hardly fail, and there will be left over.
And
There is
you have
always
left
a
them.
contingency plan for it. It
Yeah.
must check that it will succeed before it will even enter. So if it fails in the middle, it will immediately revert back, and
To
everything
the
will continue
original.
working.
So there will be no extra module migration to be checked in the terminal.
No,
Like go and remove
no, as in everything will be done automatically.
account.mode.
Yes. So it will check all those things before it will even touch any file or touch any migration.
But you know that
So
by then the zip folder, the zip file has already been moved in.
it will delete it as it's leaving. Both
Okay.
install checks all those things. So there is a
Okay.
way it works. If it's installing and the file was there before, it will move it to
Mm.
back. Even if it's
Okay.
installing, installing is assumed that it's supposed. Sometimes something can happen to the module and it will go
Mm.
back to install.
Yeah.
So if it's installing and it sees, it will check if there is file. It is there. It will move it to back. Dot back.
Okay.
It will now try to do the fresh installation. So when it's done with the fresh installation, that's when it deletes. It also check if there is back. If there is back, it will delete it.
Okay.
If there is no back, it will know it's a fresh, completely
But
fresh
if
one. It will move.
but if it fails, what happens?
If it
It
fails,
renames
it
the
will go
back
back.
to the original.
It will name the back to original the way it was. It saw it
Okay.
and delete the one it brought in.
Before it's telling you error.
Yes, before returning
Okay.
to tell you that this thing failed. So it will
Okay.
always leave the one it met because of the way we have experienced it in the past. So I should not
Exactly.
delete it and you start looking for it.
Now you have to go online and begin to use SCP to send.
Yes. So there won't be based on how it's working now. There's a lot
Yeah.
of checks going on before
Okay.
it will happen. So you can see the clear dependent even happen at the end
Yeah.
after the transaction succeeds. So
Okay.
that's one. The second one is that this force that I was introduced. If you don't use this force, it will not work in production. Remember,
Okay.
most of our data is still in the bug. We need to put in production because it will give us some speed improvements.
Okay.
1 minute again. Here is calling. Just 1 minute.
Okay.
Hello. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's not done. No. That thing is not small work. That's what I've been doing before I enter this meeting today. It's not done. Maybe by tomorrow. It's not small work. It's a very big work. Yeah. Okay. Okay. No worry. All right. Okay. So, are you still with me?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey. Hello. 1 minute again. All right. Yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah, it's been
David.
fine. It's fine. That's what we're doing. We've been having meetings this morning. So now we're at the final stage of now configuring the files and all those things. So I'm putting them through what they need to do for us to achieve it. So that's what we'll be doing since morning. Tomorrow, okay? Don't worry. We can ask them individually. Let's know the scope of work. Yes, I've heard you say this tomorrow will be through. What should I answer him?
Why don't we launch it this moment yesterday?
He said we can launch it this morning.
We should launch it this morning.
I know. In fact, if we don't do this thing, even in the next 10 years, we'll be paying that amount. So it's one off thing we need to do now to make sure we don't pay that again.
I know
Yes, that's what we're trying to do so that we'll not pay them again. Because if we don't do this, if we push this update, we'll just close the weekend. No need. Everybody should just go home. Because the kind of error that will surface everywhere is just for something. That's what I'm telling you. Things are as in we are getting step call them customer that if you give them disappointment with error, that means you're in trouble. So everything must be perfect before we move. And it has to align perfectly. Tested. So that's why it's taking time. But we're almost there. As James can testify, we're almost there. All right, sir. Let them. Okay, James, I
but
will
then,
do. Eh?
but, but then,
Yeah. I'm listening. I will.
eh, Asigipo, when do you
Uh,
think we can finish this based on what we know? For instance, I already see the work in HR.
yes. You know,
It's not
in
much.
myself,
It's not much media.
do
You
you know where
understand?
I'm seeing the major work? That's
Mm,
why I find it hard to put time frame now. Where I'm
mm.
seeing the major work will be in the schools, going to those school types.
The schools, right?
Yes. So if
So,
it's this
so
module,
let's look at it this way. Let's break it down into two. All
yes,
modules. How long do you think it will take us? Then you look at the schools. I know we have up to 28 schools, both in high school, um, junior school, and EYF. So we're looking at about 70 something schools. You understand?
oh, yeah.
Yeah. So
So
if we
you know what I want us to do, eh?
yeah,
I want us to to do this projection after one day of working on this
on one of these
restructuring.
modules. Exactly.
So by the pace of the module or how difficult or how easy it is, let's now project with it.
Project the rest
Because
because this
now
is
we
the
have not
final
done any.
part.
Yeah, this is the final part. We have
This
not
is the
done
final
anything
part.
yet.
And it depends
So
on the
we can't
efficiency
do
of
it.
all four of us
Yes.
put
So let's
together
each
on
one of us
average
do application module and know what did it take us to do one more individually. So let's know our pace
individually. Exactly.
individually. Then we can
Okay.
now do a projection. So based
Okay.
on this thing, we can finish 3 modules, 5 modules, 7 modules each
In
in a
a
day.
yeah,
So if we do
in a
this,
day.
that means it take us 2 days. So you know how
Yeah.
division of level and ratio works.
Yeah.
So if we have not done it, we don't even know pace of because me I know I can do a lot, but people that is still coming to understand how this thing works,
Exactly.
it may take some
With
small
with
learning
all
curve.
the yeah, with all the learning curves that we have to
Small learning
consider.
curve. So let's know how that learning curve goes first with by doing
Okay.
one module.
Okay.
Then we'll project. We'll then do
Davido,
projection.
Sir.
Eze is in your hand. I hope you know.
Sir?
You know, say Eze day your hand.
I don't understand, sir.
Everything that we have so far done. Now you go teach Eze.
I will pull him through. The guy is fast in learning.
Good. Okay. No wahala. No wahala. Okay. Aye.
Okay. So I'm rounding up, sir, so that we can
Yeah.
now get prepared. So here now, I wanted to mention 625 earlier. You know, here
How
now,
does
we're having issues with, I will say out of the lead, but let me just talk something about the migration. Um, you know, here, you can see we are doing artisan core.
yeah.
And now realize that why are we even talking about the other, we have to do the other ones here. Do you know that in fact, we can use this place to actually do structural updates.
Of
You
course.
can use this
Direct.
kind of, you can use artisan code to do structural
Because it's
updates.
the same PHP artisan that we use
Eh?
for migration. It's the same code that does migration for us.
Yes. So that reset that happens will now be part of our module when you are uploading a module. You can put run this in after or run before. I don't know if you get.
Oh, that's our
There'll be,
Q
there'll be a
reflex.
checkbox when you're uploading. There'll be a checkbox when you're uploading module. After you put your version, you select the file. Then down there, there'll be a checkbox. If you say run Q restart, you now select when to run it after or before.
On the base station.
Eh?
On
Yeah,
the
we
base
put it
station
on base station.
where you are
So when
uploading
this
the
guy,
version.
when this guy goes, when this call of update goes to the base station,
Yeah.
when it's coming back because this base station will call this guy. Remember this call. This
Yeah.
call is
The
going to the base
uninstall.
station. Then basically this callback, when it's coming back, it's come back currently with the file URL
Yeah.
that you need to install. So in addition to that file URL, it will come back with
Yes.
extra parameters that
Extra
needs to
file
happen.
parameter. Yeah.
So if it's going to run job, then it will run. It is going to run queue restart.
Queue
So if you know
restart.
when to run it, whether to run it before doing the update or run it after. So with that, we don't have to bother ourselves when schools updated their module or not
Because
updated
this
their
system
module.
automatically reset the queue.
Yes. So once
Wow.
that particular update that needs it, module update that needs it happens, system will automatically reset the queue for that particular school
Yeah.
immediately. So, but another one I
Does
want
that
to
cover for amend.js and default HTML reset?
main.js out. I don't get.
You know, when, for instance, a module update includes a new
Yeah,
file,
change of front end or
a
something.
front end, yes.
Yes, yeah.
Does that queue cover it?
It will cover it now because you know the current problem now.
Yeah.
You will first of all run structural updates where you did the which will refresh the main.js and the version names. But
Okay.
the problem now is that if you do that thing and the school has not installed where what is going to refresh,
Yeah.
so the school will, somebody will visit that school and that off refresh will happen. But the file is getting is still the old file. The school has not refreshed the file you wanted it to refresh.
Exactly. So, but with this update now, we choose whether it is after the
So
update that it should refresh or it should
yes,
refresh before
after
the
the
update.
this thing that is refreshed. But another thing I'm trying to do is also whether we can also use this place, whether this guy can run git command for us.
That would be magic.
No, not necessarily magic. You know this what do you call it? You know this let me show you something. You know this guy, this thing you're seeing now,
It's a direct
module
connection to
migration.
terminal. Yeah.
Is this people that created it? The command is this people that created it, Laravel. It
Laravel.
comes default. But apart from this default now, you can create your own, which I created some that I use for installation and also
Okay.
for calculating size every day.
Okay.
Look at my custom ones here. This one.
Whoa. You added it as part of my PA.
Yeah, once you create command and put everything, it will come out here. You give it the distance.
Hey, we
So
can create it command
you
now. We
can
can
create
add
a command. So in that
we can
command, you can
add
now
our
run
git pool
anything.
now. Git pool and git migrate. We can add it as part of our own command now.
Yes, you can now put anything in that command. So that's what
Where's the list of
I'm hoping.
commands?
That's what I'm hoping that it will
Console.
actually work. You see?
Wow.
So this is where you create all those commands now. So you put
Okay.
the signature, that's going to
I
do that
create the
message that you told us, and all
uh,
those things. So when we call it now, in this place, we can now call exec. I believe we'll call exec,
yeah,
exec, exec function
ESEC, ESEC.
with whatever we want. I believe this
Yes.
guy is going to work. Git
Git
pull
pool
and
and
this for that
yes.
particular server.
Yeah.
I believe this will work. I've not tested it, but this should work. So once to create something like that, we'll call artisan to call it. Then artisan will give us the feedback whether it's succeeded or not. So we can now, if we require this thing, when we are doing module this thing, if it requires module this thing, we'll trigger it, we'll tell it, oh yeah, do module before or after. Do structural update before or after installing the module.
Okay.
So with that, we'll start removing many things and make it to the center. We don't have to do it manually. So once there is need for it, we'll do. Unless it's something that doesn't require module, then we can now run it directly.
Okay. I think just to give you a shot, but seeing this possibility already, I'm excited. It will be very nice. So we stop depending on. So it will be. It can easily be a check on any particular module. If there is any reason why we pushed to master, right?
Yes. If you need to
Maybe
run
it's
migration, social
migration.
migration because of that thing,
Yes.
you do
So just
everything at once.
do everything at once. Just check box
Yes.
on the base station, and that's it.
Yes. So for example, all those things that you want to run a migration that will not make you to put it in structural, it's not necessary
Yeah.
again.
Exactly.
So after module update, before migration will run, you reset the job.
Direct.
After module, once the file has been brought in, everything,
Yeah.
you know the next is down to run migration. So
Curious.
before
Yeah.
that, so if you tell it before this thing, to run that queue restart, call artisan queue restart. So
Hmm.
by that time, them have seen the file that entered. You now run your migration. The migration is what you now do CD. So any file is referencing them, the system knows it about it already.
Yeah. So
So
by
you
so
understand
doing,
where
to stop even wasting our resource, because anytime we go to the terminal to run that thing, it's actually a manual work.
yeah, we can't be doing manual because remember you can't do it consistently for the two schools at the same time. Something
Exactly.
anything that needs to update the two schools simultaneously
Yeah.
and knows that it's there.
Yeah.
So you can't update this one partially and update the other one partially. Or as this one is having this class, somebody hits this again and sees something else.
It's another problem. Yeah. So it needs to go be part of module update. So even that our module update becomes a partial structural update because it handles some
Yeah.
structural.
No, total update will be on its own. Just that module update can reference it if there's any need.
That's
Because
what
there
I'm
are
saying.
sometimes we don't send module at all
Yeah,
at
that's
all.
what I'm saying. So it can have structural update as a service. That's what I
We
mean
have
by
it already
partial.
now. Remember that place you showed me now. That's where we have it already now. You just activate it again.
Which one? Okay. Yeah, yeah. I remember.
Just activate it again. Just once you clean that thing will go and do what it's supposed to do
Do what
and
it's
come back
supposed to do. Hmm. Ah,
and
no,
come
no,
back.
no. This console command that I saw now is. I didn't even know there was something like that. Just
That
curious.
console command is not what uh, you showed me dealing with that schedule messaging. That
Yes,
scheduling
that's the
message.
yeah, that's the this thing your current job will call.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, in
Okay.
same location. So
Okay.
I wanted to show example of this thing. Since what
Delete
I'm looking
direct.
for may not even so let me go to base session because I need to show this using the proper example of how this thing works.
How to delete file, right?
How to deal with updates because some update needs to delete delete the file. So let me go to base station to do that. So this is module controller in base station. Um, uninstall, delete. Okay, so module delete. Okay, so this is what I'm looking for. So this is one example of mode delete.
Okay.
Even though, I no, this is what I'm looking for. You know, we don't actually delete module. We rename it.
Rename it. Remove
So
it.
let me look for the ones we will delete. Something like teams. Think teams. Yes. Okay. So this is teams. This is example of delete.
Okay.
I don't know if you are seeing it.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So now, remember the file
The
we
filter file
saved.
name. The file name.
Yes, the file name is that thing we saved in the database.
Okay.
For example, all those what do you call it? Let me go to the table. Let's see exactly what it is. Base station.
Those red, blue,
Huh?
diamond. Those red, blue, diamond.
Yeah, but the part itself is what. So I will work with the correct part that the team
Okay.
changed it to. So teams table. Okay, this is one I've not migrated. Yes. So this is that file part. Abi?
Okay.
Team name.
The name is different too. The name is purple.
Okay, okay. I think this was based on the implementation. Let me see. Okay, this was based on the information that is in this side. This thing will not. This thing will not get this thing. Uh, okay. I think it's almost the same thing, sir. Okay, this will work. So let's assume that this thing is this part. Um let me see.
File
Okay.
URL.
Eh?
The file URL.
This file URL, it will not work. This file URL is actually, this information is actually based on this thing. So this thing is actually right. This name. You know this name now, eh?
Mm.
You know this name now is actually this part. You know, Teams contains a lot of things. First of all, Teams contains about I think this thing has to do with case by case basis. For example, now, you know this is a team,
Yeah.
and in our system, remember this team contains Teams purple, Teams images. There are a lot of things concerning
The thing
Teams,
that comes
right?
with it.
I know based on whether it's an image, it
Yeah.
can save in three different, based on whether it's an image or doc, it can save in different locations like this, something like this.
Yeah. Okay.
Are you seeing it?
Yeah.
Maybe something like this. This can be one of these things. So several, right?
Okay.
So for me now, if I want to delete those things now, I don't have to start calling them one by one.
Okay.
So what I do, that's why you see that I will show you back that loop. What this loop will do
That's
is
why you collect the
for
name.
each of these types,
It
which
stops
is
at
for doc, for doc now, he knows this part, he knows this part, he knows the school ID.
yeah. It stops at
Then
purple.
that name is now this guy, whether purple, red,
Yeah.
this thing. It will delete everything
Everything
from here.
after it. Okay.
To delete everything for here for doc. So whether it's a CSS that was about this doc, whether it was something else, file, normal file, .zip,
Mm. Mm.
everything from here, it will delete it for me once.
Okay.
So the same thing, that's why it looks again under image, everything from here down, all this thing, whether it was image or thumbnail or this thing. I don't know if you get.
Yes, I
Because
get.
if you have 10,000 files, in all those requests, saving requests matters in all this storage system. If you have 10,000 files, you won't get 10,000 and start calling them to delete one by one. So you
True.
just delete the folder. The system will
Just
automatically do the job.
wipe everything. Mm.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you.
So this, why this one was like that, that team name was enough to delete
To
this thing.
get the data. Okay.
Was enough to delete this thing because that's what it does. For each of those types, it will get everything it needs and now wipe
We
it on
delete
the directory.
directory.
So the this
Okay.
using this ID to wipe it, that delete directory, to
Mm.
delete that part from that purple down,
Okay.
to wipe it from it. So that's
Okay.
what this guy does. But I believe the delete should be almost the same thing. For example, if I'm deleting newsfeed now, this is the same thing I would do. Because remember newsfeed can be document,
Everything. Yeah. But
can be
then you know,
document, huh?
but then a combination of newsfeed that has a newsfeed post that has doc, image, um, video in one post. You can decide to
Mm.
delete video or an or
You
a
can try to delete
post. You can decide to delete just one video file.
no, we don't have that support yet now. Unless
So
unless we
when
add
you're
it.
deleting posts, we just delete
If
everything
you are
in one
deleting
go.
post, you are deleting everything on our post. So that's
Okay,
why I told you that this thing we are doing is not about implementing new features.
good.
It's
It's
just
about optimizing what
whatever
we
you
have.
said, just make it let work with the new this thing. So later
Okay,
if we decide that we want to now be deleting individual this thing, we can now implement it. It's now a new task we'll call
oh,
and implement. So it will
okay,
start working that way.
all right, no
So but
problem.
basically the main thing is that in fact I think I should just explain the structure so that everybody can now, structure it the way they understand based on what they are doing.
Mm.
Basically, when you are deleting, if you are deleting file, if you just call normal this guy with the delete without maybe delete directly, what you need to give it is this guy.
The full
The
path
not the full part, just this
up
guy from this school ID. This is what you need as a key when you want to reference that file.
okay,
This other guy is already in this guy, something like s3.doc.
okay.
S3.doc already contains everything you need from this part. So this doc now is
X, whether it's
referencing
doc.
like the bucket name.
Okay. So you can have a S3 dot image.
Yes, the file type determines what it is.
Okay.
The file type determines what it is.
So how
But
do you know the file type if you are not providing it?
wait,
Like I want
that's
to
what I'm
delete.
looking for. I'm just wait. Let's see. For
Okay.
example, now this one now I'm looking for one that has this thing so that we use it to explain how the system will reconstruct those URL again when it
Okay.
needs to update. Um, install will get the file. And I'm looking for a place that needs to Teams. Okay, blog. Yes, let me blog item, blog category. I think it's blog item. I'm just looking for one that resembles exactly educare. Uh, let's see. Is this not best station? Okay. Admin block items. Find delete.
Media path. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Can update. I'll come to this update. Okay. Was this not implemented? Sorry, 1 minute. Yes, this is what I'm looking for. This is exactly what we need. For example, now look at this guy. I put it in my screen.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes, this is how to delete now. So this one now, you just give it the path. Give this delete media the path, right?
Okay.
When you give it the path, look at what it will do. It will first check if it's empty. If it's not empty, it will check that normal working with array. That's what happens there. That's all. Then after that, it will start looping the file to delete it. So for each of this one, if you check if it's a valid S3 file, at that point it's checking it. It will also convert this URL to the one that can be deleted. This is where it does it. It will explode it, the
Okay.
URL part. Then this end moves the current index, to the
To the
last one.
last one.
Then the previous means the one before the distance. So I'm trying to get the hash. The hash is what confirms that this guy is actually
Okay.
a route of S3. So if this guy is valid,
On the
that's when it
hash.
will now enter here. This
Okay.
gets this guy only. Will pass the URL. Upper side or whatever the host. Then inside that host, I can now get my whether it's doc or remember all these things starts with video dot.
Yes.
Video
All
dot
these things
audio.
start with that video dot educare dot school or this thing. So
Yes.
that first part of this guy gives me the
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 host part.
particular this thing I'm working with. So now I have my this is complete, which is s3 dot doc or this thing. Then the second part is one that will now get the file only,
Okay.
which is this guy, pass URL again. It will pass the final this thing. And
URL.
eh?
The URL path.
To pass the URL part. But this thing I'm looking here itself is old though. I have a better way of doing all these things too. Like base part and all those things. Let me check. I'm trying to remember where I did it in educare. But I think we should just go to this thing. Maybe we'll take backtrace from it. We'll backtrace from educare. Because all these getting parts, there is a better way I'm doing it now with base parts and all those things. Let me see. Maybe from here I will go back and know who called it. Um, let's make parts. Let's have sent me S3. Eh? I don't know why I can't find this now. But I think, okay, let's assume this is the one that is here. But if I see one, maybe I'll update. But the main thing that this guy is the one that will now remove the file name and convert it to look like this. And convert it to look like this.
Okay. Okay.
So the first one will get this guy so that we can form the dix, which is s3.dix. Then while the second one get part only, we'll convert it and remove. It will remove this guy. Remember, this guy was part of the URL, something like this.
Yes.
Then do normal pass and get part if you contain this guy. So that's replace string is actually replacing this guy out to now look like this. So this is the key that this guy S3 knows. So if you tell it to delete a file, this is who you are referring to. So if it's a folder, it's maybe this guy without this. So this is what he knows as a key without the bucket name.
Okay.
So calling S3 without the bucket name and the host name is actually a key you require to delete what you want to delete. Yes, I don't know if you are still with us.
Yeah.
Okay. So who called this guy again? Yes. So this guy now, after it enters this place, will now turn to something like this. Then the disk contains something like this. So that's how you delete.
So if you want
So
to
you're
delete,
asking me how the system will know which file.
mm,
So that method. So I think this guy, I don't know if he's already in the UK. Let me confirm.
okay.
If he's there, then just call this guy with this thing. Thing will delete and come back for you. That's all. That's the same way you're doing stuff. Let me confirm that I migrated this guy to educare. Yes, he's here.
Okay.
He's here also. So
That's the scaling.
call this guy. Huh?
Yeah,
You said?
scaling doesn't kill the school.
Yeah, this scaling is same thing as it's the one that have the branches on um, staging migration.
Okay.
So it has this already. So to delete a file, the simple summary is to delete a file, call this guy. But I think calling this guy should come from this media, our normal way of using media service. I know if you remember something like this. Maybe we'll create a method delete media.
Yeah. I think it should just be there. Delete media.
So if we need more options, we can give it later. So, but for now, I've not done anything that requires more options. So you now give it this, guys.
Files. Yeah.
So something like this now. So it has been added. I'll push it as part of this now. So
Okay.
once
Wait
you
up.
want to delete, same way you have process media, you call for now, call
First, delete media.
process delete media. Give it the parts. If it's different files, just give it to it. It knows what to do to delete all of them. And that's all. But that's all. This is summary. That's all. Call this guy with the file names, with the file parts that was saved, and it will delete it for you.
Man, if
Whether an
any like
area.
this, I am willing
You
to tell
said?
him. If any like this, we wait on the judgment day when there is no partiality. We wait
So
for
this
him
is
to
total
say,
summary,
I
sir.
have landed.
Okay. So then now there's something else I want to point out, even though it will combine this one and this one. In updates, when you are doing updates, for example, where is the module? After doing updates, delete delete the old one. There are two things you can do. If I don't think this guy will not even allow you to just delete the old one once you succeed in updating the current one. Update. Okay, this is module. But it's just something like this. We don't delete module. So that's why
We
I'm
just
renaming it
rename it.
to the new version. But now what will now happen? This is something like media service dot
Delete.
process delete media. You
Process
just
delete
pass it
media
this
path.
you
Yeah.
just pass it this URL to delete it because you have created a new one which you are going to save in database, which is this guy.
Yeah.
So once you have this guy and it's successful, delete the old one. It's very important. If not, we'll start paying for spaces we are
Redundant
not using.
files. Mm.
Yes. So before we'll hardly delete this, but we need to start deleting because it it adds up to cost. Now we are
Yeah.
using a place we are measured
It
by
should be a
number.
major part of upload.
Eh?
It should be a major part of update.
A major part of update how? Sorry.
Like if we're doing student profile update and it has picture, we have to check if there was a previous picture path and delete it before we even, as in where while we are putting in the new one.
Yes, yes, exactly.
It should be a very major
So there
part
is
of
already a method for
updates.
that. There is already a method that you will pass this thing. Let me check. You call it, it will just do it for you, the job for you. Let me
Okay.
confirm. Is here. This exists. Yes, he's here. Call this guy. If you call this guy, so using our spirit of modularity and centralizing, let's centralize this guy too. So we can call this guy. I think we should just use the same name. This file exists. I think this one should just save for one file now. Will you be checking a
Yeah.
lot of files?
No, one file at a time.
This should just save for one file at a time. There's no need to be taking for 100 files. So this guy should. So let's use the same method. So we have this now. So if you want to delete, you confirm that this guy exists. Just give it the path. System will do the rest and tell you yes or no.
So if
If
you
the
send a
file is exists.
path,
Yes. System will return yes or no, true or false for you. To
before you
confirm
can
that
now
it's
do
in
it.
S. Eh? Before
Okay,
you
this one
bother
goes
with
to
your
S3.
yes, it's S3 now.
Okay.
It's S3 that the file will exist or no.
Okay.
So the same thing the delete does is the same thing this thing. It will get the module. That's the one it will combine with the disk.
Mm.
It will now get the path only and do the call.
Okay. Whatever
Mhm.
happens, I don't.
Screening is on.
Okay.
Those are the small flaws that
So in
we'll be
there, this thing.
meeting.
And this one,
Yeah.
there is no setting that is in the Duke that actually extends the time before it times out.
No, because it's not consistent. The
Okay.
time
So
it
it's not like
times out
after one
is
hour
not.
or after 2 hours, after
No,
3 hours.
no, not consistent.
Okay. So I think I'm done with the basics. So if there's any
Yeah.
question now, I can take it.
I think the question will come in once we start the first part, which is tomorrow. As in once everybody, so the part David will do now is to push everything on Trello and share the link.
Okay.
Then we'll
Okay, that
take
will
it
be
one
nice.
after the
Because I'll
other.
still need to finish. Um, I've not joined now. I'll need to finish the communication book for this people before joining
Yeah,
back again.
I have two.
Then this thing.
I have
Okay,
two
let me just
very
introduce
very
things.
critical
Eh?
updates to run. I have two very
Okay, okay,
critical
okay. For
updates to
account.
run this
Okay,
thing.
okay. No
Yeah.
worries. So David can start off for now. So this is
Mm.
our new this thing. Our new this thing. Let me just introduce the structure small.
Media server.
Our new media server. So this media server is it has the version of the Laravel is I think 7 point this thing. So I wanted to test new Laravel what they have in building this new one instead of using old one.
Okay.
So it has 7 point this thing. But the interesting part is that the database is MongoDB.
Mm.
So this database, and one good part about MongoDB is that it can create database on the fly.
Yeah.
That's one. Two, there is nothing like migration unless you want to use migration to do something operation.
Okay.
You can create variables on the fly. So if I want to introduce a new variable, for example, now under this service, if I want to introduce a new variable now, let me say I sleep and wake up, and I don't like these guys now. I can just wake up and add a new this thing. This guy is going to database to go and save something.
It's going to database to say something now, 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 now.
Now. If I say James now will be part of my table.
That becomes a new table part,
That becomes a new this thing,
a new column.
a new column. So this,
That's a JSON now.
of course, that is no SQL now. It's all about JSON now. No SQL database like MongoDB, Redis, and all those. All of them are JSON. Just the same thing with something like now. For example, now Redis. If you go to Redis and click this thing, you see almost everything is saving as JSON. That's just a file system of JSON.
Yes, it is something with Firebase too.
Yes. So all those no SQL this thing, they are just about this thing. The only interesting thing that the person have done the work that if you call normal Laravel method like all this module block get everything still work normal like normal. I think I still have one route. Let me see if it's active currently. Uh, yeah, something like this. Okay. Why this thing is the screw where it is not on.
Okay.
Okay, but that guy that was there before actually came from it.
So why the media server?
The transcoding now, this is where the transcoding job is done. So now
Okay.
this is what it will receive. It will receive a batch ID. Okay, maybe I should go back and I know I told you I will show you later. Maybe this is the letter. That this thing, we left when we were still discussing it.
That
Um,
if the video requires transcoding,
yes, if video requires
it
transcoding, what's
it
the
will
name of
send
that
it to the
method? Sef?
transcode.
This feed.
It was
Please
underneath
ready.
the
Yeah. So let me go to the jobs. So now, this handle now, when this guy requires this thing, look at the next thing it will do. It will create a batch ID. If the it requires if external file is set, it will create a batch ID, right?
okay.
So that batch ID will be stored on
Be
Redis.
part of what will be stored in Redis
Yes. It will use the batch ID as key and store it on Redis. Then that's when it will now make a call to our media server
to process the batch file.
to process this thing. So it will do this thing and exit. It will send it and exit.
Okay.
But this callback is what the media server will call when it's done. You give it a callback.
Okay.
So that media server, this is what they work when it gets this, and this is what it's getting. It's getting the batch ID, this guy and this guy. This is that codec I told you then. I'm starting to know the new ones we need to look out for.
Yeah.
Media server is the one that will save it. So at a glance, I will know the ones that came here. What was their codec? Is it something we can just add to that place and it doesn't need to come here again
Okay.
to save directly? So that's what it does. So it does the job and everything. So this is where it does the main job. So I'll add a support whether we want WebM or MP. I have the two methods. Whether we want it to transcribe to MP4 or this thing. But I think this guy is faster. But just that the problem with this guy, I heard that this guy does not work on IOM on Safari.
The
So I think
WebM.
most people using Safari may not be playing our videos currently. The one that was transcribed. Because right now we are using only WebM.
Okay.
And they say this WebM works only on Chrome and Firefox and all this. It doesn't work
Firefox
with
and Safari.
Safari. So, but if you encode it with this one, it will work everywhere.
MP4.
Just that this one is heavier and
NPM.
takes more time.
Yeah.
If this one transfers with something like 5 seconds, the other one will take 30 seconds. This MP4 that is accepted everywhere will take 5 seconds and all those things. So this is what this guy does. When he finishes, he sends it to direct to the disk with the format and everything. Then it will now save. So when he finishes the whole batch, it will now send a
Send that
notification
notification.
and
The other guy
call
will
that. Eh?
call back
No,
URL.
send notification is actually to call that callback, that
Okay.
callback using the batch ID.
Okay.
Is to tell this guy I'm done. Because remember this guy, the school doesn't know, website doesn't know anything about the file again. It has reduced the resources when you use it and come back.
Yeah.
So this guy will do work. So only when this guy is done, that's when it will now call the school back using the callback you gave it.
Yeah.
It will call the school back, and that callback will now hit this guy again. So when this guy is coming again, it will now call this guy to process the files. It will go to Redis using that batch ID that was sent and get the particular data. I don't know if you are seeing it.
Yeah.
So
Using the
it will
batch
go to
ID.
Redis, batch ID. It will now get the original data. Remember, this guy was supposed to do something, but because there was external file, it has to force it to go and convert file.
Okay.
So when it comes back, you can fetch that data, original data that came. It will continue as if nothing happened.
Okay.
Get the idea?
Yeah.
So that's when
Good.
it will now call. For that one, remember that we now create after the job, we created this thing. So it's when this guy has finished coding, to now call create. So the create feed is the one that will now do the actual, now use the create the
And
feed,
the database and everything.
the album and everything, and now save. So that's the work of the media server. The media server currently now, if two schools are transcoding this thing, the whole server will go down, almost go down, because the transcoding is a CPU intensive. This thing will hit 100%. Even if you have 4 cores or 8 cores, all of them will hit 100% when it's doing transcoding.
Yeah.
So, but now when you
I
remember we're
witnessed
splitting into
I witness that
which we
all
do.
the time when I do Kid in Life.
You said
I witness that all the time whenever my Kid in Life is on.
yes. So transcoding is something that is very, very intensive. As in, it has to do with media and just very intensive something. So remember, this guy will be on a server, a standalone server with the this juicy,
Okay.
Docker of juicy. Two of them will
Yeah.
be on the same server alone. So that's the
Okay.
job
That's
of
why
this
you
guy.
created the media server differently.
Yes. So this is what will be on that guy with juicy. Juicy is a Docker this thing. So that one doesn't need much this just to finally put it on the server and configure it. Install it on the server. Call the Docker this and install it there. Then configure it. That's
Okay.
the only thing that one requires. Then point it to them. So with that, you can see all this thing has been covered based on what we make it for. But the final automation of the storing server, that one still needs to be done. But I don't think it's something I need to consider. Now. Let's get the server working and move everything first. Then we'll now do the final automation of the one that we can now click a button. We'll drop a web server. We'll click another button. It installs everything back. You understand that
That'll be
part?
interesting. Yeah.
Huh?
That is the one that will be helping us to reduce cost when there is no load.
Yes. So, or even if you want to add a new this thing, because
A
there is
new,
this thing, school has
there
much.
is too much
You
space
just
there.
one button, and click one button, you close everything, sets everything up. So for that, we may have to use this open source this admin manager. Uh, what do you call it? Knife. This thing that has knife. Chef. You may have to use Chef. They have the
Okay.
paid and free open source version. We may have to use the open source version. So that
Okay.
chef is runs on the server. So if you create a new chef cookbook, it's called cookbook. To create a
Yeah.
new cookbook, that cookbook you can define what you want it to do. You want it to install Apache. Once a new
Okay.
server is listing, run the check this thing. What it will do is it will install Apache for all the clients. All the clients will do whenever into this file. It will install Apache. It will install Supervisor. It will install JIT. It will install Composer. It will do this. It will now move, create control
That's
file,
more
move
like
it for
setting
this.
up a new operating system.
No, Docker is already set up now. Your system is open, but if you now start installing the
And what I
software
mean is
system, that
educare operating system. Yeah.
yes, yes. So those dependencies that we need, I've sorted some of them out for the web server and some of these servers.
Okay.
So if you install a new system, this is what you need for educare to start running immediately.
Yeah.
So all those processes will be automated. You just press one button, you start looking at it. The script will start doing everything. Install this one, install Apache, restart it. Install this one, restart it. Install this one. and stuff. So by the time it's done, you just click on www.educare.com. School will start working.
Is it really
That's
school or
eh?
or a new droplet?
The new droplet. Now, what I mean start working is that it will automatically connect to that one. So if
Okay,
we
it
have
will
like
add
three
up.
before, if you have like three before, so
It
if
will
you make
become four.
request now, it will go to three, 4.
Yeah,
If you add another one again,
to go to
it
five.
will be part of the cluster.
And
So
if
even
you
if you want to
delete,
do maintenance, just remove it from there. Others will be working.
others will be working.
No issues. So you can do
Okay.
maintenance on one. One is done, the other ones are serving requests.
Yeah. Man, I've been waiting for us to get to this place. I didn't know it was this quick.
We are here already. We are here already.
Yeah. David,
Sir,
Davido,
So
you don't see him now. You see where they go.
yes, so
You know where we're going with this.
good
Aye.
idea.
This is where it is all going. You can
yes.
see that the CTO has done a lot of work, so it's our time to conclude it.
Yes,
So use this evening, set up the Trello. Use this evening also to guide Eze through.
Yes.
Review this video, especially these last parts. The other one was for the beginning part was lecture. You say fine, if I know they miss, you can't come back after today. You cannot come back and ask this question.
exactly,
he
exactly.
makes sure.
I know.
He makes sure.
For him to even do what he's doing for today, ha, nobody can ask him this question again.
As in, after today, you cannot ask question about this thing. So
Nobody can ask him
anything.
this
That's why if the live stream caught back, and they say make it back and you pause, because I don't want to miss A is for app.
question. I'm telling you, it's better.
So kindly review everything. Yeah, review with our essay. Anything that we don't understand, we'll talk about it. We will not even disturb any until we don't fail. If we fail, we'll come me down. Then it will come explain them. You
Okay.
understand?
Yes, me and
Then
Eze will get done with the. You know, he's having
it's
issues with
the
his studio, so we'll try and fix it this night.
you still having issues, fix it. Yes.
Yeah,
Fix
if you
it.
say have
And
feel
also
free to
call.
communicate with me. Let me know what is wrong.
Sir?
Okay,
If you people are
good.
still having issues, if you get across to me so that we'll fix it sharp sharp. I don't want anything that will delete this new work that is about to come.
Sharp, sharp.
Okay, sir.
Exactly.
I will talk to him now.
Okay.
I will talk to him
So
when
please
you
talk
get
to him so that
home.
I
I
don't
will.
want
Please.
anything that will delay this further.
Okay, sir.
Pico.
All right, I think we are all done
I think this
for
is
now.
it.
We'll
This
meet
is it.
again.
Kangaro share the modules, Starville and Evergreen. So that tomorrow we just look at the Trello.
Okay.
He created his
Yeah.
Trello this
So
thing today,
roommate, yeah,
David. Created you send that out. Also tell Eze to send the URL of the previous record to share it on Slack because
Okay, sir.
everybody should have the beginning of it. Okay.
Okay, sir.
I will send the URL of this stream also.
Sir, please, if you are
Please don't
sending,
share it with anybody outside.
no, sir. I'm saying if you are sending it, try and order it so that it will be easier for us to because there's a lot of stuff that was said today.
No, no, Eze's no. Eze has the beginning part, which was recorded in Drive.
Yes.
YouTube contains the live part, which is the second part. So there are only two parts in the video, the beginning and the end. I'm not editing anything, it was live streaming.
All those
So you
parts
will
of
see
the
it, you
time
will
it was
receive all those what?
all those time that it was
because those time it was break. It's still the same
yes.
one that was
Anytime he
reviewing.
breaks now, every time he breaks, I say stop. He will pause. So the live server, the Jitsi is breaking, but live stream is not breaking. So
Okay.
live stream is consistent. It's just one file. Okay.
Okay, sir.
All right. Okay. Defines. God
Yeah.
bless you. Thank you so much. This is comprehensive and working. So all we need to do now is test
To
our
find out.
speed. Test our
Let's
speed and
test
give
out
it
for working after one day tomorrow. By the end of
yes
tomorrow,
one
we'll
day
now
worked.
meet
Exactly.
again and say,
And
okay,
give
this
it
is how how
they
long
end
this thing will
it.
take us. Whether it's
It's,
Wednesday, we'll finish it based on our
yeah,
speed.
based on our speed. Yeah.
Okay, sir. You said I should tell Eze to chat to your Mr. Figure.
Yes,
Over
as
this
in,
week.
if you're still having issue, if he has not figured out what is wrong,
Okay,
let's
sir.
know what we can quickly. Let me tell him one or two things he needs to test. Then we'll
You
move on
guys
from
can
there.
still use this channel. It's still open. So
Okay, sir.
Is there around? If he's around, let him come online and share his screen so that we'll work on it sharp, 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 sharp. So that we know that that one is passed.
Okay, sir.
well, I'll have to beg my leave at this point.
Okay, okay,
So you guys can continue. So the only thing is the live stream. I'll have to stop it so that we
okay, okay, no
don't
worries.
mix this up,
But if
please.
there's around, if there's not around, let me